Wiggins comes across, working on Fournier. Up top to Curry. Quick release and splash! There it is! The best shooter the game has ever seen has cemented his legacy. No one has made more threes than Stephen Curry. And when you consider he has many more years in his career, he might be setting a record that may never be broken.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. A couple years ago, Stephen Curry at Madison Square Garden in front of Spike Lee, in front of Ray Allen, in front of Reggie Miller. He surpasses Ray Allen as Ray Allen had 2,973 threes. Stephen Curry surpasses it at the Mecca of basketball. And he hasn't looked back since, and he's had some memorable moments at the Garden. Hopefully he has another one, memorable moment tonight against the New York Knicks. But boy, now time flies, man. Steph Curry broke the record in the first quarter, all-time three-point leader. And I don't know if anybody's going to catch him. I don't know if anybody's going to come close to him. As right now, in his career, Steph Curry now has 3,656 threes on the season. He's got records for single-season records, single-season threes with 402. Obviously, the hats that they're all wearing. So that was a great night at Madison Square Garden as we say good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. Got FP Santangelo back in the saddle, in for Joe Shasky, the Butcher. We got Sam Lubman back there, men at the board, picking up the phone lines. Also playing all the sound and the music here. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got a lot to get into today. But boy, Madison Square Garden. I know you play baseball at all the cathedrals, Wrigley Field, Fenway, Yankee Stadium. FP, man, the Mecca, Madison Square Garden, breaking a record there. New York City, that's new type of town.
Dude, I just had my first experience probably like 3 years ago at the Garden for a Rangers hockey game. Dude,
wow.
It's just, dude, it's sick. There's something about it. It's right in the heart of the heart. It's right downtown. They say like watching a heavyweight boxing match there is the best event you could possibly watch. But I mean, for players, no matter how long you do it, when you go to New York, it's just different. When you're in Manhattan, you have an off day and just walking around. You saw Clay on his Instagram, a selfie and saying, I love this place. And he had the Statue of Liberty emoji and the Big Apple emoji. Like, there's just something different about playing New York. There's a buzz in the Garden when you walk in.
What is it about that? Is it Penn Station? Is it the structure?
Dude,
is it just the photos when you walk in there? I mean, what is it about the Garden?
It's just the history of the place. You think all the big events that have happened there.
Right.
And then I don't know about, I don't want to get into like rating fan bases, but there's something about the New York fan that just, there's reactive fans and there's proactive fans, in my opinion. And the best fans are proactive, meaning they cheer for things to happen. And they realize the power and the energy they have to make things happen. So like in a 0-2 count, everybody stands up and they're waiting for strike three. Or, you know, when you're bringing the ball up and it's a big possession and everybody stands up and they start to cheer for things to happen. They like will things to happen. I mean, reactive fans are cool too. Right. They cheer for a three-pointer. They cheer for a touchdown. They cheer for a home run. That's cool too. But like, losing your mind. One of the coolest things I've seen in a long time is when Trey Turner walked up for the Phillies this year and he was struggling.
Right.
And his mom was even telling him he sucked. And he was getting booed and he signed the big contract. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the Phillies fans stood up and cheered. And he said that turned his season around. And I don't think fans realize how powerful that they are when we're dragging or we're having a rough time, and then you have our backs, or you cheer for something to happen. Like, we're like, oh my God, that's amazing. So there's just something different about playing in the Big Apple, man. It was intimidating to me at first. It was. Like, someone was screaming, like, you're playing left field, and this is where Mickey Mantle used to stand. You're not worthy. I'm like, damn, you're right. I'm not. Dude, there's just something different. There's just something different about playing in New York. So even Steph, even Clay, even Dre, like, Steve Kerr's been there a million times with the Bulls, and then as a coach, like, it's just going to be different for him tonight. There's going to be a different energy level, a different adrenaline.
I'm jacked up about it.
It's just like it's like 10 shots of espresso.
Right.
Steph's going to have a big night tonight.
Dude, December 14th, 2021 is when Steph broke the record. He has a look back, of course. When you look at the all-time three-point make leaders, Ray Allen, of course, is second, 2,973. James Harden, quietly, 2,898 threes. Klay Thompson, seventh all-time. Pardon me. He's seventh with 2,391. This is funny. Kyle Korver, 2,450. He's in sixth place. So Klay Thompson with about 59 threes can tie Kyle Korver and get to the top 6 when it comes to all-time three-point makes in NBA history. But you're right, man. The Garden is just different. Penn Station, you're going up the escalator. It's grimy. You know what I'm saying? You can smell everything. It's just something different about that building, man. So 888-957-9570. I mean, what arena gets you going? What diamond gets you going? What football field gets you going? What is it? Like, Philadelphia was cool. It was cool going to Philadelphia. Like, when you think about football stadiums, next year, the Niners travel to Buffalo. I want to go there. I want to go to Orchard Park, or New Era Field is what it's called now.
Lambeau, dude's on my bucket list.
Lambeau. They're going to Lambeau next year.
Let's go.
They're going to Lambeau. Depending on the schedule, I'm down.
Let's go.
You know, they're going to Buffalo. They're going to South Beach, Miami to play the Dolphins. Now, we may need to stay away from that.
Yeah, you can't go.
You can't go there.
No.
I can't go there.
We might not make it back home.
Maybe that could be my bachelor party.
Yeah,
South Beach, Miami.
You might just stay there then. You have to get a one-way ticket. Get a one-way ticket.
Just stay there. And by the way, shout out to YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. Also, the Comcast Business Text line. Anthony Slater will come back today. He was on a train yesterday, so he'll join us at 8 o'clock today. Probably better. We had Bruce Frazier on yesterday, Brad Graham. So Slates will join us at 8 o'clock to talk about this road trip. Also give us some insight about Klay Thompson, what's going on there. Some interesting articles about that. Got a lot going on with John Lynch and the 49ers. Michael Silver writing in the Chronicle that there could be some big moves happening with the 49ers. The Giants, they're the last team, or they're the only team in spring training that's yet to win a game. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. They haven't won a game yet.
They're saving them all for the season.
We're saving wins?
Saving wins. They're deferring.
They're stacking losses to save wins for the regular season.
They're deferring their wins to the regular season. Shohei got married. Did you see that?
No, I did not see that. When did he get married?
It's in the air, Bonte.
It's in the air. Love is in the air.
Where did he have his bachelor party at? He got a lot of money for a bachelor party.
Oh, man.
On some island somewhere that he bought an island.
Did he really? He bought an island?
No, I'm just saying.
I mean,
you got that kind of money. You have your bachelor. You fly everybody to an island.
Man.
And what happens on the island stays on the island.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
We think that's what happens.
Please don't have yours in Vegas, dude. That's so played. Don't have your bachelor party in Vegas.
No, I'm
that's
not.
Just like that's basic. Don't do that.
I'm not a Vegas guy.
I'm not either.
I've never been a Vegas fan.
Maybe for a second, like 2 days.
It has to be sporting events going on.
Yeah.
I've been there for Pac-12 tournaments. I've been there for Summer League, obviously the Super Bowl. But I'm not just, hey, let's go to Vegas and hang out.
Mayweather Hatton was the coolest thing I've seen.
Oh, you went to that fight?
Oh, dude. Everybody came
There's
over.
only one Ricky Hatton.
Dude, every casino, they were singing it. Like they had parades for everybody from England and Great Britain were having parades. They were singing that. I went to the weigh-in was one of the cool. I'm getting goosebumps.
Right. You were at that fight?
They all sang "God Save the Queen" at the weigh-in, dude.
Right.
And he's on the scale, and I'm just like, this is sick.
I thought he was gonna have a chance in that fight too.
Oh man!
And then Mayweather just outclassed him.
He's just a technischen.
Yeah, he's just
dude. So everyone told me like championship fights are the greatest thing.
Right.
It's the best sporting event I've been to.
Yeah, no,
there's nothing like it, dude.
So I went to a prize fight in Barclays Center. Keith Thurman, who's going to fight Tim Tszyu later on this year, was fighting Sean Porter at Barclays Center, New York. Now, it wasn't Madison Square Garden, but boy.
It wasn't Ali Frazier?
It wasn't Ali Frazier.
71?
No, it wasn't Ali Frazier, but this fight was juicy. It was legit. It was nice. And the New York crowd was just on top of you. They were into it. It turned out to be a great fight. They didn't like the decision, so they booed the hell out of the decision. New York's just different, man. New York's different. There's no doubt about that. Prize fights, though. I'm not doing a bachelor party in Vegas.
Right,
I'm not.
Don't.
We're not Vegas guys. Just not into that. What I am into is hearing what Steve Curry had to say yesterday with Willard and Mark Grady. Mark Grady was filling in for Dan Dibley. And, I guess the top of the right now is the Warriors are 25 games left. They're playing the New York Knicks tonight. They're playing Toronto tomorrow with Scotty Barnes and company. Then they play Sunday against the Boston Celtics against Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown. We know about those guys. Drew Holiday, ABC 7 game, 12:30. Everybody's going to be watching. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like Andrew Wiggins will be around. He's out due to personal reasons, and we're going to respect his privacy. We don't know what's going on obviously it's something serious for him to step away from the team, and we respect that. Just like we did last season when he missed too much. We respect the fact that he's going to be away for personal reasons. We have no idea what's going on. Steve Kerr touched on that yesterday with Willard and Mark Grady. Here's what Steve Kerr had to say about Andrew Wiggins.
I think so. I think this team is very deep, but also very mature, and we've got a lot of guys who have handled themselves beautifully this year in terms of, when it hasn't been their turn, they've continued to work, they've continued to support each other, and when it has been their turn, they've stepped up and played really well, and that's what it takes. I just feel really good about this group. Obviously, Chris coming back gives us so much more direction and organization, especially when Steph's off the floor. And hopefully we'll get Wiggs back soon because I do feel like we've found two groups, a starting group that has clicked here the last month. And now, with Chris and Clay coming off the bench, that's pretty powerful. And so I feel really good about our ability to play a full 48-minute game.
Sounds more so about the team and Steve Kerr feeling good about the team and the return of Chris Paul. Here's the follow-up question about Andrew Wiggins from Mark Willard.
I just think that, we're in a position where, Wiggs is a private person, and so he's asked to keep it private, and we're going to honor that. So, it doesn't help for me to sit here and try to explain any of that. The bottom line is, we respect Wiggs, we need him, and we fully expect him back, but we just don't know what that will be.
So Steve Kerr expects him back. Just don't know when it'll be. Maybe it's on his road trip. Maybe not. Maybe he comes back next Wednesday against Milwaukee. Maybe not. We have no idea. But he's going to be out for some time here. And it's unfortunate because he was playing some really good basketball, the best basketball of the season for him. Individually, playing defense at a high level, being aggressive, going to the rim. It's unfortunate that he's going to be out here. Whatever he's got to deal with, man, he's got to deal with it, and we pray for him, and hopefully everything is okay for him, but it's going to be next man up, and Moses Moody will get that opportunity here in place of Andrew Wiggins. There's no doubt about that, but Steve Kerr shed some light, so Andrew Wiggins, unfortunately, is going to be out due to personal reasons. Again, we're not going to dive into that. We don't know. I'm not going to speculate. FP's not going to speculate, just like we didn't do it last season when he walked away 2 months of the season. He came back for the playoffs. So hopefully he's in good spirits, but sounds like he's going to be out for a while, FP.
Yeah, family first, man.
Yep.
Take care of business, whatever that is, and that's none of our business, and nor should it be. So hopefully he's okay, man. I told you the other day on air when it said personal reasons, that jumped out at me because you just don't know how long that's going to be. And obviously he's got to take care of what he's got to take care of. And, if you miss games for any reason at the highest level, there is something serious.
Right.
I said this the other day, the locker room, the clubhouse, my teammates are my sanctuary. Whatever I got going on personally, when I get in my car and I drive to the ballpark or I drive to the arena, all that stuff's compartmentalized. And you walk in and you see your brothers and everything's okay. And you have that, whatever it is, 3 hours for the game, 4 hours before, or maybe an hour after. So the 7 or 8 hours a day you're with your guys, you could just check in. And the real world goes away for a minute. So if you're going to miss that, there's something going on that I hope he's okay. I hope his family's okay. I thought the same thing last year. The scary part is, from just a basketball standpoint, is he was playing really well. You got a sprint to the finish line.
Right.
You're trying to get out of that play-in game. You're trying to get to a 6 seed. All of a sudden, he's playing great. And then, okay.
And you get Chris Paul back.
And it's here we go. Oh, no. Okay. But you have to honor the fact and respect the fact that if he stepped away, it's a big deal. The reason that tweet from Anthony Slater popped out at me the other day, when you hear personal reasons, if it's an injury, he'll be back in 2 weeks. He'll be back in 3 games.
Right.
Personal reasons can be however long, and you saw that last year with 2 months.
He just heard it from Kerr.
Yeah, that part's the scary part from a basketball standpoint, from a Warriors getting to where they need to get to standpoint, and you don't know how long this is going to be. And that's why the other day I was like, oh man, I don't know how long this is going to be. And for anybody on Twitter, anybody to call the show and speculate, to say if it's right or it's wrong, that's none of our business, man.
Our audience will respect the fact last year, big deal was made on Twitter about a show tweet that we had. We didn't even really have the conversation about Andrew Wiggins. We were discussing something else, and we didn't touch the situation for about a month because fans are asking. Media members, are curious. Fans who spend money on tickets are curious. What's going on with Wiggs? I'm just like, look, man, he's away from the team. It's something serious, and let's respect that. But, to the point, just from a basketball sense, his last 16 games, he was playing the best ball of the season. 15 points a game, FP.
Confident.
Defensively, he was being aggressive. He was attacking offensively. You mentioned it, confident. He was shooting 54% from the floor and another 46.5% from the three-point line. So, he was rebounding, 5 rebounds a game. He was coming around, and now you see Chris Paul, and you're like, oh, man, now you got Wiggs, Kaminga, you got Chris Paul, you got Clay coming off the bench, lighting it up. So, who knows how long he'll be out? Who knows? But we'll respect his privacy. Hopefully everything is okay with Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, but Bonte, it goes back to sometimes it's your time as a team, and sometimes it's not your time as a team. I don't want to get all university and energy stuff like Tony, who's probably going to call in the 9 o'clock hour. But like when you have all the things that have gone on with the Warriors this year, and you can chronicle them all, we all know what's happened to this point. Like you're fighting the energy right now, right? All of a sudden, it looks like here comes Chris Paul. We've won, 11 of 14.
Right.
Things are going the right direction. Whether it was the beginning of the year with Draymond and getting suspended and then getting suspended indefinitely. There's been so many things that it's like it's two magnets this year.
Right.
And because of their resume, because of all they've accomplished as a team, they're fighting this.
Right.
And they're still fighting, man. They're still fighting. You got to respect that.
But things were breaking their way last night too, FP. Sacramento lost to Denver. New Orleans lost last night to Indiana. And then the Lakers were losing by 21 to the Clippers.
I know. And then LeBron happened.
And then LeBron, what happened? Did you watch that?
No, I just saw some highlights this morning.
LeBron went nuclear. He went nuclear. That would have been a big loss for the LA Lakers. Would have had the Warriors in that 9 spot. And they're close. The Warriors could get to that 7-8 range and be great. But LeBron just goes nuclear, hits 5 threes in the fourth quarter, 19 points. He outscores the Clippers by himself. And they still won against the Clippers. It was unbelievable. I was actually like, as much as sometimes LeBron rubs me the wrong way off the floor and whatever, he's still a phenomenal player. I used to be a huge LeBron fan, but that was special last night. That was like, wow, I had to stay up for this. And he had that look in his eye. So when I'm driving to work today, AFP, I got a little pep in myself because I'm saying, whoa, look at the Lakers and LeBron James come back like that. You see the Nuggets just turn it up on the Sacramento Kings. You got baseball now in full swing. We were discussing this yesterday. Combines flying around. I'm hearing reports about the Niners making big moves. All of a sudden I'm saying, oh, March is near. We're a day away from March. It's turn-up time. That's why this road trip here, it's unfortunate what's happening with Andrew Wiggins because it does feel like the Warriors are starting to find their groove, winning 6 straight road games here, but we'll get to that a little bit later. Let's go to the Lions here, FP. SF Bay Drummer, happy birthday to my man in H-Town. It's his birthday, man. Happy 21st birthday, SF Bay Drummer.
Well, I'm only 9 years old, but I walked the earth for 36 years. But what's up, Bonte? What's up, FP?
What's going on?
The stadium, not much, man. The stadium that got me going and is just forever in my heart is Candlestick Park. I used to enjoy going to the Giants games with Mr. D. I never caught a foul ball. Still ain't caught a foul ball to this day. No player ever gave me a baseball either, but it's all good. The vibes and just seeing Barry Bonds make history all the time was just like a dope thing to see. And then the best memory as an adult was going to that last game at Candlestick, watching Navarro Bowman make the pick at the stick. Like that's I was there with me and Mr. D. I was there moment, man. That was just electric. That like I never went to a playoff game at Candlestick, but that was like the best feeling in the world to be there amongst like everybody. Like it was just so lit. But yeah, Candlestick Park, R.I.P. to Candlestick. Candlestick.
Dude, I miss Candlestick so much when you're driving back from the airport or driving to the airport now in 101. It's just like you look over there and it's just like vacant.
Every morning.
And grew up going to Giants games as a fan. Grew up going to Niners games as a fan. There was one way in, one way out. It was a cluster, you know what, but it was a dump, but it was our dump.
It was our dump.
Dude, I miss Candlestick.
I miss Candlestick so much.
And we froze as kids. With quad day Candlestick. We rooted for extra inning games. We sat in the bleachers.
Yep.
A little fun fact, I went around the clubhouse last baseball game at Candlestick, and I went around the clubhouse and I said, look, I grew up sitting in those bleachers. I said, whoever gets the last out, I want the baseball. And I had everybody on red alert for me. I was walking around the clubhouse.
Love that.
So it was a Dodger game, and we lost. So we hit in the bottom of the ninth. Eric Karros had the last out. I have the last out recorded by a Giant.
Wow.
It was a line drive to Richie Ridley. I was playing left field, and he turned around and fired me the baseball as I was running in off the field. I put it in my back pocket. I have it in a cubicle right now.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
So the last out ever recorded by a Giant at Candlestick.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Shout out to Richie Ridley, man. Very good friend of the program. I love Richie. That's really cool. Candlestick Park. So the Warriors are in New York City to take on the Knicks at Madison Square Garden. And it's a special place. What is a special place to you, Roasters, or anybody out there in the audience? You don't have to be a Roaster. 888-957-9570. Special arena you ever been to? What makes you, like Madison Square Garden, gets you going with the Oregons and everything? You heard it from SF Bay Drummer, the stadium, Candlestick Park, still is his stadium. That's his dope. He loves it. That's his palace. What's your palace? What's the place you got to go to that just gives you the feels? Is it Lambeau Field? Is it MetLife Stadium? Probably not. Is it Yankee Stadium? Is it Fenway Park? I'm not going to lie to you, FP. Got to see a Yankee Red Sox game at Fenway Park during Derek Jeter's last season as a Yankee.
That's cool.
In late July. And he hits one of those classic doubles down the right field line. Mark Teixeira hit a bomb. It was Cespedes' first game as a Red Sox after being traded from the Oakland A's. I was like, well, I couldn't fit in the seats because the seats are so small and the aisles are so thin, but narrow. But Fenway Park, I got all the feels from that. Wrigley Field, special. What is a special place for you, Roasters, as the Warriors are going to Madison Square Garden today to take on the Knicks and try to win their 7th straight road game? We got a lot of Niner stuff. We got everything going on here on a Thursday. It is a Warriors game day presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. And what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Manny and Sack will get you on the other side as we continue to roll along here on The Roast.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Moses Moody, solid 5 starts, shooting over 57% from the floor, over 40 from 3, 4-7 the other night in D.C., the nation's capital, 12 points, great hustle. Moses Moody will probably get to start again tonight at Madison Square Garden here. We were talking about stadiums, and, I'm looking at the text line right now, Comcast Business text line, 510. I've been to the Rose Bowl 3 times and got goosebumps at kickoff each time. Special venue and special game. You ever been to the Rose Bowl?
I have. Not a bad seat in the place.
Which game did you go to? Which Rose Bowl?
Miami, Nebraska.
Ooh, which year?
And they blew them out.
Yeah, it was a blowout. That was a blowout.
Dude, the national championship game every single year
should be at the
Rose Bowl. Play wherever else you want, and it's like the road to Pasadena. Come on, dude. That's easy.
I've been to 2 Rose Bowls now. Oregon, Florida State, Marcus Mariota, Jameis Winston, Dalvin Cook. It was a fascinating game.
I like that game.
But there was nothing like Michigan, Alabama this past year.
Dude.
Me and my guy, Big Dog City.
I just following you on Instagram. Yeah. I was like, FOMO, bro.
Dude,
FOMO.
we flew down that morning. Took the first flight out of SFO, rented a car, drove around, went to a mall, got some breakfast, scalped the ticket, walked in there. And when Michigan came up, because, they wear a lot of the blue on blue now, and they barely wear the yellow pants or the maize and blue.
Yeah.
That combination, and they came out in the maize and blue, and Alabama's in all white, and they're saving on one sideline. There's Jim Harbaugh on the other sideline, and you got that grass, and you got the setting, and you got Bama fans, you got the bands, hail to the victors, and then when that dust setting hits, FP, and the shadows go away, and the bands are playing, and they're getting there in the third quarter.
Talk to me, Bonte.
I swear to God, I thought the Fiesta Bowl that I went to was one of the best games I've been to. There's nothing like the Rose Bowl. There's nothing like it. I walked out of that game and I lost a bunch of money on Alabama. I didn't care. I was like, that was the Rose Bowl, dude. You take that photo in front of the Rose Bowl sign. It's old school. And you're right. There's not a bad seat in the freaking house. The old benches. You got scoreboards now, but you got the press box.
Benches with numbers on them, and you're sitting like elbow to elbow. You can't even move.
We weren't even sitting. It doesn't even matter. Doesn't matter.
Man.
The pageantry of it. And then, at the Rose Bowl, I swear they had a video, and it was Keith Jackson, rest in peace.
Oh.
Welcome to the Rose Bowl, the granddaddy of them all. And not the terrible Keith Jackson impersonation, but I was just like, wow. All right, I got to, he said, this guy in 510 says, the Rose Bowl, I get goosebumps at kickoff. And the Bomber Jets come over Pasadena, and you got the mountains in the background. Yeah, you're right. The national championship should always be at the Rose Bowl. However, one thing about it is the national championship game will be played at night, so you don't get that sun, that dust setting type, day game to night game feel. That's what makes it special. It kicks off at 2:00, midday. I mean, come on, FP. It doesn't get better than that.
Dude, well, I grew up, Michigan fan watching them go lose in the Rose Bowl every year. They historically would come out from Michigan and lose.
You got Oracle 714. I love Oracle Park and the smell of weed. Okay, that's cool. 510, Memorial Stadium, Berkeley, most beautiful classic stadium in the country. I do like Memorial. I don't agree with that. It's the most beautiful classic stadium in the country. I got to go Rose Bowl.
I will vouch for Memorial Stadium, though, being just a great venue. I'm not going to put it on Rose Bowl level, obviously not, but no, those games at the base of Strawberry Canyon, man, it's a lot of fun. You look out over the bay, see the fog over the bridge and stuff like that. No, I love going to Cal games at Memorial. It's a great place there.
How about this? Aaron in Richmond, 510, Three Rivers Stadium for me. Three Rivers in Pittsburgh. I shed a tear when it collapsed. But ask me in 5 years, and I'll probably say Chase Center. Go Dubs.
See, that's along the line with Candlestick Park. If that's where you grew up watching games, that place was bad.
It was bad. That turf, you played on that turf.
Oh, it's terrible.
Pirates, the old
Pittsburgh
Pirates.
is the most improved city in the league, in the circuit. Like, PNC is one of the, right up there with Oracle.
PNC's beautiful.
It's beautiful. It's like a movie set when you see the skyline of downtown Pittsburgh and the Roberto Clemente Bridge.
Right.
Dude, it's sick now. Back in the day, I don't know if too many people shed a tear, but if you grew up watching the Steelers and going to Steelers games with Terry Bradshaw and Lynn Swann and Mean Joe Green, and that was your team, I get it. It's about what you experience in these places more than the place itself, I feel like.
Let's go to the calls, man. Get a couple calls here about stadiums. It's the Warriors here at Madison Square Garden. They call it the Mecca. Why do they call it the Mecca? Is it the best arena to go to? Is it the best arena you've ever been to? Best stadiums? Is it Fenway? Is it Wrigley? Is it Oracle Park? You know, football stadiums. Is it Arrowhead? I'm seeing a couple Arrowhead stadiums on here. Is it Candlestick? Manny in Sacramento. Manny, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, y'all? So I got two spots, right? The second one has a quick story. The first one, grew up in Chicago for 40 years. Chicago Stadium, Jordan playing was bananas.
Wow.
Like, to be in that place with this crowd, like those brick walls and all the roaring bouncing off that, nothing like it.
And you know what, real quick, Manny, and then the players would come from underground, right? Their locker rooms were like downstairs, so they would come up the stairs to the arena, like the Minnesota Golden Gophers basketball arena, right?
Yep, it was crazy, man. And it was just, especially during the last three championships with Rodman and it being basically a circus, it was nuts, man. But the second one, while I was still living in Chicago and cross-country dating, one of my trips out this way, my girl had hit me up the day before I was leaving and was like, hey, so I got the opportunity to work the last game at Candlestick on Monday, was wondering if you'd be interested in doing it. And I was like, dude, I'm a Bears fan, but that's majestic. Like, absolutely. Get there. I got there like Friday night, to visit. We drove up to San Francisco on Monday, got there at 11 a.m. So I guess back then, Candlestick, you could volunteer to like do security services there. Well, we ended up being with the group that were all veterans, which I'm a veteran, but they didn't know that. And I got to work standing on the 10-yard line the whole game. And it's like, boys, the men walking by, Fred Gore, like all these, like all the, and just being able to shake hands. And you're supposed to be watching out for people stealing seats at the end of the game and all that good stuff. Man, I'm just taking it all in at that point. And I'm not a Niners fan per se, right? But because my girl is a diehard, like I'm always supporting her on the team. It's like, if it's not the Bears, it's Niners all day. So like, but just having that opportunity to be there at that last game, Monday night football, and like just taking in such a classic place was everything. That's one of the greatest experiences of my life.
Oh, that's awesome, man. That's awesome. Good story, man. Good. Let's go to Mike in Eugene. Pardon me, Mike in Eugene, Oregon. Mike, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. FP, my brother, how are you?
How you doing? What's going on, dude? How are you?
I'm doing great, man. So here's the deal. My honorable mention goes to my very first place where I saw the Niners play because it was so charming, a great setting as Keys But my home was the toilet, the stick. I grew up in that thing, man. I mean, my first game, I was 7 years old, sitting behind home plate with my pops. Willie Mays is up to bat, hits a pop-up, hits my glove, I drop it. I was humiliated. Never got to get a ball again. And then I kept on going back to the stick, of course. 1989 World Series, third row behind the A's dugout. Forget about it. I thought Candlestick was going to slide into the bay. And, we were still there. And then my last game was when I was carried down to my seat, the 1995 championship game against the Cowboys. And that place just rocked. And whether it's going on the night games with my pops and my sister wearing our sleeping bags, because it was so freaking cold, we'd bring sleeping bags to the games. And so, but those are the memories, and it's a lifetime, and we had some great teams going through there and great experiences.
That's awesome.
That's it, baby.
That's it, Mike. Good stories there. Here's my voice. Well, a little dry here.
Yeah, a little Dave Fleming going on there?
Yeah, a little Dave Fleming here. I saw Fleming yesterday down by Oracle Park, man. He was giving a high school or some elementary school a tour at Oracle Park. It was pretty cool.
Could be the nicest man, period, on the planet.
Love Flem.
He's the best.
Love Flem. 408 Comcast Business Text line. Actually, 206. Gutter trash. Sailgating at UW in Seattle. If they're walking into the stadium from the water.
Dude, I've heard that from a lot of people, like alumni, Huskies. Like you watch the game out on the water. It's a good setting.
It's a great setting.
It's a good setting.
It's a great setting.
Never been, but I'd like to go there.
Looks like a great setting.
Dude, you know what I want to do, like bucket list? SEC football somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
I've never done that.
I've never done
College
that either.
football is my jam, too.
Yeah, LSU.
And I don't know why it doesn't move the needle on the sports talk radio.
Yeah,
I just love college football, dude. I could do shows on college football, but I guess.
So I remember I was in Michigan, right? I was in Michigan one year, and they were playing Michigan State. I was there that weekend. House. I walked outside of the big house, and they wanted I had no money at the time. I was broke, and they wanted like $200 for the top row of the stadium. It was like, no. I ended up getting Lions tickets the next day, 2 for $80, an NFL game, 2 for $80. I couldn't even get one ticket for $200 at Michigan, but the big house just looks sick, and it's like this pit. So you walk in
street level
from the top, street level, and it just. You go down into this pit. SoFi Stadium's like that, too, because the airport regulations or whatnot, LAX, they needed a stadium to be down in the pit or whatnot, whatever. But I was like, wow, that looks sick. Look at the big house. Look at the big house.
What's your place, dude? What's your spot? What's the one that tugs at your heartstrings when you get, like, misty-eyed when you walk in? Like, what is your spot? Do you have one? Because sometimes we get jaded in this business because we see them all, we go to them all. Well, we're just like, oh, this is our office, and you kind of get used to it.
There was something about Oracle Arena when the Warriors played in Oakland. There was something about it.
That place rocked.
It rocked. There was something about it. Like, you would get headaches every game because the music would be so loud, the bands would be playing. It was a party. They were jamming out there. I would get feels driving into Oracle Arena. I'll never forget driving to Oracle Arena, Game 7, OKC Warriors. Like, are the Warriors really going to come back from a 3-1 deficit? And you're walking into that arena, you could just feel it in the air, the buzz, Curry, Durant, Westbrook. It was special. The Rose Bowl right now, I'm still thinking about the Rose Bowl because I was just down there. Because I grew up, I'll share the story on the side. I know we got a break here, but that was the only sporting event my grandma would watch. The late, great Larry William Tyndall, who left this world in the year 2000, over 24 years ago. But that was the only game she would watch. I loved the Rose Bowl. So that's why it was special for me to be down there thinking this is the only game my grandma would watch. She didn't care about sports. She could not stand it. She was like, whatever. But the Rose Bowl was one game she would watch. And when you grow up watching it, you see the field, the way the grass was cut, the way the end zones were painted, the way the sidelines would have the color scheme of the college, did the pageantry, did the sunset. That, like, when I was at the Rose Bowl this past year, I was just like, damn, this is special. And it's Michigan and Alabama. Saban, Harbaugh, 2 blue blood or franchise colleges here, 2 of the winningest programs in history.
And you got overtime.
And you get overtime for a playoff game to go to the Natty Championship. I'm still thinking about that, but I got some other stadiums here.
The dumbest 4th down play call ever, but anyways.
Probably, yeah.
The snap was low. The kid couldn't see where the hole was because he had to look down and catch a snap at his ankles, and he just barreled straight in.
I still think it was bad play call. Adrian in San Jose, we'll get to you in your stadiums that you love. We'll do this for a little bit here. 888-957-9570. What's the stadium or the arena that tugs at your heartstrings? What is it? Which one is it? I'll get FP's answer in just a second here as we continue to roll here on the roast. Brought to you by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking. No compromises.
Steph Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Look at that man, Higgin. He finally showed up today to help out Lubman. Talk about the stadiums and arenas. Ones that tug at your heartstrings. By the way, the segment was sponsored by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. FP in for Joe Shasky the Butcher. Love FP Santangelo, man. Doing a great job here. Good to have a part of the 95-70 Game family. We got Lubman as well. What happened?
No, I got the YouTube camera locked in.
There it is.
It's taken me 2 weeks to figure it out, but I nailed it.
I kind of put him on the spot. I said, I need you to fix your camera, so that's what he was doing.
Dude, this is terrible being on like TV at 6 a.m. It looks like a bag of, I don't know, bags under your eyes.
Wear makeup.
No, I wear makeup, dude. I used to wear makeup every day. Dude, I like the makeup on TV. I wouldn't take it off after the show because I thought I'd look better, and I'd go out with makeup on after. I just left it on.
Dude, I go
out to the bar after a game, I'll leave my makeup on.
The Mac in Stonestown.
Yeah.
They know everything. So when I walk in there, I go, we know the foundation you need. I just boop.
I felt I had the need to explain to everybody I'm on TV. Can you guys help me with makeup?
Right. Can you make me? Can you hide the ugly, please?
Yes.
Can you hide the?
I need some concealer for the late nights.
Oh, look at you! You know all about it. CFP. You know all about that.
Concealer. We used to get airbrushed over at Comcast. We had a makeup lady.
We haven't had any of that going on.
They did airbrush on
We don't have a makeup lady.
Felt good.
I do my own makeup. 888-957-9570. We'll get back to the Golden State Warriors as they're in New York City to take on the Knicks in Madison Square Garden. And it is the Mecca. There's something special about the Garden. There's something special about it. But what is that special stadium or arena to you? Let's go to Adrian in San Jose. He's got one. He's been on hold for a while. Adrian, what's happening, man? Good morning.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
All right, so I got 2 places. So since I'm from San Jose, I'll go with the SAP Center.
I like it.
During the Sharks playoff runs, the stadium would be electrifying. Especially when they made the Stanley Cup final in 2016. Both announcers had to wear headphones because it was that loud. And then my first experience going to Fenway. I've never been to Fenway in my entire life, but it was the first time I ever went there. It was awesome. Every seat was packed. It was a Blue Jays and Red Sox game, and that stadium was packed.
Adrian, let me ask you, how surreal was it to see the Green Monster in person? It felt like it was 150 feet away from me. I was sitting behind the first baseline. How surreal was that Green Monster?
It was absolutely surreal because I've always seen it on TV, but sitting right behind home plate, I could actually see it. It was like a few feet across from me.
Wow. Fenway special. Thanks for the call, Adrian. I want to get because FP, you've been around the block a couple times. You have. What's the stadium for you? We got Matt Higgin here, big Michigan fan. I already know. Don't say Big House. Don't say Wrigley.
I think Matt and I are the same thing. It's Wrigley.
Really? No, he's shaking his head.
No, not Wrigley?
No, it's not Wrigley at all.
Dude, Wrigley is number one.
That's number one for you? Why is it number one? It feels like a Little League park. I do like Wrigley. It was fun.
No matter what year it is on the outside, when you walk through the gates at Wrigley, it's 1920. And it's got the ivy. It's a frat party with a baseball game going on in the middle. The 2:00 Friday starts is the smartest marketing thing ever because people jump out of work early on a Friday, and then you have happy hour after the game.
Yeah,
and it's just a party atmosphere, and it's right in the middle of the city. You think like Babe Ruth used to play there, and you think about the history of Wrigley Field. And I don't know, I used to fly over it in AAA all the time because our connector from Indianapolis was Chicago. And I'd fly over it, and as a minor leaguer, I'd look down and see the tarp on with a big C. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I'm going to play there someday. And then I was fortunate enough to do that. I've sat in the bleachers in left field as a fan. I got to broadcast in the same booth that Harry Carey did.
Wow.
There's just so much history there. And the way Harry Carey went about it is kind of was my model. Like, just be yourself on the air, party with the fans, get to know the fans. And there was just something about that place that's magical to me that when they sing the 7th inning stretch, "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
Right.
It just, dude, it
hits
that
different,
tugs at my heartstrings.
It hits different.
I get emotional when they sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game." And I got videos up in the booth, and they're all turning around and they're singing back up to the booth. Whoever's singing it. Now it's it used to be Harry.
Right.
And it's just, dude, it's just the tradition. There's no. I always say, spread my ashes on Wrigley Field. Like, do it, because that's my happiest of happy places.
So the Niners started the season in Chicago a couple seasons ago with Trey Lance. And that same weekend, the Giants were in town.
Yeah.
So I made the trip, Ed and I. We took the subway to Wrigley Field. And I made sure to walk down Waveland Avenue, right? Right behind it, Sheffield and Waveland Avenue. I walked behind it. I was like, we got to walk behind Wrigley first to see it. And you're like, wow, this is crazy. And there's kids selling lemonade, bought some lemonade for the kids. It was really good. And we walk into the stadium. And like, it's so small that when you walk downstairs, you can walk right out the stadium and you're right on the street. It's just unreal. You take a picture in front of the Wrigley Field sign.
Bars around there, dude.
The bars are right there. I had some great barbecue across the street.
Wrigleyville.
Wrigley was great. Dude,
it's sick.
It was a great experience.
Dude, my rookie year, I'm playing center field, and it's his first time there. And Harry's leaning out of the booth singing "Take Me Out of the Ball Game." And there was a layer of fog. So Harry, they spotlight him when he's singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game." And I'm running out to center field, and I turn around right behind second, and I'm just in awe. It's like he looks like an animatronic figure because of the fog in the setting.
Right.
I turned to Bruce Fremming, who's this old school umpire, and I say, "Bruce, Wrigley Field, night game, Harry's singing 7th inning. It doesn't get any better than this, like in the middle of the game."
Right.
And Bruce Fremming just goes, and walks away. Like, I've seen this a million times. So I guess it's not for everybody, but like I have so many memories, like the callers, like it's not the place, it's the experience in the place. And then it's going to forever be part of who you are. It's like in your veins.
Let me give you an experience at Camden Yards. We'll get to Matt Higgin in just a second. And the calls. Go to Camden Yards, right? It was a weekend. The Giants were there for 4th of July. And the Giants got smoked that year at Nationals Park. Big Mike Morse was hitting bombs. Lincecum got rocked. You probably were on the call in that game.
It was 98 degrees.
It was 98 degrees.
They couldn't handle the heat.
And they had 4th of July. They had the 4th of July 11 a.m. game.
It's the best thing.
I mean, it was – the Giants got smoked. So I went to 2 of those games that weekend. We also went to Camden Yards that week. And the Orioles were playing the Guardians.
It's in my top 5, by the way.
Camden Yards?
Yeah.
Camden Yards is special. However, my experience there was 102 degrees. They were giving out free cups of ice to all the fans. Free cups of ice just to stay hydrated and just not dying in Camden Yards in heat. There was nobody there. So I love Camden, but the experience was like, I'm miserable. It's 102 degrees. It's humid. I need to come back soon. It was just not. It was not fun. It was not a pleasant experience.
Yeah, that's why the Giants. So an 11 o'clock game for them was an 8 o'clock in the morning game, and it was 100 degrees, and they had no chance.
No shot. They got smoked. Smoked. Matt, get in here.
All right. So I grew up in Chicago. My dad's 81, lives there his whole life. Wrigley's the Mecca. Been there hundreds of times. I go to Fenway for the first time. I walk in. I call him and say, "Dad, I think Fenway is better than Wrigley." I said, Dad, are you there?"
You're disowned.
He hung up on me, and that was it.
Wow.
In other words, son, don't ever say that ever again.
It's a Fenway special, though, dude. I'm with you. It's right there.
Lubman, what you got? Lubman?
Well, me, obviously, growing up around here, Oracle Park holds a very special place in my heart. Been going there since I was, 7 years old, since my dad took me to my first Giants game, June 17th, 2000, against the Astros. And yeah, it's been a staple of my life every year since. Remember, I did a project in 3rd grade, wherever your star of the week and stuff like that. You have to answer all these questions about you. And the question, one of the questions was, what's your favorite place in the world? And of course, me being me, I put Oracle Park because it was that special for me. So that tugs at my heartstring. But another great venue that when you walk in, it hits you. It was the old Yankee Stadium. I was lucky enough; I was able to get a couple games there. I went one in 2008, saw him play the A's, and that's when it's like the concourse was small, it was cramped, it wasn't great. They obviously needed to update that, but like in the stadium, the field, and the stands. like that was something else. And I've been to the new Yankee Stadium once, and
it's not the same.
It's not the same, but they did a pretty good job though overall. Like it has a lot of I don't know if this could be sacrilegious to say, but it feels a lot like the old one, but with like the right upgrades that it needed to
right
modernize
amenities,
suites, stuff like that. So
boxes,
it was really nice.
Yeah.
And one more I want to throw in here is this is from my dad, Jim Lubman. He texted me his favorite stadium experience. He got to go see Wisconsin play there in Madison. And he loves it when they start playing jump around. He loved that experience. So that's his that he texted in.
Wow. So. Yeah, no, there's some bucket list items for me. The Horseshoe in Columbus. I want to go to an Ohio State game. I want to go to a Michigan game. I want to go to Beaver Stadium, Penn State. One thing I wish I was alive for, or I was alive for it, but obviously didn't get down there, was the old Orange Bowl in Miami. I wanted to experience that. Seeing all those great Hurricane teams.
Yeah, that's what we watch every Saturday.
What was that? The open air, the open-ended end zone? Yeah. Where was it? What would they do back there?
The palm trees?
The palm trees. It was
swaying in the wind.
Swaying in the wind. I'm watching Florida State go wide right once, twice,
I
three
was
times.
At those games, dude.
Oh, my God. I'm a Florida State fan, if you didn't know that.
I was college. Hey, I can't tell you stories about it because I can't remember because I was in college.
I get it.
I'd love to tell you how the Orange Bowl was, but I can't.
Don't talk about
I don't remember those Saturday games very well.
Here's a sleeper one, 925. University of Colorado Stadium in Boulder. Rocky Mountain backdrop. That stadium does look pretty sweet. It does look pretty sweet.
Coach Prime.
It does look
Coach Prime's got him rolling.
He's got him rolling.
I don't know.
We'll see about next year.
Those mountain backdrops in stadiums they're underrated.
They are underrated.
I love during the college football season, you watch those Saturday night games like that, like CBS Sports game, whatever. That's always like Air Force and Utah State or
Wyoming.
Yeah, two random Mountain West teams. I always watch them, especially towards the end of the year because the field looks cold. You see the snow-covered mountains in the backdrop. It's two 4 and 8 schools or whatever, but it's just I watch this because it's just such a random mountainous backdrop. It's so cool.
Yeah, no, it is cool. It is cool. Let's go to Kirk in Los Altos. Kirk, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hi. Thank you very much. I just was calling, following up the gentleman who called in about Fenway and talking about the Green Monster because I lived back there in Boston for a number of years and actually helped take care of the Red Sox. And we were allowed out. The field manager let us go to a game early. And the great thing about Fenway and Wrigley's awful nice, but Boston is such a small town. You can walk to the ballpark, and then you walk on out, and you walk on home, and everybody's together. But that Green Monster, we went inside the thing, and it is so cool because it's been there forever, and you look around, and there's all sorts of graffiti on there, and you kind of see stuff like, Babe Ruth was here, and Mickey Mantle says hi, and all that sort of stuff. And while we were inside the Green Monster, batting practice started, and suddenly balls are being caroomed right off that thing. And it sounds like a bomb has gone off every time a ball hits that thing because it's a metal structure.
Right.
And it's just loud. But anyway, thanks for taking it. But that's, for me, Fenway's my place.
I like Fenway. That's wow. We've got a few Fenways here. We got some Yankee stadiums, football stadiums. The Niners are going to, when do they go to Arrowhead? Not next season, maybe a couple of years from now. But I definitely want to take in Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City. Looks like a party, the barbecue and everything. And of course, you got Mahomes and everything like that. But I want to experience that.
Nicest people on the planet, Kansas City. It's like, are you this nice or are you a robot?
Speaking of which, Kansas City, Kauffman Stadium. They've done an amazing job with that place.
Yeah.
The water fountains in the outfield.
I'm on that trip this year.
Are you on that trip?
I'm excited.
You're on that trip.
Yeah.
I'm going to Kauffman Stadium. They got the waterfalls, the big royal scoreboard in center field.
They're like, welcome to our ballpark.
Right.
Here's the booth right over here. How are you doing? You're like, good. You're so nice. Everybody there is so nice. It's great. I love that trip.
I'll say the worst stadium experience, Guarantee Rate Field, south side of Chicago.
Agree. Hardcore agree.
It's so sterile. There's nothing out there. I guess the White Sox are trying to move closer to downtown.
Did you see it?
No.
The renderings?
No.
It's right on the river.
Now. They need to move there.
That would be sick.
They need to move there.
I know, they do.
Because the South, you've been there.
It's a bad neighborhood.
It's a bad neighborhood.
It's
It's
They're
terrible.
like, be careful getting your Uber.
It's terrible.
Somebody got shot out there.
I bought tickets. So Anna lived out there for about 9 months, or excuse me, a year in Chicago. We bought tickets to that game. It was a Royals-White Sox game at Guarantee Rate Field, the new Comiskey Park. We bought tickets for like $5. I mean, it was depressing walking out of there. There was nothing. It was so sterile. There's no life to it. Just like, wow, you guys couldn't think this through?
It's gray. It feels gray. I don't know what color it is, but just you walk in there, it feels gray.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It does. Let's go to Cliff and Vallejo. Cliff and Vallejo, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, I got Wrigley Park is it for me. In 2022, I lost my mother-in-law, and she lives in Evanston, Illinois. And while we were there, it was in the summer, and we got a chance, me and a few of the brother-in-laws, all sports fans, got a chance to jump on the train, go over and catch a Cubs-Padres game. And as we were, just taking pictures, walking through the neighborhood, walking past the bricks with all the players, old players' names on them, get to the front of the stadium and get ready to go in. And there's a little brother sitting outside selling, get your peanuts, he was selling sunflower seeds, peanuts. And I think he said something like $6. 4 more feet, guys. You guys will be in the stadium, and they're gonna take your wallet and your manhood. And we just died laughing. I went back and bought all the all the peanuts and sunflower seeds for everybody just for that line. And when we got in the stadium, all of a sudden, this whistle goes off, and we're sitting. Everybody had to come down out of their seats in the bowels of the stadium, pouring down rain for about a half hour, but went in there and had the best time of our life. And for me, it's just Wrigley. Wrigley is just. It's just like you said. Someone said you step in there. It was 2022, but I was back in 1920.
Wow!
And just imagining Ernie Banks at shortstop. I was a kid all over again. But it was just a great time, and for me, it's Wrigley all day.
Wow, that's amazing. Wrigley was great. I was glad to experience Wrigley. Here's an underrated one. I just saw this on the text line because we don't even talk about college basketball cathedrals. Kemet Indoor Stadium, Duke University. I've got to get there. Now, it may not hit the same because Coach K is no longer coaching, Mike Krzyzewski. But I will say this. I watched Mike Krzyzewski's last win ever as the coach of Duke University when they beat Arkansas in the Elite Eight right here at Chase Center. March Madness was right here at Chase Center, and Duke University was here. I was blown away. Allen Fieldhouse, Kansas. You ever been there, FP?
No.
It looks pretty sick.
Chapel Hill be good.
Chapel Hill be great. Rupp Arena, Kentucky. Not mad at that. There's a lot of cathedrals. I can just go on the tour. Just go to all these stadiums. That's what I want to do. I want to take baby Chaz. I hear about dads taking their kids on baseball tours during the summer. I want to do that. Just go up and down the East Coast one year. We go to Fenway. We knock out Yankee Stadium. We go to Citi Field. I've been to Citi Field. There's nothing special about that.
It's okay.
It's all right.
If it's a big game, it's loud.
It's all right.
It is.
It's all right. Citizens Bank Park, Philadelphia. Not bad. It's all right.
It's good.
It's all right.
They're all good in the big leagues.
They're all good in the big league. Well,
they're all good.
Most of them are good in the big leagues.
They're all good.
Most of them are good in the big leagues here. We'll get back into the Warriors here in just a second as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in AC1 San Francisco. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. And shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. Bonte, come with us Cal fans next year. Maybe I will.
Canes are coming to town.
Don't Campbell. I got to get to Florida State. Go see my Noles in Tallahassee. Because whenever you watch a game in Tallahassee, it's a big game. And I know you hate Florida State, FP. But the stadium, the cameras are always shaking. They're always shaking because Florida State's on some crazy run. They're blowing some team out. The cameras are like shaking.
Been there, dude. It's cool.
It's cool, right?
It's cool.
Bobby Boughton, dadgummit.
When Chief whatever throws the flaming thing
Chief
into
Osceola.
Chief Osceola.
Yeah, they that whole town of Tallahassee. Because I was there, it was 2013 Miami, Florida State. Both teams were undefeated, top 10 at the time, and that whole town was just.
Oh, so you went to that game?
I did go to that game. I didn't get into the stadium. The tickets were too expensive, too hard to get. But we just wanted to, be in Tallahassee before we ended up finding some sports bar around the block from it. But that whole town, all day long, it was from 7 in the morning when College Game Day started. I actually went to College Game Day that morning. Got on TV at College Game Day that morning.
You.
And
Give yourself a drip, dude.
Like a couple drips.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah,
from like 6 in the morning to 11 that night, it was just a nonstop party in that town.
Oh, man. The Swamp, Florida.
Dude, no, you got to go to South Bend Saturday in South Bend.
Oh, my gosh.
Trust me on that.
So
Saturday in South Bend. Even if you hate the Irish, Saturday in South Bend. Sick.
That weekend when the Niners were in Chicago, the Giants were in Chicago, Notre Dame was playing.
I think Tom Tolbert did that whole trip, by the way.
Yeah.
The one you're talking about.
Yeah. Notre Dame was playing that Saturday.
Yeah.
And I forget who they were hosting. And I told Ed, I said, you want to drive to South Bend? Forget this Giants-Cubs game. We can always come back to Wrigley. Let's see what's up with Notre Dame. You're right. Play like a champion. Touchdown, Jesus. That's got to be on the bucket list.
Sick.
And then here's another underrated one in basketball. Underrated. Because I've always wanted to go to the Big East tournament, Madison Square Garden, all those classic teams, Syracuse, Georgetown, UConn, Villanova. I've always St. John's.
I know where you're going.
Boston College.
You're going Carrier Dome.
Yeah, somebody just texted us.
I didn't see it.
Oh, yeah.
I just knew that's where you're going.
Somebody just said Georgetown, Syracuse at the Carrier Dome. Who was that on YouTube who said that? Who was that? I don't know who it was, but Georgetown, Syracuse, Carrier Dome.
They only use half of it for basketball.
Right. Yep. They put the big blue tarp on.
Yeah, they put like the curtain, and they only use half for basketball, and then football, they open it all up. It's huge.
Wow.
On campus, too.
On campus.
Right in the middle of campus.
I love that. All right, 888-957-9570. However, we're going to get back to the biggest story of the day around here in the Bay Area. Klay Thompson obviously coming off the bench. Warriors have won 6 straight road games, but Andrew Wiggins is going to be out for some time due to personal reasons. We'll play this out from Steve Kerr on the other side. We'll have a little conversation about that. It is a private matter, but we'll get FP's perspective on being a pro athlete and dealing with these type of situations. What happens behind the scenes with these situations here. We're going to respect Andrew Wiggins' privacy, but it is a big story. He was playing his best basketball. The Warriors are starting to roll. We only have 25 games left, and it's the second straight year something like this has happened for Andrew Wiggins, and it's very unfortunate, but we know how it went last year. We'll see how it goes this year. We'll get into that coming up on the other side here on The Roast.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steve. It's got the big fat contract extension. 2 years, $35 million, and he joined Willard and Mark Grandy yesterday right here on 95.7 The Game. But the biggest story, 888-957-9570. It's a tough situation to navigate. For the second straight season, Andrew Wiggins has had to leave the team due to personal reasons. Last year, missed over, I believe, 24, 25 games, and he came back for the playoffs, and we're wishing him the best. We're wishing him the best. Basketball's just a game. You got to take care of your personal stuff. You need to step away, then you need to step away. It's none of our business here. Warriors aren't playing good basketball. There's 25 games left. They're fighting for their lives for a playoff spot. Andrew Wiggins in his last 15 games, 15 points a game, 5 rebounds, 53.8% from the floor, 46.5% from the three-point line. He's playing great defense. He's playing some really good basketball. So you hate to see it happen. We have no idea what's going on. Steve Kerr was asked about it yesterday with Willard and Grandy. Here's what Steve Kerr had to say about it.
I just think that, we're in a position where, Wiggs is a private person. And so he's asked to keep it private, and we're going to honor that. So, it doesn't help for me to sit here and try to explain any of that. The bottom line is, we respect Wiggs. We need him, and we fully expect him back, but we just don't know what that will be.
So they fully expect him back, just don't know what it'll be. Sounds like it won't be on this road trip here. That's tough because you think about the Celtics and who they have and the way Wiggins defends Tatum and Brown, Toronto Raptors and their athleticism, and of course, tonight against the New York Knicks at the Garden. And you just want to be wholesome. One thing with the Warriors is this year, FP, it's been inconsistencies with the rotations and the lineup. Guys have been hurt, guys have been suspended, in and out of the lineup, whether they're starting or coming off the bench. It just seems like they haven't been wholesome all season long. And so Chris Paul comes back, Wiggins is out due to personal reasons. And you said something right away where you said, man, I'm really concerned here, personal reasons. You saw the alert from Anthony Slater the other day.
Yeah, and it's cool that the Warriors are respecting that. And from a personal standpoint, you never want to sit here and go, like, I wonder what's going on or speculate if it's too important to miss games. But like, whatever you got going on, you got going on. I mean, the fact that this has happened, like, now again this year, and it happened for 2 months last year, like, man, if you're playing at the highest level, like I said earlier, repeating myself, like, the locker room and your teammates are your sanctuary. Whatever you got going on in your personal life, when you get there, hopefully you can compartmentalize and you get that escape for 5, 6, 7 hours, whatever it is. At least that's how I rolled. Everybody's different, right? The beautiful thing about a locker room or a clubhouse is that you have so many different guys from different walks of life with different beliefs. And then you all come together and you mesh as one and you check your egos at the door and try to win games. So from a personal standpoint, that if he's not coming to games last year or this year, that's serious. From the player standpoint, if I go player mode, like, I wonder how the other guys are feeling about, like, they have 25 games left. They're making a sprint to the finish line. They're trying to get out of the play-in game. They're trying to repeat, win Steph his 5th title, win Clay and Dre another title for Steve Kerr. Like, right. From a player standpoint, like, they're missing him right now. And it's the second year this has happened.
Right.
That something in his personal life has preceded his professional life. And you have to be sensitive to whatever the issue is. But like, from a player standpoint, like, I don't know when he's going to leave, and I don't know when he's going to be back. Puts me in a precarious situation as an organization, as a coach, and as a player. Like, when is he coming back? I don't know. So there's been 2 years now where something is so serious that he's missed time.
Right.
Like, I don't want to be insensitive here, and it's all due respect to what's going on. But if I can't count on him being there for me the last stretch, that this is so serious that it couldn't wait another 25 games, and now I'm counting on him because all of a sudden his game is what it used to be. And then somebody else steps up, and then he comes back, and whoever steps up is Moses Moody, and he goes off tonight, and he starts to play well. Now he goes back to the bench. Like, from a basketball standpoint, yeah, it sucks that he's not going to be there for me. And then I don't know if this is going to happen again. And do I know if he's going to be there for me? And I understand that the personal life is obviously more important. Anthony Rendon just came out and said this a couple of weeks ago and got crushed for it, that his family comes first and his personal life comes first. And now you have to be respectful, but like, is he going to be there for me? I don't know. And when is he coming back? I don't know. It kind of leaves the organization up in the air, and the team and the teammates. And so behind the scenes, I don't know how they're feeling about this. They obviously are doing the right things and saying the right things. Right. But like, if I got to sprint to the finish line, he's not there. That I don't know. That's kind of hard for me as a teammate to be like, oh man, because Bonte, we all have personal things, man. We all have things in our life. I have stuff right now. You have stuff right now. Loveman has more than all of us probably put together in this personal. I'm just joking.
No, he does.
But like, we all have things. So like, when you sign up for 81 games or you sign up for 162 games, like this is probably a little too old school approach. You sign up for that. And I got to know you're going to be there for me. Like, I got to know you're going to be there for me. And I understand that they're being super respectful and they're letting him step away from the team again. Right. So is he going to step away from the team again next year? Like, so these are things that I'm trying to tread lightly here and be respectful. Right. But like with 25 games left and we're trying to get somewhere and now you're not there, it's like, damn, when are you coming back? And is this going to happen again? What's going on? We respect that. So I think it's dangerous to speculate what's too important to step away, what's not important to step away. The fact that he's not there would be a concern for me if I was in that locker room.
Yeah, wow. That's from a former player, folks. That's FP Santangelo. And that was well said, man. That was well said, because I don't know what it's like to be in the locker room with teammates.
I need you there, man.
Not at that level.
Come hug
obviously.
me. We'll get through this together. Right. Let's go ball out for 3 hours. Let's win a game. And I need you there, man. So I don't know. And if it happens once, great. But if it's going to start to happen, like this is strange. This is strange. That's all I'll say. It's strange.
Yeah, and we're not going to speculate what's going on with him. Obviously, it's a private matter, and we're going to respect that it's a private matter. Steve Kerr respected the fact that it was a private matter. But Steve saying that we don't know when he's going to come back, and kind of came out of nowhere, right? Wiggins just playing good basketball, and boom, something personal happens. That's life, man, right? That's life. You never know.
We all have life, dude.
Life throws you curveballs all the time. Our brother Joe Shasky, the butcher, is just going through it. I don't know where his dad passed.
The whole team went through it with Coach Decky this year, and they needed time to regroup. And the league was super cool to give them that time. So I respect whatever's going on, but I guarantee you there's a lot of guys in a lot of locker rooms around a lot of sports that got a lot going on too.
Yeah, that's well said from a professional athlete here. Let's go to Michael in San Francisco. Michael has some thoughts on Andrew Wiggins. Michael, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yeah, no, I just called in 1 second because, listening to FP saying what he was saying, really enjoy him filling in, and my heart goes out to Joe Shasky, whose journey obviously we're all sort of following. And at the same time, we're respectful of Joe being away and, mourning what he's doing and going through the loss that he's going through. And who knows with Wiggins, I get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying about, you're a teammate, you signed up for it. This is your job. You got to show up, but we just don't know, we don't know what people are going through. And I think you just got to give people their space. And in the same way we're finding it in our heart to do that for others that we work with directly, I just think it's important to kind of have that same reflection for Wiggins. That's all. I really enjoy the show. It makes me feel like I have a new home, and I appreciate the chance to call in.
Anytime, Michael. I appreciate that, man. Well said there. Well said there. Yeah, everybody's going to feel different about the situation, and I'm not going to knock anybody for feeling differently about the situation. I'm not going to go there. Not going to go there. I'm just looking at it from a basketball's perspective. Missing Andrew Wiggins. I'm going to treat it like an injury, right? We don't know injuries, you kind of know when somebody's going to come back and get a timeout or whatnot, but you get the whole, we're going to reevaluate somebody in 10 days. We're going to reevaluate somebody in 2 weeks. I'm going to treat this injury like that. And so from a basketball standpoint, what the Warriors are missing now, as they have won 11-14, you're missing your top individual defender in Andrew Wiggins. Guy's going to cut the head off of the snake. Whether it's Jalen Brunson tonight, Dante DiVincenzo, whether it's Scotty Barnes tomorrow, whether it's Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum on Sunday. That's Andrew Wiggins right there. We know Andrew Wiggins will lock somebody down, and he was playing some of the best defense he's played all season. So you're missing that. You're missing 15 points per game. You're missing another perimeter defender. You're missing another guy who can attack the basket and dunk on your head. And so it comes at a time in which you're trying to make this push for the playoffs. It's 25 games left. It's time to go, baby. No more time to mess around. We're trying to stack wins. Lakers win last night and come back against the Clippers. You get a break from Sacramento losing. You get a break from New Orleans losing. You got a chance to really stack wins here and move up in the standings. And it's going to be hard because this team depends on Andrew Wiggins to be a two-way player, to be a two-way stud. And unfortunately, he's going to be out. And from a basketball standpoint, it's the worst possible timing. Chris Paul just came back. He just got back. And now you're trying to set your rotations. And now Steve Kerr's probably thinking, gosh, man, we're going to respect Andrew Wiggins and we know he's going through it and we can't do anything about that. But damn, now I got to start Moody. And when Wiggins does come back, if he does come back at some point, now I got to saw him back in. And now what happens? He's going to need a couple games to find his rhythm. So the timing's just like, from a basketball standpoint, it just sucks that it's 25 games left and you're just getting healthy and wholesome and something personal happens. And, you know, obviously the life throws you the curveball here with the personal stuff, but damn, man, it stinks.
I think it's magnified because it happened last year and it was 2 months. And now it's go time and it's happened again. Like, all due respect to whatever's happened, because there's far more important things in life than sports. Like, we're in the fun business, dude. We get to talk about sports. We get to go watch sports for a living. But like, you just said if he comes back.
I don't know if he's going to come back.
But I'm just saying, like,
we know he was going to come back last year.
The fact that you're saying if he comes back, there's guys in that locker room wondering if he's going to come back and can we count on him coming back? And I don't know if he's coming back. You get so desensitized as a player with guys getting traded, guys getting hurt, like, and missing time, and this guy's not here and that guy's. So you kind of get into your routine and your bubble, and you go about your business on a daily basis, and you go out there and compete. But then, yeah, this is probably hard for those guys. It's hard for Andrew, what he's going through, of course, but it's hard for those guys in the locker room to not know if and when. And they're going to say all the right things, dude. Trust me. Steve's going to say the right things. Joe Lacob's going to say the right things. All the players are going to say the right things. But I'm wondering, just going into player mode, if they're just like, damn, I don't know if we can count on him being here this year. So we have to compartmentalize this and just go out and play. And I don't know if we can rely on him. I don't from a basketball, pure basketball standpoint. And that's hard, man.
It is hard. It is hard. Again, here's what Steve Kerr said about the Wiggins situation yesterday right here on 95.7 The Game with Willard and Mark Grandy.
I just think that, you know, we're in a position where, you know, Wiggs is a private person, and so he's asked to keep it private, and we're going to honor that. So, you know, it doesn't help for me to sit here and try to explain any of that. The bottom line is, you know, we respect Wiggs. We need him, and we fully expect him back, but we just don't know what that will be.
So the Warriors are going to have to navigate without Andrew Wiggins. And look, man, again, nobody here wants to know what the reason is. I just hope he's okay. I just hope his mentals are okay. I hope his family's okay. Obviously, it's a private matter. I don't even know what the hell's going on. I don't know anything.
Let me ask you this, Bonte.
I just hope he's okay.
Let me ask you this. Not to interrupt, and I'm sorry for doing that.
No, you're all good.
When has this ever happened in pro sports?
What,
where guys have just stepped away for personal reasons, and it's been so accepted and so empathized with.
I remember remember Barry stepped away in spring training when his son Nikolai had the Barry Sanders jersey on.
But what other team do you remember this happening and twice?
Right, I don't remember.
I mean, so
I don't recall anything like this happening. I don't. I mean, it's what makes the Warriors first class, right? It makes their organization great because they do allow players to step away for personal reasons, and they put family first over basketball. So I respect the hell out of the Warriors for, you know, granting this privacy to Andrew Wiggins and say, hey, look, man, you go do what you got to do. When you're right, come back. We'll be here for you. I commend the Warriors for that, no doubt. But I don't know when it's happened. Fee, I don't. Maybe Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
Ben Simmons.
He stepped away, right? Because he was having anxiety or something?
He was having mental issues, anxiety, and He hasn't played much since the Philadelphia days.
I will say this, and I'm trying not to be insensitive here. If this, we talked about venues and our favorite places, and there's a lot of East Coast in there. If this was a Philadelphia or New York radio station, they'd be crushing Wiggins right now.
There's no doubt.
They'd be crushing him. Like, they would. That's just how it's different back there. So I understand you have to be sensitive. Whatever he's going through, I wouldn't wish that on anyone, because reiterating, if it's that big that you step away from your team at the biggest moment of the year when you have the most momentum and you're trying to achieve things and you're going for number 5 and you think in that locker room, trust me, based on what Draymond said, they're all thinking about that. Right. They're all thinking number 5. Let's go.
Right.
We're 11 of 14. We're playing well. We're on the road trip. We win our first game. Going to the Garden tonight. And then all of a sudden somebody's not there. Like This is just weird.
It's very strange. It's very strange here. And it puts the team in a tough situation here. Guys got to step up and show up, but it's a great opportunity for Moses Moody. It's a great opportunity for Klay Thompson, who's embraced his bench role, which Steve Kerr touched on.
I think he's handled it really well. He seems more comfortable, more relaxed playing this last week. He had a tough shooting night last week against somebody. Maybe it was the Lakers. I can't remember, but he played great. And the fact that he was competitive and moving the ball and making sharp plays on a night when he was shooting poorly, that was the ultimate display of just a comfort level that he's in right now. And so he's really embraced it and playing at a high level, and it's fun to see.
So Klay Thompson has turned it around, which is a positive sign for the Golden State Warriors.
There's so much positive going on with this team right now.
5 games off the bench, 20 points a game, 45% from the 3-point line, 48% from the floor. But again, as soon as that Steve Curry interview was done, I got multiple texts. Bonte, man, you're the Warriors pre- and post-game host. Andrew Wiggins? I'm like, dude, I don't know. It's a personal matter. I don't know.
One foot on the gas, one on the brake.
The timing wasn't great last year. He was starting to play good basketball last year when he stepped away. And he stepped away for 2 months. And then just from a basketball, I'm going to speak from a basketball standpoint because I don't know what goes on in that locker room. But your perspective as a former big league player, I think, is warranted here. I want to hear from you, FP, about that, as you just did. Spoke about it. But from a basketball standpoint, I'm just thinking when he does come back, how many games does it take him to get back into rhythm? Does Moody all of a sudden go from starting to getting DNPs again? Because I remember last year when he did come back for the playoffs, all of a sudden, Jonathan Kaminga is nowhere to be found when he was starting to play 20 minutes a game without Andrew Wiggins. And Kaminga was ascending. We all forget that. When Wiggins was out, Kaminga was starting to play well. We're like, oh, you got a player here. Wiggins comes back. Kaminga doesn't play much in the postseason. And then he's pressing. I don't, just from a basketball standpoint, it's just like, man, you're just getting close to being healthy. Chris Paul's back. You got 2 sick lineups here, the bench lineup, the starting lineup. You're starting to roll. You won 11 to 14. You're playing the best basketball of your career. So from a basketball standpoint, gosh, it's just horrible timing because the guy was playing good hoops.
He was. It didn't take Chris Paul but a minute to come back after missing 21 days or 21 games, whatever he missed. I keep getting that mixed up. But yeah, I don't know. Go Moses Moody is all I'm saying. Let's go. Like I'm all of a sudden I'm a huge fan of Moses Moody. Let's go. This is your time to shine. Like go off. Just play hard. Help your team win. Have the Klay attitude. Whatever it takes to win a game. The Knicks are banged up. We'll see what happens tonight.
Now, I understand that some fans want an explanation. They want to know everything.
Jalen Brunson's got a sore neck, hopefully still.
He is questionable. Warriors are 4.5-point favorites. Royce White from the Rockets. I remember Royce White. Where's he from? Iowa State? Iowa State. He had anxiety, didn't want to fly. That basically derailed his NBA career. Just couldn't fly.
Dude, there's some white knucklers on the Giants right now.
Really?
There's some guys that's common. That's way more common than you think.
Players just don't want to fly. They'd rather take a team bus or something. Or
there was a saying on the Yankees charter that I heard over the years that Jeter's on the plane, we won't crash.
Wow.
There's no way we're crashing. Jeter's on the plane.
Oh, that's hilarious.
But like you think about it, like as a player a lot because your odds are a lot greater because you're flying. So you travel 100,000 miles a year. You're always on a plane.
You're always on a plane.
And I got some scary stories. But like,
Boy.
Statistically speaking, isn't it still the safest mode of transportation?
Yeah.
Shout out Superman.
Statistically speaking, too, you don't survive. You don't survive that crash.
Yeah, knock on wood.
Yeah. If it happens, it ain't a fender bender, bro.
Yeah, no, it's not. You're not.
You ain't calling your insurance company to fix a dent.
No, it's good night, Irene. I was watching this video on private planes because we talk a lot about private planes and the PJ life and all that stuff. And I know you have experience with that.
About this.
Yeah, but they were saying flying private is actually a lot more dangerous.
Yeah, it is.
It
is. I don't know why. Why is it?
I don't know. I've never been on a private plane. You tell me.
I don't know. Maybe the pilot's just going, what's this button do?
Right. Oh, are the buttons different?
What's this button do? maybe
it's different training practice.
Maybe going to private pilot school, they just hand out degrees like truck driving school. Not that there's anything wrong with driving a truck.
Here's the thing about the Wiggins situation that was very irresponsible about a lot of people. There were so many rumors. And 860, you're so spot on. Comcast business text line. There's no problem with stepping away. I think the thing that makes fans mad is no information on why they are out. It creates rumors, which is dangerous.
Yeah.
And that is dangerous because the rumors that was getting spread about Andrew Wiggins last season was absolutely nasty and irresponsible. And you had media members out there speculating and spreading rumors. And it just became just nasty, just downright nasty.
But Bonte, if this is a thing, though, and it's going to constantly happen,
right?
For what the reasons are probably justified.
Right.
But if it's a thing from a player standpoint, if this becomes a consistent thing, right?
But you know what the rumors?
I don't want to put you on the spot.
Yeah, no, but you know what?
No, the rumors.
The rumors. It was what I was speaking to. It was like just people were just making up things and saying this and saying that, and it's just like, all right, I'm not going to speculate.
We live in a TMZ society, dude.
We do.
And
which is which
people want reasons.
Hey,
people want to blame somebody.
And kudos to Wiggins, because in the TMZ era, he was able to keep everything private. Nothing got out. Kudos to him and the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
Nothing got out. Let's go to Anthony and Hayward.
They tightened it up since the tape got out.
They tightened it up. Let's go to Anthony real quick. Anthony and Hayward, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, shout out to Andrew Wiggins. I know he's going through a lot. It's personal. We don't need to know what the details and everything, but I'm more on FP's side. His teammates are counting on him. This is the second go-around. I know it's sports and all, but it is his job. It is his primary income, just like our regular jobs. Like, hey, I'm driving through the Altamont right now to go to work. I got a lot of personal stuff. My mom's going to surgery next week, but I got to be to work. So my coworkers are counting on me. So I don't know. It's mixed. But shout out to Andrew Wiggins, whatever he's going through. Hopefully he goes good. But at the end of the day, I'm rooting for Moses Moody to ball out.
Yeah, let's go.
Get that starting role. Yeah, let's go.
It's a great opportunity for Moses Moody. A great opportunity for him. Again, we don't know how long Wiggins is going to be out, but I will be.
But even just saying that,
right?
We don't know how long he's going to be out. They don't know how long he's going to be out. It's go time right now.
It is go time. 25 games left. 25 games left.
I'm not saying that what he's going through isn't important. I'm not being insensitive to that, but it's go time. So whoever's there, Moses Moody, go get him. And I hear what that guy's saying, dude. Like we all have stuff. If you went around a big league locker room with 26 guys and they were just, hey, we're going to be honest and open today.
Right.
We're gonna share what's going on in our person. You'd be shocked at some of the things you heard.
Shocked.
I bet.
Shocked.
If you did this in this office building today and you went around the room and you say, we're all just going to share our stories. You'd be like, whoa. That whole thing is like, be nice to everybody. You don't know what they're going through. You're in a coffee shop. Have you ever seen those memes where it's like, they got the thing over their head, like, I just got divorced. My dog died today. You just don't know what people are going through. Everyone's going through stuff.
And as you was just speaking there, I was just thinking through my head, that last call right there was talking about work and going to my job and I have to work. I do want to be careful here. What these professional athletes do are completely different than what we do on a regular basis.
It is, Bonte, but it isn't.
It is and it isn't. And I understand why people say, well, I can't take PTO. I have to do this and I have to do that. No, I understand. But we do take PTO. We do take time off.
Yeah, but the thing I hate the most, Bonte, is like he's making this much. He should.
Right.
No,
I'm not buying that.
Nothing to do with
I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that.
My thing is that these guys are human beings too.
Right. That's what I'm. But it is different. It is different. You know what I'm saying? They are human, just like us. We take our PTO, just like them. We just haven't seen it much in professional sports. We haven't seen it much. But I wonder how many players have wanted to take like I'd rather have a player, if there's something personal happening and a player's struggling, I'd rather that player step away. Hey, go ahead and do what you got to do. Come back to the team when you're ready to play, when you're mentally ready to play. That's okay. You want to take some, and I bet you players in the past have been so scared about that because of the society we're in. Times have changed. Times have changed. We're a little more sensitive to everything. We're outgoing about mental health. I bet you players that you played with in the past, FP was like, damn, I'm struggling. I can't get away. I need to get away. And they couldn't because jobs were on the line. People were so quick to say, oh, you're soft, this and that, blah, blah, blah. Think about when we talked about mental health, say, 20 years ago.
Right.
We're considered soft.
But Bonte, my ex-wife had to talk me into getting into the car to go to Dodger Stadium 4 or 5 times that year. I didn't want to go to the ballpark. I hated it so much. I didn't like it. They were treating me like I was a piece of meat. I didn't love the whole setting there. And she's like, you worked your whole life to be a big league athlete, big major league player, get in the car, it'll be okay. So I'm a big mental health guy. I suffer from anxiety myself. Right. I deal with it every day.
Think about how we were called soft if you went to therapy. Yeah. Now it's acceptable.
You were just nervous back then.
Right.
But like I'm all about mental health and that's the most important thing. I'm just saying right now, from a player standpoint, sprint to the finish line.
Yeah.
You just wish he was there for you. And the fact that you don't know when he's going to be there for you or you don't know when he's coming back and just to not know and not know if I can rely on that, that's hard.
I'm 100% with you when it comes to the basketball stuff. 25 games left. You have momentum. You won 11 of 14. Chris Paul just came back. Klay Thompson's embraced his bench role. Let's go, baby. You got Draymond Green chirping saying, hey, we are legit contenders. We don't fear nobody in the Western Conference. And you know what? You shouldn't fear anybody in the Western Conference. Let's go. It's the timing of it. Oh, I understand completely. From a basketball standpoint, it's like, damn. And I'm just looking at the 3 games coming up on the road trip. Tonight, tomorrow, we saw Toronto come to Chase Center earlier this season and kick the Warriors' ass. They won by 30. They were long, athletic, big. You need a guy like Wiggins in that game. Then you go to TD Garden on Sunday against Boston, and who's their 2 best players? 2 guys Wiggins would be defending on the perimeter, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. Damn, it's going to suck if he doesn't play in that game. From a basketball standpoint, hell yeah, I'm a little ticked. But I understand that, hey, this guy's going through something. And if he is, just got to respect it and deal with it. It is what it is. It is what it is. What are we going to do? Kick and scream and yell and say, get this guy, cut the guy off the team?
These guys have been through so much this year.
So much.
With not knowing if Draymond's going to be there indefinitely.
Decky passes away.
Draymond's been suspended like 46 times this year.
Steph Paul's hurt. GP2's hurt.
You just get him back.
You know, Wiggins was in and out of the starting lineup. Kaminga's, hey, get me out of here. Steve Kerr lost my trust. They had to talk it over. He gets a haircut. All of a sudden, he's playing back. It's just so much going on with this team.
Dude.
So much going on.
It's like Real Housewives of Golden State.
Man, let's go to Jordan and San Leandro. Jordan, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. Long-time listener, first-time caller. So I'm on the road right now. You guys are doing an excellent job. But real quick, I just wanted to make it less about Wiggins. I feel like the Warriors have maximized what Wiggins was going on as a player. But it's Moses Moody time, I think, in my opinion. So I just want to see him grow. But I would like the conversation to be less about Wiggs and more about Moody. I think this is his time right here. But
I respect
I just wanted to keep it short. Thank you guys again, man.
I respect that.
Bonte, what's your thoughts on Moody? Like, what do you think about him as a player? Like, we had Coach on yesterday, and he was talking about he shows his youth sometimes and his inexperience.
Right.
But like from what I see, I'm excited for him. What I saw the other night in Washington, I'm excited for him. What are your thoughts on Moody and his lack of playing time or not being in the rotation? Now he's starting. He played so well the other night.
I don't get it. Honestly, I don't get it. Before he got hurt, He had back-to-back games of season highs, 21 points, play solid defense. He knows where to be, right spot. Is he the most athletic swingman, small forward? No, he's not. But he seems to know where to be. He seems to be in the right spots. And next thing you know, he gets hurt. He comes back and he doesn't play. And I like Lester Quinones, but all of a sudden he trumps and leapfrogs Moses Moody in a rotation. So I want to know who Moses Moody is. He's played some big games for the Warriors. When they won the championship, he was pivotal in that Game 2 against the Dallas Mavericks. Pivotal Game 5 against the Mavericks. Had moments last year in the playoffs. And then you just think about, here's Moses Moody's career in a nutshell with the Golden State Warriors. Sacramento earlier this year, Warriors are up 22. They blow the lead. Moody plays in the fourth quarter, hits 4 threes. Boom, 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 boom. Back and forth. All net. You're like, wow, look at Moses Moody. 4 threes in the fourth quarter. And then he gets benched in the last 4 minutes and a half. Because of the field, and Steve Curry was like, hey, I regret not playing Moody and sticking with him. That's his Warriors career in a nutshell. Get a little tease here and there of what he can do, and then boom, he's on the bench.
He seems like a fan favorite.
He is, because he stays ready, low maintenance, no ego. Look at him hit the 3. When he dropped Landry Shamet on the 3 the other night, just ran back down the floor like nothing happened. Hey, just another day at the court, on the courts.
Do you know how hard it is from like a adrenaline mental standpoint to be like, have your coach one day say you're not in the rotation, but that could change, and the next day you're just in the starting lineup.
You're in the starting lineup.
And you're just like, I got to control my pulse. I got to control my pulse. I'm starting tonight. I was not even playing.
I'm not. Look, and
I'm on the end of the bench, and then I'm starting, and then to be able to control your emotions and your pulse. And to do what he did in that game, to me, like, that's why I like him all of a sudden more than I did before.
Well, just think about some of the classic games the Warriors have had over the last 3 years. He had a memorable game. One game, Curry doesn't even get a shot off in the fourth quarter against Dallas. Well, you know what? Moses Moody hit like 5 or 6 threes in that game, if I'm not mistaken, especially in the fourth quarter. He was just on fire. On fire. Some of the games the veterans didn't play. Classic game in San Antonio. Moody's diving all over the floor. All over the floor. Picking up loose balls, hustling, rebounds, all that stuff. The kid deserves a shot to get some run. And now what do? If he starts playing well from a basketball standpoint, I just tell Steve Kerr, stick with it. You know what, Wiggins, you're going to have to get back in the rotation to earn that spot again. You know, it is what it is from a basketball standpoint. Because we don't have time to wait for guys to get their rhythm. Like, I saw him work Chris Paul in. Okay, cool. Chris Paul's ready to roll. He's playing well. We're right with him. But Wiggins is a rhythm guy. He is. He's a rhythm and flow guy. He's got to get in that rhythm. So, Moses Moody's got the short head of the stick. And fans do love him because they understand how professional he's been. Fans love a professional, FP, a guy who doesn't complain, who doesn't sulk. I'm sure he's not happy with coming off the bench. But the fact that he was ready to roll against Washington says a lot about Moses Moody and his professionalism.
Yeah, I like that. I'm just thinking something while you're talking.
What's that?
And I kind of mentioned it already, that everybody is just like, respect Andrew Wiggins, and we are, because you don't know what's going on in his personal life. But then there's a guy like Anthony Rendon that came out and said that his faith and his family are more important than baseball, and it's just a job for him. And I think the one thing I go back to is I've been in a lot of clubhouses with a lot of guys, and one of the beautiful thing about that is it's a wide spectrum of beliefs. Some guys eat, drink, and sleep it. Some guys, they check in with a briefcase, it's their job. They're just so good at it, they're so talented at it, that they just get paid a lot of money to do it, and that's their job.
Right.
So while everyone's being respectful for obvious reasons of why Andrew Wiggins stepped away, there's a guy like Anthony Rendon that's getting paid probably a little bit more.
Yep.
And then he comes out and says that baseball's not his number one priority, and everybody crushes him. And everybody's dragging him all over, and he's like the most hated guy in the history of the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim right now. Because he was honest, and he said what he believes. I know he's played like 40 games, 40 games,
he hasn't
40
played
games.
well.
He hasn't played.
Right.
So he stepped away from baseball, but it's because of injuries.
Right.
And he said there's more important things in his life than baseball. Obviously, there's more important things in life for all of us than our job. But Andrew Wiggins steps away, and everybody's okay. We'll respect that. But Anthony Rendon says that, and he gets dragged. Is that a bad comparison? It could be. As I'm saying that on the air, I think it might be bad.
Well, I think I'm
just trying to wrap my head around both of them.
I hear you. I would see. I can see how some fans will be mad because they see what happened to Oakland last year. You know, him stepping up to a fan.
That's out of his character. I don't know what's going on with that, dude.
And they see the production. You know, the reason I think so many people are invested in Andrew Wiggins is because we know this guy is a very important player on his basketball team.
He just started playing like the old Andrew Wiggins.
Dude, he's been hooping.
Aggressive, confident.
Again, last 16 games, he's shooting 54% from the floor, 46 from three, and playing some excellent defense. Excellent defense. He's a great player. That's why fans are like, he was outside of Steph Curry, he was the most important player during that championship run.
And he's a likable dude.
Likable. I love Andrew Wiggins. Chill, low-key, low-maintenance, smiles. I mean, wow. I don't know, man. This stinks, man. I hope he's all right, man, because to have to step away from the team again, you know it's serious. Let's go to Horace in Texas real quick. We got Horace, and then we'll get to Willie, and then we'll break and get to Anthony Slater at the top of the hour. Horace, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Oh, man, everything's great, man. Everything great. How you guys doing?
Good, Horace.
Hey, before I get into the Wiggins thing, I just want to tell you guys are doing a great job, especially the way you even reporting this Wiggins stuff. You FP, no, man, you're saying exactly what you're supposed to say in a situation like that. I understand everything that you're saying, and it's spot on. So keep talking the way you're talking, man. You're not offending anybody with what you're saying.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. But anyway, getting to the Wiggins thing, man. As fans, we get pissed off when we hear news like that, especially because it's a coincidence of it happened like about this time last year, same thing, but you got to respect him because it must be something very, very serious and important to him to step away, especially, he was in a slump all year and now he's playing great and now he's got to step away again. So it's got to be something really, really serious on his end. So we got to respect that. As much as we, want to know what's going on, you got to respect that. But my thing is this: hey, Moses Moody, here's your chance. Let's ball out, buddy. I remember when Trent Green went down. Whose turn was it? Kurt Warner had to step up. So that's just my thoughts on it. What you guys think?
What do you think, FP?
Next man up. Let's go. I'm excited to watch the game tonight. Garden, they're playing well. Knicks are good. They're a little dinged up, but still the Garden. Big game from Steph tonight. I'm excited to watch the pregame show, though. That's what I'm most excited about. I'm excited to see my man Bonte's suit tonight.
I got to figure that out. We got something big before happening.
He be blending into the couch, bro.
Yeah, not recently. Ever since May Buddy said that, I've been very cognizant. Light gray suits, dark gray suits.
Oh, you went chameleon?
Black suits. Because the chairs are blue.
You went camouflage?
May Buddy's like, you be blended into the couch, bro. That's the legend of May Buddy. There's a story behind that one. Willie in Oakland. Willie, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for taking my call. I think everything you said, as the last caller mentioned about Wiggins, is on point. I mean, who knows what he's going through in his personal life, whether that's a medical issue personally or for his family. So thoughts go out to him. But I think my focus here is on Steve Kerr. Because as you guys mentioned with Moody, I think it's just absolutely ridiculous that he goes from no playing time to inserted into the starting lineup. He's just messing with people's minds. I mean, how can someone develop a flow if they think at any moment they're going to be benched for an entire game or the next game they're going to start? It took, obviously, Kaminga to call him out in order to get playing time. Now Moody is getting inserted into the starting lineup, and if he plays well, then what? I mean, is he going to end up on the bench? He has no idea. I think Kerr really needs to recalibrate how he's messing with people's mental health. Obviously, this has been a struggle all year for many players, and I think he's not doing us any favors by the way he rotates his players on the court.
Good call, Willie. We'll get to that on the other side with Anthony Slater. Rotations. I actually texted him Slater because at some point Steve Kerr will need to shorten the rotation, especially as you get ready for the playoffs. Pat Riley had the famous quote. What was it? Play 8, rotate 7, trust 5. Something like that. I got to pull the exact quote up. But Pat Riley's like, I don't believe in playing more than 8 guys. Got to go with our dudes.
Trust 5 and make sure your superstar's really happy.
Right. Make sure he's happy.
Make sure he's happy.
Injury report time.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Warriors are in the Big Apple taking on the New York Knicks, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch that. That's where Steph Curry, of course, broke that record. By the way, the quote was, use 8, rotate 7, play 6, trust 5. There you go.
Nice.
Use 8, rotate 7, play 6, and trust 5 there. That's from Pat Riley.
That was your old dating life theme, too.
Ooh, bye, Hey, like I say, man.
I'm sorry, that was my inside voice.
Hey, listen. 3 out of 10 is a 300 hitter, baby. That's all I'm going to say about that. 3 out of 10, and I'm good. Warriors are in the Big Apple facing the New York Knicks, who could be without Jalen Brunson. Point guard is listed as questionable with neck spasms. He first began experiencing the issues Monday against the Detroit Pistons. And it's just another layer to the Knicks' injury woes right now. Mitchell Robinson, Julius Randle, OG Anunoby, all listed as out tonight with ankle, shoulder, and elbow issues. But you know what? It's all about the Dubs. Just win, baby. Shout out Al Davis. Just stack wins, man.
Just win, baby.
Don't care who's on the other side. Just win games. It improved to 4 games over 500. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Girls of Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming open a game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. The one and only Anthony Slater. We'll get to Adam in the city right before Slater. Hang on tight, Adam. We'll get to your call here. But Slater, our 95.7 Game Insider, coming up here on the roast.
Kind of like a mashed potatoes guy.
what is happening here on a Thursday morning on the roast? FP Santangelo. And for Joe Shashkin the Butcher, we're praying for our brother. Big day for him today. Unfortunately, man, going to bury Papa Shashkin today. Funeral. We're all going to the funeral afterwards, so we're thinking about Shashkin. We'll see him a little later today. But he's in good spirits. He's getting better and better, so hopefully he's back soon. FP doing a hell of a job filling in as we're talking about Andrew Wiggins. Said Lubman in the back, hanging out, doing manning the phones, running the board, doing what he's got to do to stay awake here on the morning roast. Good morning to all the graveyard shift workers, all the overnight dancers, all the firefighters. You like that, FP. You do like that. You got to shout them out. They're working too.
Yeah.
Everybody's working. A lot of mailmen. Shout out to Costco yesterday, showing love. My man Pat at Costco yesterday rung me up for a lot. We spent a lot of money at Costco yesterday, but shout out to Pat. He's a roaster. He's probably on his way in right now to Costco. And shout out to YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. And shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. Talking about the Warriors. Andrew Wiggins is away from the team right now. Real quick, FP, let's get to Adam the City before we get to Anthony Slater from The Athletic. Adam, good morning, man. How you doing?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on. Bonte, just wanted to first congratulate you on your engagement. That's amazing.
Thank you,
Knew you were going to do it eventually, and it looked like an amazing night, so happy for you.
Thank you, brother.
Just wanted to, of course, I just wanted to lead off the conversation with, why, I'm not going to get into the reason behind Wiggins being out. I'm not that type of person. If he's got to deal with something, leave him alone. However, what I will say, why we are better positioned this time around compared to last year is, we do have a Chris Paul, and his first game back, he looked really good playing. Moody being inserted into the starting lineup, he looked good playing, and he's also shown in the past that he's ready to play, and now he's given his opportunity. We have Kaminga rolling. We have, Draymond back. So I think that we're a much better positioned team this year to kind of, even though Wiggins was playing really well, it's like, well, it's not like we don't have the players to kind of, supplement what we're losing in him. I think we'll be all right for however long he needs to be out, but at least this time around, we're a lot better positioned with the depth that we have.
That's a good point, Adam. Good call, man. Good to hear from you. And he does make an excellent point that maybe they are in a better position, but we'll ask Anthony Slater here from The Athletic, our 95.7 The Game insider here on the Morning Roast. And we love Slate's, man. Does an excellent job covering his basketball team. Missed him yesterday. I know he's on the train with crying babies going up from the nation's capital to New York City. But I know you made it to the Big Apple, right? You made it to the Big Apple safely, right, Slates?
I am here.
There you go. You are there. You are there. But despite the crybabies, it's like you didn't even get away from home, huh?
Hey, I'm not saying that on air. I'm not saying that.
You don't have to, man. You don't have to. All right, the big story, obviously, we'll get to Clay. We'll get to the rotations. I thought your breakdown on CP3, Clay, the slip screens, the Kaminga, I thought it was beautifully written the other day by you Slates. But Andrew Wiggins, he's out, second straight season. He's had to leave the team due to personal reasons. We're not going to speculate on what's going on. But from a basketball standpoint, the timing is not right? It's never good timing whatsoever. But with 25 games left, and he was playing his best basketball of the season, and it's just a weird season, right? One guy comes back, another guy goes out. One guy gets suspended, another guy goes out. Injuries, whatever it is, it just feels like it's been the theme of the season, Anthony.
Oh, for sure. 25 is interesting because that's the number he missed last year was the final 25 games, which, by the way, they actually played pretty good. 8-2 in the final 10 last year. They had a 5-game win streak right after he left the team. So, and that was when Kaminga, I thought, had a really good stretch. Yeah. Now, that didn't translate into a playoff rotation because Wiggins came back. But as far as now, yeah, I mean, look, Moody's going to get an opportunity, which I know the fan base has kind of been clamoring for. And, they have this crunch, which I wrote about the other night, right? This closing lineup issue where basically got like 8 options. Well, they need Wiggins. They need a lot of what he does on the wing defensively, but at the same time, Clay's playing really well off the bench. Chris Paul, Steve Curry's going to want to close with him at times. Gary Payton, is healthy right now. He's a defensive ace you can kind of throw in important moments. So the fact that their rotation is very well built and healthy around, without Wiggins right now, I think puts them in a decent position to keep winning games.
Anthony, why hasn't Moody had a chance?
Because they view him as kind of like the wing on the outside looking in, who he's just buried, right? I mean, when they're healthy, You have Wiggins, Kaminga starting on the wing. You have Klay Thompson, who at this point in his career pretty much is a wing. You got Gary Payton, who they love to have like in various spurts of the game defensively. And I think, when Chris Paul was out and they were looking for a backup guard who could defend a little quick, could pick up full court, they went to Lester Quinones. And I think that told you plenty about what they view Moody positionally. They don't view him as a guard who defends quicker guards. They view him more as a 3, maybe even, in some ways a 4. And on this roster, he's buried there.
Do you think there's some relief with Steve Kerr that he finally has figured it all out? He's been tinkering all season long. He's got kind of got his starters now without Wiggins in there, but then he has the bench with 2 future Hall of Famers on it. I mean, it feels like he seems more comfortable with everything and he's not tinkering as much as he used to. Am I right on that?
Yeah, but, he's the next closing decision he makes in a loss that gets criticized, it'll feel differently, right? I mean,
right.
He's got other problems, or, they're better problems than, like you said, when more people are out, more people are injured, more people are struggling. But this is how it is in sports, right? When you're winning, everything seems to be, going well. If you go on like a 2-3 game losing streak, we're going to start to pick and choose the mistakes he's making, because usually when you're losing, 3 or 4 of your players are struggling. So, we'll see, but I am curious kind of when it comes down to it. We haven't really, with Chris Paul back, with Klay Thompson playing well, with their new starting lineup, we haven't seen them in, consecutive tough close games where he has to make difficult closing lineup. Chris Paul always puts it on the seams, best ever to do it. And, I don't know how much that does or doesn't matter for a shooter, but he seems to think it does when they're doing even just like a little pick and pop on the side. Chris Paul does seem to time it up perfectly and get Klay Thompson kind of a rhythm shot. So if they can get a Klay Thompson hot streak, and we've seen in the last few years, even post injuries, he'll have a cold month, but he'll have a really hot month too. And 3 out of his last 5 games are pretty big scoring numbers. So maybe he's on, at the start of kind of a hot stretch, which does change their team. As far as the second unit goes, he does provide the gravity. Kaminga was playing with him to close the first and third quarters. I wouldn't mind seeing him more also to start the second and fourth. They've been taking him out and going with Sarge, Trace Jackson Davis. Could you do Kaminga, Trace Jackson Davis? That might be a little bit tougher for spacing purposes.
Right.
But I would almost like to see more Kaminga, right? I mean, there was a point in time he was in the 5-minute total. Now it seems to be kind of mid-20s, but he's doing that roster-wide. Draymond's really only playing low to mid-20s right now.
Right.
It's been interesting the way he's spreading the rotational up. I think that needs to get trimmed down at some point, right? As they head towards the playoffs, you're not really going to be playing an 11-man rotation where nobody's playing more than 28 minutes a game. So it's interesting.
I got a couple more for you, Anthony. We'll go back to Wiggins in just a second, but 21-6-5 for Kaminga the other day. Did not take a 3-point shot, so the shot selection has been a lot better for Jonathan Kaminga as of late. Stephen Curry. Is this what do you see from Stephen Curry? Do you see a guy who's tired of Steve Kerr referred to a Curry? He debunked it when you asked him about it. He's like, nah, I'm not fatigued. Nah. What are you seeing from Steph Curry right now? It's just a little mini slump?
Yeah, I mean, which he has. Right. And I get, All-Star Weekend felt shortened this year. Obviously, he has a lot of duties on All-Star Weekend, so maybe he doesn't come back quite as refreshed as other players do. Yeah, I mean, like you said, he says it's just a shooting slump. He's really trying to kind of debunk it. But, he's turning 36 next month. This month, we can almost say. It's March tomorrow. And he's played all but 3 games. How many games have they played at this point? 58. So he's played 55 with a heavy burden, especially early in the season. But remember how exhausted emotionally he looked early in the season with dealing with the Draymond suspensions, all that. This has been a long season for him with a heavy workload. And I think right now, better than, he could probably use a rest night, but I'm not sure they can find it just considering where they are in the standings. But I think a night like what happened in Washington is good for him, where he wasn't good, but they won pretty easily because, they're having one of those nights where they look deeper, they're playing well. So if they can win while he struggles, then I think he can maybe get some of that energy back, where it isn't him having to play 38 minutes, having to shoot 25 times just for them to stay in the game.
And he's back in the building where he surpassed Ray Allen for the most 3-point makes in NBA history. He's had some memorable moments there. Studio 54, when he dropped 54 against the Knicks, hit the Garden. It's a great arena. I know you love covering it. So quick 2 ones here. I do want to ask you as a beat writer, covering a situation like this with Andrew Wiggins, because it's tough for us to navigate on the airways. You don't want to speculate, and we're not going to do that. We're not going to be reckless and start spreading rumors around, but you don't know what's happening here. How do you navigate a story like that? Because you had to go through it last year for 2 months. How do you navigate that as a beat writer? Because you're around the team every single day. Do you ask the question every day? How do you navigate a situation like this with Andrew Wiggins, Anthony, with the team?
Well, as far as like, in like public interview settings, like it's, you do ask Steve Kerr at least, once every few games. I asked him the other day, Washington, he, said he didn't know when Wiggins would be back and they're going to keep it private. Maybe I'll ask him tonight. I'll certainly ask him by the end of the road trip, continue to get updates, even though, it's one of those situations where non-updates are updates,
right.
Kind of gives you a peek into the situation. And I was doing that all last season. And then beyond just like the press conference settings, you keep checking in with people. You keep trying to get as much information as possible. You try to navigate what should or shouldn't be shared publicly. It's kind of a delicate situation and a very, you won't say hidden situation, but like they really, like not many people in the organization are kept in the loop necessarily on this one. I mean, I remember we've talked about it, but last year I'd have people in the organization come out to me and seeing if I knew more, if I knew different stuff going on, because like I said, it's kept within a small circle because that's how Wiggins wants it. We'll see if this, I've had people be like, look, he could be back tomorrow. It could be, much later. We don't know. So that's at least the public and even private line that they're keeping is they don't know.
Do you think this affects whether they'll have him back next year or not?
Certainly, I think everything affects it. I think Wiggins having a really strong finish to the season and the Warriors, having going a few rounds into the playoffs would not just keep Wiggins' future intact, but a lot of this core's future intact. Klay Thompson. Whereas, if they flame out, if they get bounced in the play-in, if Wiggins either isn't around or doesn't play well over the last 20 or so games in the play-in, like they'll reassess the roster from a financial standpoint and from a competitive standpoint. So in a roundabout way, like everyone's future in some ways is kind of on the line. Like I'm not sitting here saying, hey, if they get bounced in the playoffs, Steph Curry's gone. We all know that's not the case, but like a lot is on the line over the last few months.
There's no doubt. All right, last one for you, Anthony. You've been on the NBA circuit for quite some time. You've traveled to every arena. You're a big baseball fan. I know you love going to baseball games. You're a football fan. Obviously, you went to Orchard Park. I'm going to Orchard Park next year when the Niners go. I don't care damn when that game is. It could be in December. I'm going to take a couple of days off of pre and post and go out there to Buffalo because I want to experience that. But you're at the Mecca. You're at Madison Square Garden. Is that the arena when you first started covering basketball, covering the NBA? Is that the one arena that's kind of tugs at your heartstrings, or what is that arena for you?
I would say I remember being excited for it, especially early covering the NBA. I did a Christmas game here, which was really cool. It was Thunder Knicks back in the day, and just being in New York on Christmas and then MSG was cool. But if I'm being honest with you, now that I'm like a grouchy older reporter, it's got to be the worst seat in the league.
You are way up there. I know that.
Oh, it's terrible. I mean, Chase Center not that much better. A lot of these new arenas, are booting us further upstairs, but the security is like really tight in MSG. It's just like it's a lot harder to do my job. So to be honest with you, like I said, yes, I would answer your question. Right. I guess very sentimentally, maybe 10 years ago, but now I'm like, MSG tonight. Like, it's going to be tough to do my job.
And you see a rat the size of a small poodle run in front of you, and you're like, yeah, I got to get out of here.
I'll give it to you like this. I remember when Steph was getting close to breaking the 3-point record, I wanted him to break it in Indy because I was like, there's not going to be many people there. It's going to be really easy to just be behind the scenes reporting. When it was like, he's going to break it at MSG, I was like, this is going to be a circus.
It's always a circus in that town.
No doubt. So what is that arena now for you? Do you get up for any arena, or are you just that old grouchy beat writers you just mentioned saying, it's the same. It is what it is.
Well, I'm like, we're in Memphis tonight. I'm going to be sitting courtside. Oklahoma City, this is a great seat. Orlando, I'm like right behind their bench. I'm basically in their huddles. I'm like, those are the arenas I love.
Oh, man, that's funny, man. Real quick, before we let you go, Klay Thompson, we just mentioned him. He's on fire right now, coming off the bench, and he's been honest. He had an honest post-game interview with us on NBC Sports Bay Area the other day. He's been honest with you, Sam Amick. What do you think? Because I've been having a lot of fun with our audience here saying that Klay Thompson's going to get paid. A lot of people, we get some fans calling in or people thinking that he's going to get paid under $20 million a year. I don't see that happening. What do you think, Klay, with this new role here and having that perspective? Still a great shooter. What do you think he commands on the open market next season?
Yeah, I think you're probably on target. With 20 being kind of the low end for a guy who's still, I think he's still 4th or 5th in the NBA and made threes. He was first last season. He has that competitive fire to him that I think would light up, potentially a young team. And Orlando's obviously been floated out there as a potential destination. But again, a little bit like what we were talking about earlier, I think the last couple of months matter, right? If he has a really good stretch, like coming off the bench, shooting it well, still playing 25 minutes a night, scoring, over 20 off the bench like every other game, that's a really valuable weapon, right? Like, what is Buddy Hield going to get on the market? It's similar to that. But it depends on how the market materializes. I wouldn't have said Fred VanVleet was going to get what he got, but Houston really was hungry to jumpstart their rebuild and wanted to give a bunch of veterans money. So he'd need a team like an Orlando or somebody with cap space to really want to fast forward because he's a fast forward type player, right? You'd be getting him for the right now. So if there's a team out there, then that jolts up his market. Dylan Brooks' market was, probably a lot higher than people would have predicted last year at this time because Houston was willing to pay him that. So, Klay Thompson, he's still not even just like a coveted player to me, like a coveted personality for a team.
Orlando Magic. Look out for them trying to drive up the price on Klay Thompson. But we'll get to that in a few months. Right now, the Warriors are trying to win their 7th straight road game. They try to do it tonight at Madison Square Garden. The arena, Anthony is not too fond of as a reporter. Anthony, good stuff, man. As always, man. Have fun out there in New York. And good thing, it's not cold. Looks like the weather's great out there in the East Coast.
Great is a little strong, but it was a little rainy last night, a little cold front coming in. I think it's 40s today, but I'm just sounding so like such a hater today. So I'm gonna walk down to Empire State Building or something just to feel a little bit.
Wash away the hater vibes. Yeah, that's right. There you go. Wash away the vibes, man. Good stuff as always. We'll be looking for your work tonight, man. Good stuff, Slates.
All right, y'all.
Anthony Slater here on 95.7 Game. Morning. Doesn't like MSG. As a reporter.
Dude, New York is not for everyone.
It's not for everyone.
It's not. You go on that road trip and some people are like, I can't wait to get out of here. I hate this place. It's too crowded. I got to wait in lines everywhere. There's traffic. I love it, dude. I love the vibe. I love the energy of the city. It just makes me miss it. And to see Klay and his Instagram yesterday, I love this place. Yep. I love that place too, dude. I
love it too.
I love New York.
So I always bring up Orlando because they're one of the worst 3-point shooting teams in the league. And Harry Potter land, quick trip to the Bahamas if you want to go down there. I see Tyler Miller. There's no IG models in Orlando. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say Klay Thompson messes around the IG models. I'm not saying that at all. But Orlando's an underrated town from what I hear.
I'm taking my talents to Disney World.
I'm taking my talents to Disney World.
He's going to say in the offseason. No, he's going to be he's a forever warrior. Is that a thing?
Yeah. Forever warrior.
Yeah, I know it's forever giant. Forever giant. Forever warrior. We got to keep Klay here.
Mike Talkman, forever giant.
Dude, my rookie year, I didn't leave the hotel room. I was scared to go out in New York. I was scared of the city. I was scared of the crime. I was scared of everything. I just I got on the bus, went to the ballpark, came home, went to bed.
You sound like a guy from Sacramento.
And then every year it grew on me. I was like, I know where to go. I know the boroughs, the restaurants, the bars, the clubs. I miss New York.
Have you ever been to Orlando?
Yeah.
How is it?
It's Disney.
That's it?
It's just Disney.
Harry Potter?
I mean,
Universal Studios,
one of the biggest airports in the world.
Right.
The TSA lines are forever. Spring training with Space Coast Stadium in Vieira Beach for years. We flew into Orlando. I'm not a big Florida guy. I like South Florida versus Central Florida.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah,
that checks out.
I'm a South Florida guy.
Once you get out of the comfy confines of Dade and Broward County, it gets yucky.
I played in the Florida State League, dude. You go to Winter Haven and Lakeland.
Oh, deep in the sticks.
Where people have like pickup trucks on blocks in their front yard. Oh, it's just like, it's a different vibe.
Florida's
a different vibe.
It's a different world over there.
It's a different, it's kind of a, man.
Somebody said, David here on YouTube, there's a reason why Florida is called God's waiting room. Is that true? I had no idea. I had no idea.
Dude, I had spring training in Vero Beach with the Dodgers, and we're like, Vero Beach, where people come to die.
God's waiting room, Florida. Hey, babe, we're never moving to Florida.
Dude, there was an Outback Steakhouse, and that's all there was. That's all there was. It just said, like, at 4 or 5 o'clock, they lined up for dinner.
Oh, man.
It's just like, it's dinner time, honey. Let's get some soup.
I've never heard that. God's waiting room. All right, that's good stuff, man. I've never heard that before. Man, Florida, I've only been to Miami once. Where else have I gone to Florida? That's it. That's it. Oh, man, that's funny. Big takeaway from Slater, man. The Andrew Wiggins stuff, not updates or basically updates. Just the way he navigates the story. Asks the Steph Curry every other day, hey, any updates on the Wiggins? Any updates on Wiggins? Not asking what's going on. Any updates on Wiggins? Because from a bad, I care about him personally. I want his mentals to be right with whatever he's dealing with, FP. But from the basketball standpoint, this is why I try to keep things in sports. I don't talk politics here. I don't get into people's lives or who they date. I try to leave that stuff alone. But there's 25 games left. He's playing he's playing some really good basketball. And what I don't want to happen is, say he misses 10 or 15 games, and Moody starts to get into a role like Kaminga did last year. Wiggins comes back, which we're all going to welcome with open arms. We're going to embrace him and say, all right, cool, we got Wiggs back. Let's go. Let's try to get this championship. Comes back, though, what does it mean for other guys? Rotations, minutes. All of a sudden, everything is out of whack here. Maybe Clay has to play more than he wants to play. Maybe Chris Paul has to play a little more. Maybe Kaminga has to play a little more. What if Kaminga gets into foul trouble? Who are you going to replace Kaminga with? That's a lock. This is your best individual defender in Andrew Wiggins. That's why it hurts from a basketball standpoint. I'm trying to treat it like an injury. From basketball standpoint, it's like, you just got Chris Paul back. Now this.
Yeah, let's get into that. I know we got a break right now. Let's get into that big time. Clock. Well, I got it right
Joe
here.
Shasky would never look at the clock and break. He would have gave me a 2-minute monologue right there. I love you, Butch.
No, I'll reiterate what I said already today. Yeah. I want to get into that big time. Right. It's crunch time.
Somebody's asked me if I'm going to get into by jumping through a table in Buffalo. No, I am not.
Anthony Slater said he might something like he might be back tomorrow or something.
We're going to replay some of those cuts. We're going to get into it on the other side here. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Trace Jackson Davis, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Very smooth, TJD. Very, very smooth there as we welcome everybody back to the roast. Get you some 95.7 The Game gear right now at breakingt.com/957. We have all sorts of cool apparel for you to wear whenever you want, wherever you are, win or lose, as well as some awesome gear repping the shows here at 95.7 The Game. Go to breakingt.com/957. Some really cool gear. I love the t-shirts, man. The material's soft, nice cotton. They do a great job over there as we're talking some Warriors here. We were going to get into the Niners. I guess we'll try to get into the Niners at 9 o'clock or the 9 o'clock hour FP, but we just had Anthony Slater on, and obviously the big story with the Golden State Warriors is not Steph Curry on the mini slump. It's not Klay Thompson coming off the bench and dropping 20 a game. It's not CP3 being back. It's not the Warriors trying to win their 7th straight road game, which is amazing considering they only won 11 last year. They've been really good on the road this season, just haven't been as good at home this season. One of their worst home records they're going to have if you take away 2019, hell, in over a decade. I mean, it's been bad at home, barely over 500, but it's Andrew Wiggins. And Andrew Wiggins has had to step away from the team due to personal reasons, and our prayers and thoughts go out to him. Whatever he's going through, can't be a good situation, but it just comes at an inopportune time. FP, 25 games left, team's rolling.
Well,
Pacers are set.
From a personal standpoint, you empathize, and like I said earlier, repeating myself, if you're just getting in your car, like, the locker room, the clubhouse is your sanctuary. Like, whatever's going on in your personal life, for most guys, when you get there and you get to be with your brothers and the people that you live with for 6-7 months out of the year, you can compartmentalize, and for 6 or 7 hours, that goes away. So for him to step away, it's got to be something serious. That said, you respect that. And as an organization, as a franchise, as a coach, as a player, you respect that. But then there's the other side of it, the basketball side of it, the player in me side of it, where this is go time right now. You're playing well. You've won 11 of 14. Things are rolling. You've won 6 in a row on the road. You're going for number 7 in the Garden tonight. And now I don't know if he's going to be here. If we say in and of itself, this year, this happened, you'd be like, oh man, okay. But it happened last year for 2 months. And to have Steve Kerr say, we don't know when he's coming back. And as a player, if I'm in that locker room, we don't know when he's coming back. And I have to count on you because all of a sudden you're playing the best basketball you've played all season. It's the old Andrew Wiggins. We have 25 games left to get to the playoffs, to get out of this stupid play-in thing and become a 6 or a 7. And now you're not there. Like, from that aspect of it and the basketball and the player in me standpoint, it's just like, man, I need you here.
Right.
And whatever it is, couldn't wait for 25 games, then, and it's happened before and now it's happening again. And will it happen next year? And can I count on you being there? Right. I understand it's sensitive. I understand it's personal reasons. You respect that. But, like, I said the same thing about Draymond when he got suspended indefinitely. Like, I need you there.
Yep.
They need him there. And maybe he comes back tomorrow night. I don't know what's going on.
Right.
But for them to all be going, we don't know when. I don't know when. And that, that's hard for me to wrap my head around if I was in that locker room.
Here's Steve Kerr yesterday with Willard and Mark Grandy, who filled in for Dan Dibley for their weekly interview with Steve Kerr. Here's Willard asking Steve Kerr, and he followed up asking him about Andrew Wiggins. Here's what Steve Kerr said.
I just think that we're in a position where Wiggs is a private person, and so he's asked to keep it private, and we're going to honor that. So it doesn't help for me to sit here and try to explain any of that. The bottom line is we respect Wiggs, we need him, and we fully expect him back, but we just don't know what that will be.
We just don't know when.
Yeah, and then I guess moving forward, you would have to ask the same thing about next season. Will this happen again? Could this happen again? Does he need to step away for personal reasons again? And then, not to sound insensitive, but can I rely on him being there in crunch time for me next year? And based on, I don't know, there were reports that he didn't come in camp in shape.
You think players are thinking about that, FP?
I don't
want you to speak for them.
I can't speak for everybody because, like I said, the beautiful thing about a locker room is that there's so many different personalities and takes. Some guys play for the love of the game. They live the game. They take the game home with them. Some guys are businesslike. They check in. They're just so good at what they do. It's a means for them to help their family, and it's just a job. And you never judge anybody. Like they come from different backgrounds, different beliefs. So I can't speak for everybody in any locker room ever. Just like it's just any workplace environment. People have different beliefs and different views.
Right.
I would say from my standpoint, maybe it's more of an old school take.
Right.
Like you empathize, you sympathize, like, damn, but I need you here, man.
Right.
I need you here. Like right now in Madison Square Garden tonight, like I need you on that floor. And I know there's way more important things in life than sports. There's way more important things in life. You know, Anthony Rendon said it. Like he's one of those guys that just was so good at what he did that he got paid a lot of money to do it.
Right.
But from my standpoint and my personal take, like I need him there. Because this is the second time. And is there going to be a third time and a fourth time that he steps away for personal reasons? And not saying that something's not so important that you can't step away, but when it becomes a thing and I need you there and we're at sprint and we're going well, like not that he's letting me down, but I need him there.
No, I hear you. Trust me, I hear you.
And you'll never hear that publicly. They're going to say all the right things because they're respecting what's going on in his life, and he might be there tomorrow, and maybe we're making a bigger deal of this than it is. I think it's a big deal because it's happened in back-to-back years.
You know.
And I know you got to tread lightly. Like I respect that.
No.
Like I said earlier, if this was an East Coast show, they'd be crushing.
Oh no, they would be crushing.
Like, wait, again? What are we doing again?
Listen,
like, what's going on?
I don't even cancel culture and everything. I'm scared to say whatever. Like, listen, here's the deal.
You're getting fired someday. You are.
You know,
you are. Trust me. You'll say something you didn't see coming. That's just the way it is.
I'm too smooth for that, man. You ain't gonna catch me slipping.
It might be 10 years from now. We're all doomed, dude.
You're not gonna catch me slipping, man. You're not gonna come get me. You're gonna have to fire me and just say I'm too old or not good enough. But I'm not. You know, I'm not going there. No, from the basketball standpoint, I just think about it. It's like, damn, man. Like 25 games. He's just starting to play well. You know, and I'm not going to speculate on what's going on. If a guy got to move on and take care of his personal reasons, go do that. I respect that. Whether it happens here at radio, television, whatever the case may be. You need to step away for a month, step away. I'd rather you do that than come in and not be able to perform at a high level because your head's somewhere else.
But if it happens consistently,
it's twice, right?
Thing?
It's happened in back-to-back seasons. So, you know, if it happens again next season, if he is a member with the Golden State Warriors, then yeah, it is starting to become a theme. But it happened last year. We respected it. They got back, and Slater mentioned it. They were 8-2 in the 10 games going into the playoffs. They beat up on Sacramento in 7 games, and then, of course, lost to the LA Lakers in 6, and he got hurt. He got hurt with the rib injury. That really derailed his Game 6 against LeBron James and the LA Lakers. But boy, I get questioned all the time of just, I don't want the speculation to happen. It's just a touchy situation because you don't know what's going on. So how do you navigate around it? Who do you ask the questions to? What are the questions? What are the questions? But I'm going to focus on, I'm going to flip it here on the FP. I'm going to focus on Moses Moody and say, young man, it's your time to shine.
Giddy up.
Because it is giddy up. March is tomorrow. It is March Madness. The NBA now has a March Madness feel to it with all the in-season tournaments and the play-in and all that stuff. It is go time now. And Wiggins, you got to go handle your business. But for the guys in the locker room, they got to be locked in. They got to be locked in on trying to get this playoff run. I know it's insensitive to say.
No, it's not insensitive. We all have business, though. Everybody listening to this show has business.
Right.
You have business. I have business. We all have personal things that are important to us, that are way more important than work. But like I said earlier, if you went around a major league clubhouse, talked to 26 guys, and they were just open and honest about what they have going on in life, you're like, why are you here? You should be somewhere else. Like we all have things. Everybody listening has things. Sorry. I just had to interject, right?
No. I mean, you know, it is what it is. But I'm ready for Mr. Stay Ready, Moses Moody. It's your time. It's your time.
Let's go.
To stabilize this bad boy, get some wins. Because look, I watched LeBron James last night, Look, I hate the Lakers. I do. I don't like the Lakers at all. But watching him drop 19 in the fourth quarter, 5 threes, and you feel that crowd, you feel that energy, it felt like a playoff game in the fourth quarter. I said, okay, guys are starting to ramp it up. Guys are starting to play some ball.
You still don't want LeBron as a Warrior? After
Not
what you
really.
saw last
I
night?
want to beat LeBron. But he's still great. Like, it's go time, man. These games are important. This is the type of season we've been waiting on. You got college basketball starting to ramp it up with the conference tournaments. March Madness is around the corner. You got the NBA playoffs following it right after. You got 25 games left to fix this season and hopefully get into a top 6 spot and then maybe make a run in the playoffs.
How important is tonight's game that they win?
It's huge. And then you move on to tomorrow and it becomes even more important. And you need to play Boston on Sunday. Look, you win tonight, you at least clinch a 500 road trip. Then you can get greedy tomorrow night in Toronto. And all of a sudden, what if you're 3-0 on this road trip going into Boston? You're playing with house money on Sunday. You play a good game on national television, you fly back, take 2 days off, and hopefully get Andrew Wiggins back. I don't know when he's coming back. Nobody knows when he's coming back. Steve Curry doesn't know. Anthony doesn't know. But here's what Slater said about the chance for Moses Moody to shine.
Moody's going to get an opportunity, which I know the fan base has kind of been clamoring for. And, they have this crunch, which I wrote about the other night, right? This closing lineup issue where basically you got like 8 options. Well, they need Wiggins. They need a lot of what he does on the wing defensively, but at the same time, Clay's playing really well off the bench. Chris Paul, Steve Kerr's going to want to close with him at times. Gary Payton, is healthy right now. He's a defensive ace. You can kind of throw in important moments. So the fact that their rotation is very well built and healthy around without Wiggins right now, I think puts them in a decent position to keep winning games.
There you go. Great opportunity for Moses Moody. Great opportunity for him. I will say this. I want to reply to something on YouTube. Or just, anybody, because I know this is a sensitive matter when it comes to Andrew Wiggins. It is very delicate. Some people say, hey, man, Boncho, you're sounding soft about the matter. Here's what I'll say. In the real world, when people take time off due to personal matters, what do? We respect that person in their personal matters, in their privacy, and they take time off. I've been in jobs where people take multiple times off, and you have no idea when they're coming back. No idea when they're coming back.
Your partner right now, he's going through it. He's going in the middle of it.
He's been going through it since Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
What have we done? We stepped up on the roast and respected Shasky and what he's going through. And we pray for him, and we're there, and we check in on him, and he comes back, and we welcome him with open arms. I'm not going to sit here and say, Shasky, man, I need you back, man, this and that. No.
Yeah, you ever work with FP, Shasky? I need you back, bro. I need you back yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on, man, get over that right
next
now.
Hour, but no, seriously. I've been in jobs where, and Anna's been at jobs where she's like, man, this person's off due to personal reasons. We don't know what. It happens. It happens. So why, when it happens to a professional athlete, we have to act differently? Said, well, he gets paid $25 million. It doesn't matter. That's. Come on, man. If we're gonna sit here and say we want our athletes to be human, what are we gonna do? Are you gonna be mad? We do it in the real world. I see it happen in the real world. You have to respect it. Somebody's going through something personal.
You respect it, but like as a teammate, I need him there. You can lean on me. I'll give you a big hug. We'll talk it out. We'll go have a beer after the game. Like I need you there right now. I need you there.
I hear you.
You're playing the best basketball of your life.
Yep.
Well, this year maybe.
Everybody goes through things differently, man.
I know.
Everybody goes through traumatic experiences differently. Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Gene, what's happening, man? You're on the roast. What up, Uncle Gene?
Hey, morning, fellas. So listening to all this about Andrew, excuse me, I'm having a problem with even the slightest implication that Andrew is letting his team down by doing what he's doing. Excuse me for a minute. Excuse me. Anyways,
bless you.
You all right?
Listen, yeah, I'm all right. I just
bless
got
you,
a problem.
Bonte knows a Heimlich.
Yeah, no, listen, we don't know what's going on. I mean, in my line of work, I do a lot of, what they call forensics, trying to figure out the why of things. That's why I like to analyze things like this. And I'm coming up with 2 of the most likely possibilities for why he's out. One is,
I don't think we want to really go there and speculate, dude. I don't think that's.
Well, but
I guess you can. Go ahead.
I do. Okay, I do for this reason, FP. Just hear me out.
Okay.
Listen, I mean, I'm thinking maybe there's a serious medical emergency in his family, or maybe he's having serious emotional problems. Maybe he's struggling with depression. I remember a couple of years ago, remember the Simone Biles situation at the Olympics, when she had to step aside because she said, and she could have won another couple of gold medals for us. She said, I'm sorry, I can't do this. And mentally, I'm toast at this point. And we respected that. I mean, I wish that Andrew would speak out and tell us what's going on. I'm sure he's told his teammates, and I'm sure they're respecting it, whatever it is. I think it would be better for him if he's afraid of the press, maybe badgering him about it. Well, I'm hoping the press is respectful if this happens, if he does come out. I'm certain that the local fans will treat him respectfully and compassionately and support him, whatever it is. But excuse me. But once again, let's just please leave that alone. And as you say, Bonte, let's just look at Moses Moody. Hope that this is his chance to shine and he moves forward and fills his spot admirably and helps take us to the playoffs.
There you go, Uncle G.
Well said, man. Well said. Get well soon.
It's just a subject, man. And I know Warrior fans are going to support Andrew Wiggins and what he's going through, man. He's a champion. Going into the season, I thought he was the most important player on this team. Obviously, Steph is very important, but we're going to, Steph is Steph. But Wiggins was so important to me because of his two-way play, because of the way he locks down on defense, taking away that opponent's best offensive player, shut down guys like Luka, shut down guys like John Morant, shut down Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, just shut dudes down. And you're starting to see that over the last 16 games. Hell, the last month and a half with Andrew Wiggins defensively. Now the offensive game is caught up. And from a basketball standpoint, I was like, man, the timing couldn't be worse because of the rhythm he was in. Shooting, the efficiency was back. He's shooting the efficiency numbers, man. You look at the numbers here for Andrew Wiggins. Last 16 games, FP, 46% from three, 54% from the floor. Wow, he's back. Two-way Wiggins is back. And you just hate that life throws you a curveball, whatever the hell he's going through, and he's gone. So how does that hurt the team? Well, you lose your best individual defender, number one. You're on this East Coast swing. You've won 6 straight road games. You're 3 games over 500. You're trying to make a push for the playoffs, baby. It is go time. Get the jockey on the horse. You're at the Kentucky Derby. You're coming around the stretch. You got to go, baby. We got to finish. And he's out. He's out. And it stinks. And you hear from Steph Curry, we don't know. It's a private matter. But, somebody, who was it, Uncle Looney or somebody did say this, and I thought it was a very interesting point. Uncle Looney said this on YouTube. Free agents look at the Dubs not leaking information as a good thing, actually. Leaks are bad for an organization. Do players see the way, so FP, you're a former Major League Baseball player. Say you're playing for the Montreal Expos and the Texas Rangers. You're looking at them and you're like, boy, they got a good team here. And you notice that they're not leaking anything and everybody's happy. Do players look at an organization like that? It's like, yeah, I like to play there. They keep everything in-house. Is that something that free agents and players look at? Because the Warriors haven't leaked. Remember the Niners. Once they fired, Harbaugh left, there's a lot of leaks in the building. And players are like, dude, we don't want to coach there. We don't want to play there. The hell with that organization. And Shanahan had to get the 6-year deal. He's like, I need you to be quiet. I'm going to hire John Lynch in 2 weeks, but let me test you. Let me see if you're going to leak any information. Does that matter to players or coaches?
It matters to some more than others. Like I said, you can't speak for everyone. In my case, I just wanted to win. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to go to the place where I have the best chance to win. But you also want to work for an organization in any line of work where they treat you like people, where they treat the players well. And I think families have a lot to do with that. And what you do now is you just text around and call around. Like, hey, Bonte, how the Rangers treating you, man? Do you like it over there? Is it cool? They treat the families well?
Right.
How's the travel? How's the training room? How's the staff? Everybody cool? You love it there? And then players don't steer players wrong. So you there's word of mouth. And then the biggest thing is wives talk. Wives call wives. Here's my wife's number. We've been here for 8 years. Call her. Like I told you in D.C., they called Ryan Zimmerman's wife. Like wives called wives. Like, how do you like it there? How do they treat you? And they're honest. They have to be. So I think it's different for Some people don't care how they treat the families because they might be single. Some people don't care how they treat the players. If you're going to pay me, we're going to win. I don't care. I'm fine. So it's different for everybody. It's different for everybody. Like I said, my take on Andrew is like you respect what he's going through. It must be bad if he's missing games last year and this year. It must be bad. You don't hear very often when players walk away from teams. Like I'm not going to sit here and speculate what it could be, what it couldn't be. If it's this, if it's that, what he should do, should he tell us? That's all his business, man.
Right.
The one thing I would just say, maybe more of an old school approach is like, I need him there right now.
Yeah.
And hopefully like you could lean on me as your teammate. Like that.
Right.
That's the one thing, Bonte, when it's all said and done, nobody's going to say like, how much money did you make? How many points did you average?
Right.
It's going to be like, what kind of teammate were you? Like, he was a great teammate. First thing, good dude, bad dude. No, good dude, great teammate.
Right.
Like that's your legacy that you leave behind. So, I not being in that room, it seems like there are a bunch of good dudes and there's some great teammates there. And then if it's so bad that he can't lean on them or the support staff, every sports team now has a mental support staff, mental coaches.
Right.
Like the Giants have 46 of them.
Right.
You walk down the hallway, you open a door, there's a couch, and there's somebody that sits in there with like an open door, like confession, where you can just walk in and talk about getting stuff off your chest from the mental health standpoint. Teams are so aware of it now that they embrace it, and a lot of players are okay with admitting that they have anxiety now, which I think is awesome. I don't know what he has. I'm not going to speculate.
Right.
I said openly I suffer from anxiety. It's something I battle every day, and as a grown man, I think it's awesome that I can talk about it and I can get it out there.
You
and
could do that 15. You could do that 15 years ago.
Soft.
You could do that. And so I'm getting a lot of this. I brought up Shasky, and it was Shasky's choice to basically be open about what was going on in his personal life. If Shasky wasn't open about what was going on, he'd just say, hey, Bonte, man, I got some personal things going on, man. I need to step away. Me personally, like, dude, you got to do what you got to do. I'm here for you. Let me know what I can do to help. You're a huge part of the show. Huge. When you're ready to come back, you come back. Shasky, for me, I'm just speaking for me. He didn't have to tell me what was going on with his pops. He didn't have to tell me what was going on in his personal life. If he would have just said, hey, Bonte, I'm leaving. I got some personal things going on. I'm going to need to step away. Dude, you okay? Anything I can do for you? I got your back, bro. I'm a number away. I live 10 minutes away from you. Just let me know. Literally 10 minutes away from you. Let me know. But he decided to provide that private. And I say all that, FP, because a lot of people say, well, the difference is Shasky, he shared what was going on with this. Say if Andrew Wiggins did share something. For some of you guys out there, it's not good enough.
Dude, but let me throw this scenario out. If you had the 10 shows left for your job and the ratings were that critical and it was crunch time and they said, Bonte, you and Shasky are on the blocks right now. If you don't have a good last 25 shows, you might be done. There's a difference. You can't compare this to everybody's job.
No.
They're playing for their season.
Right.
They've invested so much time, so much energy.
Here's the difference.
They've gone through treatment. They've gone through meetings.
Right.
They've gone through travel. They've had a hell of a year when it comes to losing a coach and an indefinite suspension to one of your main players. And they have 25 games left. Like, I understand all this, but like that's where I'm coming. Where what Joe's going through is awful, and he's a wonderful human being.
If Joe was going
cool
through this, and we only had 10 shows together, I'm like, Joe, dude, it is what it is, man.
Yeah.
You got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
Like, you got to do it.
But there's a schedule.
Right.
There's a schedule, and it's coming to the end of the schedule.
No doubt.
And they're playing so well, and he's playing so well. And there's only so much time left in the season. Like you've said a million times today so accurately and so perfectly and poignantly, is that they're playing so well. The timing couldn't be worse.
Yep.
And I know there's way more important things in sports. Wait, dude, in everybody, there's more important things in this job for you. Like,
no doubt.
It is as it should be. But it's like you said, the timing.
The timing stinks.
The timing stinks.
The timing stinks. The timing stinks. And I don't think there's some people where Wiggins could say whatever. If he did come out and explain what was going on, it still wouldn't be good enough for a lot of people. So I just don't want to hear that, hey, man, we need to hear what's happening. Well, you just want to be nosy. And I get it. That's the world we live in. But there's some things he could say that would not be good enough for a lot of people out there.
But the not knowing when he's coming back part.
Right. That's probably
for
it.
Steve to say, I don't know when he's coming back.
You know what?
That part, that's hard.
That is hard.
That's hard for an organization. That's hard for me as a teammate.
There's injuries that happen in football. Injuries that happen in baseball where we don't know where a guy's coming back. We know he's hurt, but we don't know when he's coming back. You got to deal with it.
Just like an injury.
It's just like an injury. We don't know when he's coming back. I don't know. I think you're doing a hell of a job, though, FP, giving him a professional perspective of what guys may feel like or how you may feel in the clubhouse here. Here's Anthony Slater on if Wiggins' absence will impact his chances of being back next season.
No, I think everything affects it. I think Wiggins having a really strong finish to the season and the Warriors, having to go in a few rounds into the playoffs would not just keep Wiggins' future intact, but a lot of this core's future intact. Klay Thompson. Whereas, if they flame out, if they get bounced in the play-in, if Wiggins either isn't around or doesn't play well over the last 20 or so games in the play-in, they'll reassess the roster from a financial standpoint and from a competitive standpoint. So in a roundabout way, everyone's future in some ways is kind of on the line. I'm not sitting here saying, hey, if they get bounced in the playoffs, Steph Curry's gone. We all know that's not the case, but a lot is on the line over the last few months.
Everybody listening right now has gone through stuff.
Yep.
If you go into your boss's office consistently saying you need time for personal time, what Joe's went through is awful tragedy, but this is real life.
Right.
But if you consistently go to your boss and say, I have personal issues, I need some time off, I need personal issues, I need some time off, I have personal issues, I need some time off, you ain't going to have that job long, dude. You're not. Because while they'll be empathetic and sympathetic to what's going on in your life and I'm sorry, sure. But if you do that consistently, you're whoever's listening, you ain't gonna have your job. Yep. There comes a time when it's okay, but I need you here at work, and I understand you're going through something, and that's awful. But if you do it consistently, you're gonna be looking for a different job.
You know what? I've seen that happen. I've seen it.
Oh my God! I'm so sorry, but dude, I need you here, or, ma'am, I need you here. I'm sorry, but you have a responsibility. To a certain extent, there's way more important things in life than work.
Well,
if you consistently do this, you ain't going to have a job.
I've seen that happen in this business. I've seen that happen in real, I'll share this, and she probably won't love it, but Anna recently had a job, and she got let go, and, she had just started a job, but it was there was a lot of things going on, and I was like, man, this might not be good. And finally the job's we got to let her go. Because it was so early. It's when you make that first impression at a new job, those first 6 months, you have to be flawless. Attendance got to be perfect. You got to be on your game. You got to prove that you want to be there. But if you start off a gig and, the first 2 months, things happen. I got to drop off my daughter at school, but I can only be there at this time. And, oh, man, I need to work from home. I got this and got to do all this stuff. And then the new person's wait, it's only been a month and a half. I don't know if I can count on you. What happens 6 months from now? What happens 12 months from now? So it is the second time that it's happened. It's
unfortunate.
It's unfortunate. That's the way the world works. I get it.
That's real life, man.
I get it. Let's go out to the lines, man. Dacre in the city. Dacre, what's happening?
What's up, gentlemen? Prayers, thoughts, love go out to the Shasky family, obviously. Just from my perspective, B, you know what I do. You've helped us. You've experienced my position. We are also funeral directors throughout all this business in California. And I can tell you, everyone goes through trauma differently. You could, and they go through it differently throughout their life, depending on how many times you've experienced it. In Wiggins' situation, I don't know what's going on, but I know that he comes from parents who are Olympians, who understand the sacrifice, what got him there. And I don't think he's going to throw anything away, being over emotional. I think something serious is happening, but also people have to understand there's laws involved. There's the OSHA law. You can't speak about someone else's medical condition. So there's a lot of things going on here. And I really think we all just need to take a step back. And I know we want him there, but we shall be happy maybe we don't have that issue going on for us, because just waking up's a blessing, and life happens fast. and I hope everything works out for him and the team. But I think Rock New Era said, you know, the Warriors are really showing what a family they have, and you know, life happens at you really quick, and hopefully things work out. But at the same time, we're all different, but we're all human, and I just hope we all can count our blessings and say prayers for everyone.
All right, Daker, good call, man. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG, FM at AC1 San Francisco. And don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class money market today. Now, I don't know about OSHA and HIPAA and well, I'm not even going to get into that stuff because I'm not as educated in that area as some other people may be. I'm just looking at the situation. And right now, Andrew Wiggins is away from the basketball team. So what is the basketball team? You plug in Moses Moody, and you look to beat the New York Knicks in a big-time game. And they are shorthanded. No Mitchell Robinson. No OG Anunoby. No Julius Randle. You have a great opportunity to pick up a win at Madison Square Garden and move on to Toronto and be 4 games over 500 and closer to that 7 and 8 spot. That is what I'm focused on right now. Wiggins is away from the team. It's unfortunate, but we hope he's good. And
Bonte,
we hope he fixes everything out. But there's 25 games left, and right now I can't be worried about who's not on the floor. I hope they get right. I don't have any judgment on Andrew Wiggins, but I got to look at Moses Moody and say, young man, it's your time. You've been waiting to play. Let's go shine. Play next to Pods. Play next to Steph. Let's get Steph rolling. Clay, I got Clay in a great spot right now mentally. Let's get him rolling with CP3. Wiggins comes back. We're going to embrace you. Hopefully you come back sooner rather than later. But right now for tonight, I can't be worried about Andrew Wiggins. I hope he's good, but I can't worry about him from a basketball standpoint. He's not there.
No, dude, you compartmentalize that stuff as a player. You're used to guys getting traded, guys getting hurt, so you're used to it. So, yeah, I mean, I'm more excited, for whatever it's worth, I'm more excited about this game than I have been maybe any game this year.
Wow. Why is that?
It's a Garden. It's Steph. Yep. It's the 54 points.
It's the 3-point
Steph coming off a little shooting slump, but like New York will wake you up because the fans and the energy there tonight.
They've won 6 straight road games.
They had a day off to experience a big dude. They're gonna be flying high tonight. Steph's gonna have I said Steph was gonna have a big game against. I don't want to jinx it. I said he was gonna have a big game against the Wizards the other night. I said he was gonna go for 50. So I'm not jinxing anything.
Well, the last time he was in the Garden, he made history. He made history.
It's a Garden, dude.
It surpassed Ray Allen.
Big-time players step up in big-time games, and Steph has always been that guy. This is New York City. This is a big stage. This is a nationally televised game. Like, I'm expecting big things from Steph tonight, number one. And the Warriors, man, they're 11 of 14, 6 in a row on the road. They're climbing up the 9 seed now, or did the Lakers go above them last night?
They're tied, but the Warriors have some games to make up here.
Let's go, man.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. We'll update the Sandies in a second after Gilbert in Concord. Gilbert, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. I am a business owner, and I know one thing. If one of my guys keeps calling in, with whatever issues he's having, I still got to take care of my clients and my customers. And so that being said, I am very, very sympathetic for him, but we got to see how this plays out, because if he continues to take long absence, and then I believe owners are going to have to make some type of decision. But right now, I'd just like to say a prayer for Andrew Wiggins. I pray that God blesses him, strengthens him, helps him, whatever he's going through. I just pray for him and his family in the name of Jesus Christ. I pray that God will help him, and I pray that God gives our owners of the Warriors wisdom on what to do with this, and that they do the right thing. That's all I can say. And God bless all you guys at 95.7 Game.
Thank you, Gilbert. I'll say this, though. He's a business owner, and he said that's what he'd do in the business. But this ain't a regular business, the NBA. You're not going to just say, hey, Andrew Wiggins, we're going to cut you off the basketball team. It's a $100 million player right now. You're not going to just cut a player and move off from a player without any reinforcements. That doesn't happen in the NBA. That's what makes it different from the real world. That's what makes the NFL different than the real world. That's what makes Major League Baseball and hockey and soccer and all these sports different from the real world. You just can't, all of a sudden, Wiggins, he's playing poorly, right? The first 2 months of the season. Playing poorly. He's MIA. I'm like, where is this guy at? Then all of a sudden, he starts playing well. I'm like, wow, there's Andrew Wiggins. Now he's gone for a while. Who knows how long he could be gone? We don't know. But you're not going to just sit here and say, oh, it's the real world. You know what? He's done this 2 years in a row. Bye-bye. You're not going to just do that in the middle of the season. You're not. It's not the real world.
Might do it in the offseason, though.
But you're going to have to make a trade. You're not going to just cut him.
Yeah.
You're going to have to try to get some for him, which makes this, like in the real world, Gilbert, the business owner, can't say, hey, I'm going to call this other business. I got this guy. He's not performing for me, man. He's been in and out. Would you like to make a trade for employees? Not doing that. We're not trading employees. You know?
That'd be cool if you
let's
could.
Stop. Like, that's the thing, FP. You know it. You played it. The MLB is not the real world.
It's not.
It's not. It just isn't. I don't like the comparisons to the real world. That's the thing about this situation that kind of bugs me.
It's way more cutthroat. It's way more not politically correct. It's way more, what have you done for me lately? It's way more, you're a piece of meat at times. And we could do with you, we could do without you. And if you don't want to do it this way, we'll go somewhere else. I would say sports have changed. The landscape has changed a little bit more recently where they are more empathetic to the actual player and how he's feeling. Nobody cared about how we felt.
Yep.
Nobody cares about how you feel. So yeah, it's a little different nowadays. But it is hard to compare. No. Even injuries going back to work. Like everyone's like, well, I've went through a rehab. Well, yeah, you have, and injuries suck, but you didn't have to compete at the highest level and go against the greatest players in the world when you got back to work. So like, there's not a lot of comparisons.
Oscar at EPA 650 95.7 Game picked up FP from the waiver wire. We sure did put in our claim.
Yes,
he cleared the 10-day waiver wire.
Yeah.
That is funny, man. I will say,
still a bench player, though.
We have a lot of calls coming in, man. We're going to take a lot of calls here. Moses Moody, he gets a great opportunity. Clay's rolling. Let's get Steph back on the roll. It is Madison Square Garden. We had a lot of fun here. I thought we were going to talk Niners, but once I heard this from Steve Kerr, I knew the show would be a lot different. Here's Steve Kerr on to Andrew Wiggins.
I just think that, you know, we're in a position where, you know, Wiggs is a private person, and so he's asked to keep it private, and we're going to honor that. So, you know, it doesn't help for me to sit here and try to explain any of that. The bottom line is, you know, we respect Wiggs. We need him, and we fully expect him back, but we just don't know what that will be.
Don't know when it'll be. So in the meantime, it'll be all about Moses Moody. And I believe Mike in Burlingame has some confidence in Moses Moody. Mike, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How are you today?
Good. Doing very well.
Good. Thanks. First, I want to give a shout-out to FP. He was my favorite color man when he was with the Nationals. I just want to give him a see you later. Give him a little bit of love because that was a historically memorable year. It made my baseball life complete, actually. So, anyway, I just wanted to give FP some love on that.
Thanks, dude. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're the best, FP. You and Bob were the best. I swear to God. Anyway, I was talking about Moses Moody. I'm kind of wondering, you know, playing back and put the rewind button on, why they didn't put their arms around this guy when he showed promise and, you know, the fans recognize what the guy does. Why didn't they put their arms around him and have Steph and Clay and Draymond just, you know, he's only 21. Prop the young man up, pump him full of confidence. Where would he be now if they did that? Your thoughts, guys?
I asked Bonte that question earlier, so good question.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, the players, I know for sure, Draymond Green loves Moody. You know, Moody spends a lot of time with Draymond Green. So much so I know Draymond has a house somewhere outside of Bay Area. It's like Moses, just saying it. Like, that's his little brother. They take care of him. They love Moses. Love Moses. As far as Steve Kerr in the rotation, you got a lot of guys here. So probably have a lot of guys on his roster. One injury and boom, you're out of the rotation. And for a youngster like Moses Moody trying to prove himself over and over and over again, one step back and boom, you're getting 10 minutes. You're getting 5 minutes. I don't think it's been fair. You think about him as a rookie having big games. You think about him. I look at the Sacramento game this season. Again, that is a microcosm of Moses Moody's season. He drops 4 threes in the fourth quarter, hits nothing but net. He's rolling after the Warriors blew a 22-point lead. And he doesn't play the last 4 minutes of change. Because Steve Kerr was loyal to his guys. And then a day later, Steve Kerr says, you know what? After watching it back and replaying it, I should have stuck with Moses Moody. Then he has back-to-back 21-point games, and next thing you know, he strains a calf. And he's out for a few weeks. And then Lester Quinones comes on, and he's playing well. And Keith Santos is playing well. All of a sudden, you're out of the rotation. And then Kaminga's playing well, and, Wiggins is playing well. So where are you going to get your minutes? That's the problem with having a deep roster right now. But I do think the coaching staff trying to embrace him and say, hey, we need you to stay ready. Obviously, they have, because once Moses Moody got inserted into the starting lineup the other night in Washington, he was ready to roll. He was ready to roll like a player who had been playing 25 minutes a night all season long. So I do think the coaching staff has, behind the scenes, embraced Moses Moody and just tell him, hey, man, we know it's tough on you right now, but keep working hard, keep practicing. You may get a moment here and there. You may get an opportunity. He got his opportunity the other night with 4-7 from 3.
Dude, this is the Golden State Warriors. This isn't getting your minutes on the San Antonio Spurs right now. Like, this is championshipville.
Yep.
So when you get your minutes, you got to take advantage of your minutes. This isn't a developmental league. This isn't a try team. Like, this is a do team. Because you've set the bar so high with 4 championships and you're going for number 5.
Right.
I don't have time for you to go out there and figure things out.
Right.
You either do it or you don't. It's different from teams that aren't expected to win championships. When you get your time in the sun, you got to shine.
Yep.
You can't falter a little bit.
Nope.
In practice, there's pressure on you. On the game, there's pressure on you because it's a different thing when you're playing for a team that's won 4 championships.
All right, say that thought, FP. I want you to continue on that. Will and Marin will get to you. We'll get to everybody on the lines here. 888-957-9570 as the Warriors are in the Garden taking on the New York Knicks. They have to do so without Andrew Wiggins. We're discussing that here on The Roast. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Matt's running the board? What the hell is going on around here?
He got well, he's dressed up. I know he's dressed up.
Yeah, we're going to go to pay our respects to Papa Shasky later today. We all are, man. Our prayers are with him. You know, one of our prayers are with Andrew Wiggins. We don't know what's going on with him. He's left the team due to personal reasons, and we have no idea when he's going to come back. By the way, download the free Odyssey app and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. Catch every single Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Catch amazing interviews. You missed two, like Sam Amick, Joey Steiny and Goo the other day talking about Klay Thompson. All right, let's get to the lines here. Let's get to the lines. 888-957-9570. We weren't going to talk some football today. The Warriors are in the Garden trying to win their 7th straight road game. They're going to have to do so without Andrew Wiggins. That's got to have been a top story. Mark Willard, Mark Randy did a great job yesterday interviewing Steve Kerr yesterday right here on 95.7 The Game. Mark asked Steve Kerr about Andrew Wiggins. Here's what Kerr had to say.
I just think that, you know, we're in a position where, you know, Wiggs is a private person, and so he's asked to keep it private, and we're going to honor that. So, you know, it doesn't help for me to sit here and try to explain any of that. The bottom line is, you know, we respect Wiggs. We need him, and we fully expect him back, but we just don't know what that will be.
We just don't know when. He's played his best basketball of the season. 16 games. Last 16 games, he's giving you 15-5, but more importantly, playing lockdown defense, shooting 54% from the floor, 46 from three. He's played his best hoops. Chris Paul just came back. Now it's time to get around that stretch drive here. You're at the Belmont Stakes. You're at the Kentucky Derby, man. You're coming around that court. You're coming around, man.
And down the stretch they come.
Down the stretch they come. Who's my guy on NBC? He's one of the best broadcasters ever. I don't know who that guy is. He's so good. And down the stretch they come. And you see Bob Baffert there with his horse, and he's out there stressing out. This is where we're at in basketball. We got 25 games. LeBron James dropping 19 yesterday in the fourth quarter. Lakers say, we can't lose this game. We got to win. Got to stack wins. So that's where it sucks from a basketball standpoint. Let's go to Leroy in Miami. Leroy, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, Bonte? So a lot of love to y'all. I love what y'all doing. I always listen in. I would just want to say this. Andrew Wiggins, that's my guy. He was labeled as a bust for a long time, and I'm glad he rejuvenated his career kind of in the Bay. But I kind of felt like he's always been underappreciated, and I understand he won't be held to, you know, the standard or given grace as like a Klay or Steph because, you know, he's not a homegrown player, right? But he showed he can make sacrifices over the years, whether it be the vaccine, people made it a political argument, whether it be his role changes, no more middies, stretching his game out, right? Crashing the board, doing different things, even if sets aren't called for you, impacting that 2022 playoff run. And it's almost as if people forgot how impactful he was, so much so that, you know, they were done with him last year as if he wasn't going through. Something had to be going on for a person who's never missed games to just suddenly have to take a leave of absence. And in no way, shape, or form am I saying, you know, players should just be making up excuses and not be available, but it has to be some kind of reason. You know what I mean? Who played through a rib injury in the playoffs, came back, didn't even get to condition properly. And I think sometimes, you know, for some reason, I don't know if it's because people felt like maybe he stole some of the limelight from a Klay just coming back from a 2-year injury. Everybody was saying that it was basically Steph and Andrew. I don't know. But, you know, I've seen Klay pout for being benched. I've seen Poole pout. I've never seen Wiggins do that, you know. So all I'm saying is if guys are going to win, it takes everybody. And sometimes when guys are missing, you can kind of see their value. And I'm glad that people see his value and want him to play. But it's like, come on, be a little bit gracious to the guy who was doing his best. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think we are being gracious.
Do you feel differently this happened 2 years in a row, though?
Some people do. He left the line here. Sorry, we had a quick trigger there. That's where I think some people are.
You have no value when you're missing.
I think a little people are befuddled by that.
I disagree in the sense you have no value when you're missing.
Well,
you don't appreciate somebody's value when they're missing. You have no value when you're missing.
But you understand what you're missing when they're gone.
Yeah.
You know, and we may experience that this road trip.
If you go through the Warriors locker room right now, I guarantee if you ask players off the record, half would be okay with it. Half would be like, we need him here. And I don't know I can't speak for who would say what, or if they're mad or not mad, if they're empathetic or not empathetic, but there's just different attitudes. It's never just like, what are the worst questions, Bonte? And I hope you've never asked this, and I'm probably stepping on toes if you did. What's the mood of the team? Like there's 15, 30, 50 guys that all have different moods and different takes and different values and different perspectives.
No doubt.
Hey, what's the mood of the team? I don't know. That guy was hungover today. That guy's getting divorced. That guy's super happy we're winning. This guy couldn't care less that we're winning. This guy's about his numbers. This guy doesn't care about his numbers. Like there's never a mood of the team, ever. It's never like one mood. Oh, we're all in a great mood today. No, you're pissed. I'm happy. Right. He's sad. He's depressed. Great
perspective.
There's no one mood of the team, and there's no one take about this Wiggins thing, even in their locker room.
Right.
I promise you that.
No, I believe
There's some guys who are like, what the hell?
I believe
and there's other guys who are like, I get it.
I believe
I hope he's okay. There's some, we'll never know who, and publicly they're going to say the right things because they have to, and that's what good teammates and organizations do. But I guarantee you, if you lift the curtain back behind the scenes, there's a lot of people over there right now going, come on, man, let's go. And there's a lot of people going like, I understand. I get it. Please take care of your business. We're praying for you.
That's so well said, FP. And I believe you. I believe a lot of guys are probably thinking differently on the situation. They're supporting him. But I bet you there's the thought like, boy, we're trying to win another championship here, man. We got a chance to go on a roll here. What's going on? I don't know. I think they're going to respect the privacy. But to your point, you've been in these clubhouses. You know what it's like traveling with guys making millions and millions of dollars. There's different egos here, man. You guys are playing with big boy money and big boy stakes. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a lot of legacies on the line. How your story may get written may depend on these last 25 games. May depend on what you do in the playoffs. So that's spot on. I don't disagree with you, FP. I really don't.
Yeah, and I'm just basing it on experience. I don't know. Maybe every single one of those guys is like prayers with you, and we'll see you when we see you, dude. Big hugs. But it's just never like that. It's never like that in society. It's never like that in whatever work you're driving to right now. It's just like everyone's got different takes. Everyone's got different beliefs. Everyone's got different opinions. Everyone looks at things differently.
Yep.
And there's more egos and more money in at the highest level in sports, of course. But I guarantee you, if you took a poll right now, half would be this, and 2 would be that, and 3 would be this, and Steve Kerr is going to come out and say what he's supposed to say, and maybe he feels that, maybe he doesn't. You just don't know. There's a way you present it publicly, and there's a way that only the people in the room know. Only those people know.
Let's go to Willem Moran. Willem Moran, what's happening, man? You're on a roast.
Thanks for taking my call. I just want to shout out, hey, Shasky, man, whatever it is you're going through, big dog. I just want to say I've been listening to you since you were calling in Jolo and Dibs in the morning, since back in the day when Bonte could barely get a word past Greg Papa. And when I heard you guys were going to, that was awesome, man. I remember Bonte back in the day, man, when it would just be you in the afternoons. I'd be like, man, this dude's legit. And when I heard that you guys got the morning show, it was music to my ears. So I'm here for you, Shasky. I know I've never met you, big dog, but I know what it's like to go through things like that, and it's tough. And I'm going to pivot. So to Andrew Wiggins, like a guy like myself that has gone through anxiety like that, when to break it down for you, it's like places that you used to swim, you drowned. Situations that used to be small are so large, and you could be surrounded by hundreds of people that you love in a beautiful limelight, and you still feel like Tom Hanks on Castaway with Wilson. It's a very, very, very real feeling, and I'm not trying to belittle anyone's opinion. I'm not trying to say that I'm right and you need to listen to me or anything like that, because everybody has the right to their own beliefs and their opinions. However, this is a very true thing. And when I went through that, it was tough, and I had to surround myself by things that I loved and things that I liked. But you know what I didn't go through? I didn't have social media probably in my DMs calling me weak or soft-minded. I didn't have, other people looking at me bat in the eye, or a fan base with hundreds of thousands of people depending on me. I had my family, and that was hard enough. So I just want you guys to understand that, yes, he is a professional athlete. He has been under pressure. He is under a limelight, and that comes with the show. But like Danker said, Andrew Wiggins is a human being. He is just like us. He just happens to be extremely good at basketball, and a company, and a team, an organization wants to pay him to perform. It's the same thing, and I get it. You're right. Me doing pest control, I probably couldn't call in every other week and go, hey, you know what, Robert? I'm having a tough one. I can't come in. That would be inconsistent. But you know what my job has done? They've given us a hotline. So when we're having a tough day, we can pull it over and be like, you know what? I had a rough day. So there are things now that the situation is coming into a more full and more serious limelight. And companies are taking those steps, but you're right. It would be difficult in the real world, but he's not. He's a professional athlete, so he gets the luxury. He works hard, and he deserves his privacy. So, Andrew, if you're listening, big dog, I want you to get right. I want you to get healthy. And I know as a person that's gone through it, basketball comes second, homie. Your family, your health, and everything with you comes first. And if you don't play ever again, I'm not mad at you because I'd rather you live the rest of your life happy, homie. And that's all facts, no cap. Thank you, guys.
That's call it a week right there.
Well, I mean, that's really admirable that he opened up like that and admitted it.
That's call it a week.
But we can't assume that Andrew Wiggins is going through anxiety.
I'm not going to assume. I'm not going to assume anything. I'm not going to speculate anything. I don't know what the hell's going on with Andrew Wiggins. It's a private matter. I'm going to respect that, and hopefully they keep it private. It's a personal matter. I'm not getting into anybody's personal business. I don't even get in the I try not to get the Shaskies or your FP. If you want to share business with, that's fine. But I try not to get into it. I respect everybody's privacy because I know I'm a private guy personally. So that's a hell of a call by Will. You know, happiness first, man. If you're not right, if he's not right, then I don't want you around the team because you're going to hurt the team if you're not right. It's just like a player who's hurt, right? He's 75%, shoulders aching in baseball, right? Can't lift up a bat, but he's trying to gut it out. Well, you're hurting the team. Because you're just giving me 0 for 4s every single day. How about you go on a 15-day IL or a 10-day IL, go get right. And when you're right, get back.
Dude, I know, this is going to sound heartless. I know some GMs that shipped hurt guys out because they just didn't want to see them in the locker room moping around. So they're like, go do your rehab in spring training. Go do your rehab in Scottsdale. Go do your rehab in Florida because I just don't want to see you moping around the clubhouse because you're bringing everybody else down.
See? That's wild. That's wild.
I just don't want to see you if you can't help the team. I mean, that's old school, but I've seen that happen a lot recently too.
Dude, look, and I get it. There's going to be fans, and it's okay. I get. A fan can think however they want to think. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. I don't care. Like it's all good. But there are fans who are going to say, "Man, this happened 2 years in a row." Well, you know what? Sometimes death comes in a time. I know somebody who lost their father, brother, mother in the same calendar year. Things happen in life that we cannot control. So the fact that Andrew Wiggins is going for the second year, yeah, it is ironic that it's happening again, but things happen in life. We don't know what the hell's going on. So I'm not going to speculate on it. I'm going to focus on the New York Knicks and how the Warriors can get their 7th straight road win. But trust me, FP, I say all that to say, I do wonder, when is he coming back? Because last year, we were like, is he coming back this week? Is he come back next week? Is he come back next month? Is he even going to come back at all? Is he done for the season? Now, with 25 games left and you got this road trip, I'm thinking about the Knicks, I'm thinking about the Raptors, I'm thinking about Boston on Sunday. Who the hell's going to guard Jason Tatum? Who's going to guard Jaylen Brown? That's my guy, Andrew Wiggins. That's his assignment. So in the back of our minds, we do, hey, you know what? When is he coming back? That is fair to speculate. Like, we are concerned about that because we do want to see him play on the court because that's what he does well, as Will and Mariz says. But it's just a sticky situation, man. Very delicate. Timing's just weird. I don't know, man. I don't know.
What would we have talked about today if this wasn't a topic? What would the show been like differently? Would we just be like, Knicks, Garden, your favorite sports place?
All that. Like, we did that the first hour. Lupton and I were talking yesterday. Moving on, because there's all the Brandon Ayuk rumors. Lupton threw something at me last night on a show called, Bonte, what if we did this? Who do you want to if you had to pick one, who do you want to see back with their respective teams? Is it Brandon Ayuk with the 49ers, or is it Klay Thompson with the Golden State Warriors? Because Brandon Ayuk wants his money.
I vote for Ayuk.
There you go. That would have carried the show. It would have been.
I love Klay, though. That's a hard one.
John Lynch and rumors coming out of the Niners saying they're going to be aggressive this offseason. What does that mean? Are they cutting a player? Are they making trades?
They're getting Devontae Adams.
Exactly. There was a lot to talk about. A lot to talk about.
They need another receiver. They need a big-time receiver.
Oh, I agree.
With Ayuk. We talk about
Trade Debo,
linemen. We talk edge rushers.
Trading Debo,
a linebacker for Greenlaw. No, give me another receiver. Give me a frontline receiver. A big time one.
Man, we would have been talking about a lot of things, not Andrew Wiggins. Or we would have been discussing Andrew Wiggins playing better and being back in the lineup. But you hinted at it right away. When Anthony Slater came out with the report Monday, he's out due to personal reason. Did your eyes lit up, said personal? Oh, no, I don't like that.
I'd rather seen a sprained ankle. Then you know when he's coming back, or when the personal reasons and family matters, they're far more important than sports. I understand that, but like the fact that Steve came on our air and said we don't know when he's coming back, that's the wild card in all this. With 25 games left, they're making a push.
Man,
that's the hard part. You just don't know, and then
just don't know.
And as a player in that locker room, you don't know. Steve doesn't know. We don't know. None of our business. But like as far as what you want to accomplish as a group and what you've been through this year, and you've been through so much, and then to not know, he might be back tomorrow. I don't know. We're probably making a bigger deal of this than it is. I just think it's based on what happened last year and then again this year. And if you're the Warriors, and this might sound harsh, you have to ask yourself, will this happen again next year? You have to. You have to, from a cold-hearted, bottom line standpoint, wonder if this is going to be a thing. You have to.
No doubt. No doubt. That's fair. That's fair. My thing is when it comes to Andrew Wiggins, in my mind, how it works, I think, obviously these guys have families or whatnot, but I'm just looking at the player on the floor as we're covering the team. And the Warriors are rolling right now, winning 11 of their last 14. I just thought, man, the guy was playing so damn good. He finally turned the season around. So now, we don't know when he's going to come back. Is he going to be able to get his rhythm?
If Steve knew, he said he'll be back in Toronto on Friday.
Right.
Like we'll have him back on Toronto Friday. He's just taking care of some things at home. Personal matters. He'll be back Friday in Toronto. The fact that he came out on air and said we don't know, and he might be back tomorrow because we don't know. But if this was something that he would have said, he'll be in Boston.
Said he's hopeful Wiggins will return. Hopeful. We just don't know. We don't know. Let's go to Big Smooth in Oakland. Big Smooth, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Wow. So listen, man, let me preface this by saying this is going to sound harsh, but I'm not trying to be harsh. Because as my nephew told me yesterday, he said, Unc, life be life-and. Take off your fandom hat. True. But let me ask you this, man. Do you think in the back of somewhere in the recesses of Andrew Wiggins' mind, is he saying, I can't do this again. Let me come back sooner because this just happened. And I don't, maybe he's the one saying, man, I need to come back sooner for my teammates. Again, I'm not trying to sound harsh, but he was playing so well. And not only that, right before he slammed his finger in the door, he was playing well then too. It seems like it takes a ramp-up time when he comes back. Maybe he'll be back in Toronto. Maybe that makes the most sense. He had to go up. Maybe he had to go home, and, hey, I'll meet you guys in Toronto. But, man, at some point, do the Warriors have to kind of play a little bad guy and say, hey, Andrew, we need to know when you're coming back? Is it wrong to say, hey, Vontae, you just had a death in the family. Is it wrong to ask, hey, do you got a roundabout idea when you're coming back? I don't think that's so terrible.
You know what?
I don't think that's wrong.
You know what? That's not wrong at all. But I got the boss man right here. Let's ask him, Matt Hegan. What do you say in that situation? You're a program director. Things happen. I've known Matt for 7 years or 6.5 years. Whenever somebody's going through something, Matt Hegan, no questions asked. Take time off. You get back when you get back. We'll be here for you. Let me know if you need any help. That's my experience with Matt Hegan. There's never been no pressure to say, boy, I need you back.
You can't compare the two.
You can't compare the two situations, no doubt. But this is what we have, and that's how he's handled it for the most part, in my opinion.
I do let you guys dictate that because I trust you guys.
Yeah.
And something happens, I'll check in with you guys. And you know that I have to plan for whatever is going on in your life. Of course, I'm thinking about you, but I have to plan for the next week or whatever it is. So every time anything's happened with anybody, it's, hey, I need another week. Hey, I need another day. And they've reached out to me saying, I know you need to plan. Here's the deal. I'll be back at this point. And then I've told a couple people saying, hey, I think you need another day. I think you need another couple days. And they're like, yeah, you know what? You're probably right.
There it is.
Matt, I need next week off. I've worked 2 weeks in a row. I'm going to have to take next week off. Thanks.
No, can't do it.
Hey, Matt, when the Warriors season's over and the Giants are playing, they're limping to a 10-22 start. I'm going to need June and July off, please.
No, that's when it gets good.
No, it's not with baseball.
That's when we can really break stuff down.
No, not with this baseball team.
Break stuff
They're
down.
not entertaining. They got no stars. The platooning, hopefully they don't platoon their way or have any openers. By the way, Giants already have an injury. They already took a hit to the starting rotation.
Tristan Beck has an aneurysm in his arm.
Oh my
That's not good.
Oh my god!
I've never heard of that aneurysm in your arm.
David Cohn had that. Google it.
Okay,
David Cohn had that.
I'll do that.
It's not a
Was
good.
that at the
It's not a
end
good
of his
thing.
career,
Yeah, it's
or-
not a good thing. Trust me.
Wow.
Hopefully he'll be okay. But yeah,
Wow.
he's one of my faves. So
David Cohn?
Tristan.
Tristan.
Tristan's awesome. Anybody who lives in the marina knows Tristan. He's just a good dude. He's like a Stanford guy. He's smart. He's funny. He's a good teammate. He's going for a rotation spot. So yeah, that's tough news for him and the team.
So yeah, that won't be fun discussing a bad and boring baseball team. If the Giants are bad, now maybe they surprise us all and have a great season. They haven't won. Stop. They haven't won a spring training game yet. You can't play that until they win a spring training game.
Got a single in his first half.
Did you see the A's president said always nice to beat the Giants on Twitter yesterday?
Dave Kaval said that?
Yeah. I'm like, dude,
what?
How about a game that counts?
Wait a minute.
He tweeted, it's always nice to beat the Giants.
He also turned his replies off on Twitter, too.
Yeah, he did turn his replies off.
He turned his replies off. Oh,
if you want to see some fun quote tweets, though, yeah, go look at that Dave Kaval tweet and then look at all the quote tweets.
How tone deaf is that?
The spring training, bro. Slow your roll. If it's a regular season, I don't even think you tweet that. But during the spring training, come on.
With the situation of that team,
always nice to beat the Giants.
That organization.
But that's just par for the course with Dave Kaval. Like,
I don't know. He was nice. I met him once.
He tries to troll and be funny like that, while at the same time he's making life difficult for A's fans. That's just who he is. He's not a good person.
He's the type of guy that just needs to paint his face and walk around downtown. That's it. He's a clown. He's a straight up clown. That's what he is. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. We've talked a lot about Andrew Wiggins, but it means an opportunity for Moses Moody. How excited are you for that? Steph Curry in the mini-slump. Last time he was at the Garden, he broke a three-point. You know what, Lubbock? Play that for me. You got that soundbite? Play that for me. The last time Steph was at the Garden and he played the basketball game, history was made December 21st of 2021.
Wiggins comes across, working on Fournier. Up top to Curry. Quick release and splash! There it is! The best shooter the game has ever seen has cemented his legacy. No one has made more threes than Stephen Curry. And when you consider he has many more years in his career, he might be setting a record that may never be broken.
Might not ever be broken.
Dude, the documentary, you saw it, right? The after party he had with the hats on. They all had the hats on, and KD was there.
Did you watch Underrated?
Yeah. KD was there, and he's like, most misunderstood man in sports. And
Yeah, about Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
Yep.
I got goosebumps. It was a nice little celebration they had, nice little party. They all had those navy blue hats with the gold print on.
2,974.
Yeah, dude. It was sick. That's one of the better documentaries I've ever seen.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I love
agree.
it. I love it. Because they show...
What was your favorite part?
Dude, it did the underdog stories, undersized in his freshman year.
Did you like
at Davidson when he looked like a 12-year-old?
Did you like
and he started and he had all the turnovers his first game. What was it, 9 or 11 turnovers?
Right. Oh, against Michigan.
He was terrible, but they believed in him and they sent him back out again. And then he went for like 30 his second game. Such a good story, dude. Uniform hanging off him like it's way too big.
You know what I loved is him in the car at 95.7 the game coming out.
Oh yeah, that was cool. Was it you?
There was some guy said, "Hey man, they just had a clunker in New Orleans."
That was you? You're in the documentary?
I'm in the documentary a few times.
That's sweet, dude.
He's eating popcorn watching the post-game show as I'm breaking down his rough January. You know, Steph Curry in the month of January shot 25% from the three-point line. He's just watching the security guard as I'm like rat-a-tat-tatting all these bad stats.
He's writing your name down. It's like that Bonte guy when I find him.
People to kill.
Shasky and I are in there. We were going back and forth during the Boston series. No, Shasky, I don't know, man. The Celtics are too young. They're athletic. They're faster. And you hear Shasky, Yeah, I don't like this situation.
You guys are just both so nervous. I remember that, that whole, all the stuff in that doc for you guys, people outside the Bay Area going to watch that. It's like, man, whoever these radio hosts are, they're just super negative on this Warrior team.
More negative, just shook.
Did you see they're doing Hard Knocks with the Red Sox on Netflix?
Yeah, you did see that.
All access, so unprecedented access.
So who's on the Red Sox that we should care about?
Alex Cora, their manager. Great dude.
A player, but about a player, though.
Not a lot of people
They
know
missed
Alex
the
Cora.
boat. They should have done it with the Giants last year and had video of Gabe stretching nude in center field.
No, we don't need that. The ladies would have loved that.
All the
ladies would have loved that. No, seriously, what a player. I need a player, FP, Red Sox. What player? Alex Verdugo?
Alex Verdugo's on the Yankees.
Devers are good.
Verdugo
he got traded to the Yankees. He got traded to the Yankees.
Let's go, fantasy baseball boys.
I need to catch up, dude. It's the basketball football season. Niners FS to the Super Bowl. I care less about the Boston Red Sox, but I'm asking, though, what player... Get me hooked on this, because I'm a sucker for Hard Knocks. I'm probably going to watch it anyway, but for the casual fan who loves behind-the-scene access of professional sports team, who's a player that we're like, all right, Devers. Okay, Rafael Devers.
The Dodgers should have done this with Shohei.
This should have been the Dodgers.
It should have been the Dodgers.
Or the Braves.
I don't know.
Why not the Braves? Why not the Phillies? We picked the Red Sox? Nobody even know. The Red Sox they've been irrelevant the last few years.
Yeah, I'm going down the roster, dude. And unless there's a sleeper in here, I don't know many of their players.
See? FP, come on.
Devers is their best player.
Devers is their best player, no doubt. They got the first
Bobby
baseman.
Dahlback, Romy Gonzalez, Vaughn Grisham.
Yeah, Vaughn Grisham, I've heard he's got some potential.
Not bad.
Trevor Story.
He used to be good. Lucas Giolito.
Their first baseman's good. Who's the first baseman? Tony something. He's like a slugger.
Tristan Cassis,
that's who it is. Not Tony.
I mean, okay. Fans love this. And I know everybody listening right now, you love that. I love the all access stuff. I love it. I'm a Hard Knocks freak. In season, preseason, training camp, whatever the Hard Knock. Give me more of that. The Steph documentary. I'm watching the Dynasty one on Tom Brady right now. Give me all the documentaries, dude. I'm trying to think of one. What was the one on the Olympic team? And it talked about
the Redeem Team.
Redeem Team was awesome.
That was a really good.
We're coming in at 4 a.m. and Kobe's going to work out. I'm just like, oh man,
that was my favorite part of that.
Dude,
that made me truly even more so appreciate the greatness of Kobe Bryant. I remember watching that team in 2008, and everyone's making a big deal about LeBron kind of being the face of that team. Kobe Bryant was the driving force of that team.
No,
it was all Kobe that year. And watching that doc, just seeing just how much he was the force on that team, that was really fun to watch.
You know that when players get mic'd up, I love that. But a lot of players won't do this. Baseball's such a private sport. I don't understand it. They need to open up. They need to get more access.
I agree.
Those guys get paid like $10,000 a game to get mic'd up. You know they pay them.
Yeah, no doubt.
ESPN pays them.
Oh, they pay them?
They pay them to get mic'd up. They're like, you want to be mic'd up tonight? Here's $10,000.
Good.
Okay, mic me up.
Good.
Mic me up walking down the street for $10,000.
They need to do that because, you just named the Red Sox. Wow, I outside of Rafael Devers, and a lot of people don't even know who Devers is. He's a good third baseman, very good third baseman. You should name the manager first. Alex Cora. We got a problem with baseball, man. We need more name players. We need some stars, man. Or at least market. Hard Knocks should have been with the Braves. Ronald Acuna Jr., Austin Riley, Matt Olson.
Or the Dodgers.
Dodgers.
Mookie and Freddie and Shohei.
I'd take the Padres with Machado and Tatis and Xander Bogaerts.
You know why, though? You take what you can get. I'm sure they went to these teams first and they said, no, we don't want cameras in our clubhouse. We don't want cameras on our charter. We don't want cameras on the bus going to the ballpark. I don't want a camera in my car driving to the ballpark. I don't want access to team meetings. Baseball's private, dude. And I think that's a problem. I think they need to open up and the NFL has. McDaniel with the Dolphins, he said, hey, it's going to be different. We're going to have cameras everywhere. This isn't going to derail us. Right. We're just going to go. And there was he loves the F-bomb, by the way, every other word. And now he's my favorite coach in the NFL. And I would have never known this had I not watched Hard Knocks.
Wow.
He's literally my favorite coach maybe ever.
Hard Knocks was good this year. It was
and
good.
Tua, I always just thought Tua was a stiff. And then you watch this and you're like, no, Tua's a good dude. He's a good human being. He cares about everybody that works in the stadium. These are things you don't know. When you get access to players like this, you feel like you know them now. You feel like you know coaches. And I couldn't have cared less about the Dolphins. Now I kind of watch the Dolphins.
They're a fun team.
Kind of root for the Dolphins a little bit just by watching Hard Knocks.
Let's get to Richie at Queens here. Richie at Queens before we sign off here. Richie, what's happening?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good, good.
Yeah, I was just telling, I'm probably going to the game tonight.
Oh, really? You're going to the Garden?
Yeah, it's not going to be very good, I don't think. I think Steph is probably going to have an awesome game. We're missing everybody. Brunson's questionable, and Abunabi's out. Obviously, Randall's out, Mitchell Robinson. So it's going to be, I think, an ugly game, but I love Steph. He's one of my favorite players in 65 years I've been watching. That draft was unbelievable. We chose Jordan Hill. Right after Steph.
From Arizona.
And then right after, and then we took Jordan Hill, and right after that went DeRozan. So you could say we didn't have a very good 3, a very good 8 pick that year. But, I was looking at your team, guys, and, we're kind of free-falling. We were looking at a 4, maybe possible 3 seed, and all of a sudden now we might be in a play-in before you know it. You guys are sitting, 10th? You're 5 games up. Obviously, you're only 3 out from the 5th seed, and you're playing better. I don't know what's up with Wiggins. What's the latest? Is he's got personal issues, I would think, right? And I know he was playing really well.
Yeah, personal issues. He's away from the team.
But I think that the Knicks will be competitive. I think it's a win. It should be a win for your team tonight. But last time I went to a West Coast game, I went to see a West Coast team come in. I was there in 2009 when Kobe had 63.
Oh, wow.
And I think maybe tonight, Steph can break out of his little slump that I think he's been in, and I think he's going to have a good game. But you know what I love about him? I think he's the face of the franchise, obviously. I think he's a great kid, and I think the game should have more players like him. So.
I agree. We could all be better.
Guys, are we psyched about them at all or no?
Who, the San Francisco Giants?
I mean, I'm always psyched about baseball.
I'm always psyched about baseball. I don't think I'm psyched about the Giants.
It's kind of a wait and see thing.
I'm intrigued with the Giants. I'm not excited about the Giants. I'm intrigued with what's going on with them. But there ain't no way in hell I'm excited about them.
I'm hopeful for them. I hope that they can find ways to, surprise us and give us a good. I have hope. I have hope that they'll figure something out, and I'll be sad when they don't.
Yeah, what he said. Whatever he said.
Jorge Soler, great. Jung-Hoo Lee, I want to see it. But I'm not excited. I'm not going to sit here and lie. I'm open-minded about the Giants.
For Giants baseball.
I'm excited for baseball. Giants baseball?
Dude, that's my happy place.
Baseball's
Third
my
and
happy
King,
place.
you need to come down there with me a couple times this year.
Well, last year I boycotted.
But don't boycott. Come down there with me.
Last year
sit in the press box with me. Just don't show up at the end of the season press conference. Come all year with me.
Oh, no. Well,
come on, man.
If the media members are doing their job down there with the Giants and the questions are asked, the questions that fans want to be asked were asked, I wouldn't have to bring my ass down there.
Well, just come to a few games with me. We'll sit in the press box. I'm
not sitting in the press box.
All right, we'll go sit in the stands.
I sound like Shasky now.
Go in the bleachers.
No. I went to about 3 games last year, but what I said last year was I'm not spending a dime on the product. I'm not spending a dime on the team.
I'll leave you tickets.
You know what?
I'll leave you tickets.
And you know what? I didn't spend a single dime on tickets last year. Now, I may have bought a crab sandwich or a slice of pizza or a cocktail, but
still counts.
Yeah. I guess. Does it? No.
I don't have to do the post-game show now. We can get drunk during the game. We'll have some drinks with you.
FP, I'm coming to some games with you.
And I may or may not have done that anyways last year a few times. may or may not have been tipsy in the bunker a few times.
Hey, FP, man, I really appreciate you today because the Wiggins stuff is a tough situation to navigate, especially for me. Obviously, doing the television stuff, and you want to be sensitive to the situation. But you having a professional player perspective, I think, really helped the show today. Having a perspective of what it's like in the locker room with egos like that. We don't know. Love and I don't know. The roasters, we don't know. We haven't traveled with players. We haven't traveled from city to city with their team, from clubhouse to club. We play high school ball, but that's a school bus. But this is different. But you're out here traveling with millionaires with all types of different egos. Guys worried about their numbers. Guys worried about maybe the spot they're going to go out to that night. And so having your professional perspectives, and I think really helped the show, man. I appreciate what you shared. I appreciate your perspective on the situation with Andrew Wiggins, because you're probably right. There's 15 different guys on that team wearing a jersey. There's probably 15 different thoughts on what's going on with Andrew Wiggins.
It's not all one thing ever. And then you did a good job negotiating it too. It's not easy. I've been in your shoes more than been in my shoes. A lot easier for me to let it rip on this side.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. And trust me, I like to let it rip in more ways than one.
3 career farts in my 12 years on air.
FP, man, a Giants game with FP, that's dangerous. And I'm all in for it. That sounds like a great time.
Day game in the bleachers for some beers.
That sounds like a great time.
We'll go to the Gotham Club, too.
Well, you can go hang out with Darren in the booth, in the radio booth. I want to do that, too.
Yeah, that'll be great.
It would be great. All right, what's your final thoughts, FP?
Well, I'll give a shout-out to Tristan Beck. He got some tough news today. Hopefully he's okay. And I also want to say, go Moses Moody. Let's go Dubs. Big win tonight in the Garden. Let's go.
Let's go. My final thought is with the Shaskys. We're about to head over to the funeral. We hope he's doing well. I know it's going to be a tough and emotional day for the Shasky family and all his cousins, deporters, the Shaskys. We see a lot of friends there. Hopefully we just smile and celebrate the life of Papa Shasky, who lived one hell of a life. So it won't be sadness. We'll celebrate his great, great life today.
Dave Cavill, just stop tweeting. I know you won't, but you're just an absolute weasel of a human being. I can't stand your existence. I got your next tweet for you, Dave Cavill, right here. It goes like this. I, Dave Cavill, am stepping down from my role with the Oakland A's to go pursue new career opportunities in Siberia. Tweet that out. That's what we want to see. Go Moses Moody.
Go Moses Moody. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Have a good day, everybody. Steiny and Guru are next right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors and Knicks today at the Garden.
What time you got to be to work?
point. Get off me, text line. He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job. I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
All right, good morning, everybody. Matt Stein, Mets Darrell, the Guru Johnson with you on a Thursday. Golden State Warriors tonight at the Garden.
Where Curry scored 54 years ago.
Long time ago.
It still was the best thing.
That was early in his career, wasn't it?
Nah, he was a young, fresh face. No hair on the face.
This is how we know you're younger than me. See, I don't remember that game.
I thought you were going to say the hair, but your hair, you fighting.
See, the game I remember at the Garden with Steph Curry is his only DNP CD.
What year?
It was Don Nelson. Don Nelson was the head coach. Wow. I want to say they had a game in February when Curry was a rookie, and he did not play Steph Curry.
Nothing was handed to the chef. He earned everything.
But Don Nelson's the same guy that'll tell you, I discovered Steph Curry.
No, Larry Ellis did.
But I wouldn't play him at Madison Square Garden his rookie year. Obviously, the big news with the Golden State Warriors right now is centered on Andrew Wiggins. He will not play tonight.
They lost that game. The Curry didn't play. Yeah.
No Andrew Wiggins tonight. He missed last game against Washington. So the timeline for Wiggins is he played Sunday against the Denver Nuggets. He's going to miss tonight's game, which means he'll miss Tuesday, Thursday. And tomorrow, the Golden State Warriors are in Toronto, which, I don't know, I guess conventional wisdom is that he's there dealing with whatever he's dealing with. But we'll start the show, Goo, because I know you are very passionate about this. What do you say? I'm going to start the show with what Steve Kerr told Mark Willard.
Let's do it. Yes.
On Willard and Dibs yesterday.
Thank you, brother.
Willard brought it up, and then he revisited it, and
he doubled back.
Yeah, the whole question is relevant. So take a listen. This is Mark Willard on Willard and Dibs talking to Steve Kerr.
I just think that we're in a position where Wiggs is a private person, and so he's asked to keep it private, and we're going to honor that. So it doesn't help for me to sit here and try to explain any of that. The bottom line is we respect Wiggs, we need him, and we fully expect him back, but we just don't know when what that will be.
All right. Go ahead, Goo.
Okay, so we've been working together 6 years. I think you know what I'm about and who I am and what I stand for and how much I love my family and I respect people's privacy and their family. But, Steiny, this is the second time we don't know that this has happened. And I love this team more than everything. I know life and family is bigger than sports, but you're hearing stuff out there, and I'm not letting that infiltrate my mind. But when I'm out, we have fun with why I'm out, and I'm tending to matter, Steiny. And you always, as a brother to me, say, Goo, I don't have to tell people what you're dealing with, and you always reach out to me. And I'm not Andrew Wiggins. I'm not comparing myself to an NBA or professional player, but what I do care about is we do something, and some people like it. And I have respect for the people that like it, that when I'm out, I want them to know what's going on with me. And I know everybody's different. I'm tired of people on Twitter and everywhere I go making me feel like a monster or a bad human, not because I'm not disrespecting Andrew Wiggins' privacy. My thing is, I'm in love with this team. I'm emotionally invested. And Steiny, if you're going to leave the team at the same juncture you left last year, you missed the game before the All-Star break last year. You didn't come back to the playoffs. Everything was thrown off. The team was thrown off. But again, if things and people are going through something in your family, that's bigger than ball. But my question is, why not just share that so the team, the teammates, the coach can move on? So again, I don't want, he doesn't know us where you're at, but I think you owe the team so you could tell the fans that pay $17 for a margarita or pay $50 for parking that are hoping this team that just got hot can get to the finish line, and now all of a sudden he's gone at the almost identical time, Steiny. So it hurts me from the standpoint, and it's bigger than me. I get that. But I'm being honest. From a basketball standpoint, Moody could be Magic Johnson. But guess what? That little cloud over the Warriors again is, when's he coming back? What are the defaults of when he comes back? The byproduct, the fallout. Everything is in flux, and they're the 10th seed. And I'm just like, the timing is incredible. Thoughts and prayers to his family and Joe Shasky, who's laying his great father to rest today. I know and love family, Steiny, but this is just weird, and I don't understand. Listening to Willard and Dibbs, Grandy in for Dibbs yesterday, the coach just sounded, I'm going to use the word despondent, Steiny, like tired. He had no answers. Now, Andrew Wiggins can show up tomorrow, but quit telling me I'm a monster or making me feel some type of way, because if we were in a different market, Steiny, I really believe the media would have gotten to, all we want is just what's going on? I know you asked me a little bit, but I had to let it out, man. Sleepless night last night, man.
Well, we don't know what the team knows or doesn't know, what Steve Kerr knows or doesn't know. I got to assume Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob know what's going on. Has that dripped down to his teammates? I don't know. I would think they probably have an understanding of what's going on. Does that matter? Well, I don't know, because we don't know what it is. We don't know how his teammates are feeling about him missing two games as of now for personal reasons. I don't know whether the team's saying, here we go again. I don't know if the team's saying, man, this poor guy's been through the ringer and we have his back at all costs. It's a delicate situation, obviously. You got to respect the guy's privacy. By the same token, there's no way you can tell me this doesn't affect the team in a way. And it's probably not in a good way. I don't see how it's ever good when there's a guy on your squad, whether it's you or Evan or Willard, who you just don't know if he's going to be there day in and day out. So it's a complicated. Well, I don't know if it's complicated. I don't know anything about it. I really don't. Here's what we know. He's not playing tonight against the Knicks. Does he play tomorrow against the Raptors? And if he plays tomorrow against the Raptors, does he continue to play consistently for the Warriors? And then maybe at that time, it's a blip. But
it's nothing.
Steve Kerr just didn't sound like it was a blip. Let's take another listen to what Steve Kerr said. Just listen to his voice.
To the privacy that the situation deserves. I'm sure you can understand the fan sort of interest after what happened last year and the sentences you've used already today that you expect him back, but then in the next answer you said you kind of hope that he's back. What can you tell us with regard? Is there any chance that this is a similar situation to last year with Andrew Wiggins?
I just think that we're in a position where Wiggs is a private person, and so he's asked to keep it private, and we're going to honor that. So it doesn't help for me to sit here and try to explain any of that. The bottom line is we respect Wiggs, we need him, and we fully expect him back, but we just don't know what that will be.
And I guess that's where you got to put two and two together. When Mark Willard says, is there any chance that we could be seeing kind of the same thing that happened last year? Well, what happened last year was Wiggins missed 25 games.
The game right before the All-Star break, it never came back.
And
to the playoffs.
I was half expecting Steve Kerr to say, no, it's not going to be like that.
I was hoping.
But he didn't say, no, it's not going to be like that. So what do you do here? 888-957-9570 is the number. Look, we live in the Bay. We got a lot of compassionate people out here. I'm sure there's a strong sentiment. Hey, the guy's going through something. It's none of our business. Let's just support him however a fan would support a player. On the other hand, this is professional sports. The Warriors have won 11 of 14. Wiggins has been back in the mix. Chris Paul's
You're
back.
starting to play.
You're starting to get whole. You're thinking about whether or not you can make a run, and now the situation with Wiggins occurs. The one thing that's interesting is, you said if this were in New York or L.A. or Chicago,
Philly,
we'd know. I don't know about that. I'm not saying you're wrong. Please, I'm not saying you're wrong.
Because the boss agrees with me.
I'm just saying that things have changed in the media. So we got two national writers that are prominent, Shams Charania and Adrian Wojnarowski. You think they couldn't find out? I think they probably could. They are as tapped in as any media members have been to the NBA in decades.
Steiny, it's more about I don't want to know what.
You can't tell me that if a reporter really wanted to dig this up, that he or she couldn't do it. I think they could. But is that where you really want to go?
No, because we went through this last year with rumors and innuendos about, what was going on. And the way to quell all that garbage is just, maybe say, what might be really happening. But Steiny, if this were Draymond Green or Steph Curry or Klay Thompson, what do we know about them? This is a Right on the Table brought to you by Atco. And I need your honest assessment of your part of what I'm about to ask you or tell you and your thoughts. And I can take it. Those guys are gamers. We talk about Andrew Wiggins. We talked about him with the great Eddie Johnson. You said, I said, maybe he just doesn't love the game. Does this come off different if it were Draymond Green, if it were Steph Curry, if it were Klay Thompson? You would just feel that, something really is off, with somebody in his circle. He needs that time. But when it's Andrew Wiggins who's aloof, if I had $1 for every time somebody says he doesn't love the game, Steiny, it makes you wonder, okay, if you're not going to just tell the public or the fans, and we could talk about, do you have a right to know? I get it. My thing is the impact on the court and what it's doing to these guys in the locker room. But Steiny, the fact that you said a couple of days ago you feel like he might not love the game.
Well, I said that. I said that years ago.
Yeah, no, but does
that's
make
not that's not 2
the
weeks
jacket
ago.
on him, though, right?
Yes.
So if this were Draymond Green or,
well, first of all,
you know what I mean, somebody that didn't have that jacket, wouldn't this feel different?
Everyone's different. Everybody's got a different personality. I gotta believe, knowing Draymond Green through watching him and listening to him for 12 years, I think Draymond Green would probably tell you exactly what's going on. That's who Draymond is. He would probably say, this is what I'm dealing. I shouldn't even say probably. He might go, this is what I'm dealing with. That's Draymond. He's very open. Wears his emotion on his sleeves. Wiggins is so different. Wiggins he's aloof. He's quiet. He's private. He doesn't seem like, he doesn't present himself as an NBA star. So clearly he's a very different person. So maybe a great team, a great manager, a great coach, you got to treat everybody different. And maybe they're giving Wiggins more room than they might somebody else because Wiggins is who he is. It's the old thing about some guys need a kick in the butt. Other guys need a pat on the butt. I'm not going to sit here right now and tell you I know any answers about anything. I just know that you can't tell me this isn't affecting the team. And where we go from here, we'll certainly talk about Moses Moody, who's probably going to start tonight. But and you know what? To me, from a basketball standpoint, and maybe we keep it there for a good portion of today, I don't know. But, I look at Wiggins on the one hand and say, well, he hasn't been very good this year. He's averaging 12 points a game. He's not shooting that well. He's been disengaged. So let's get Moody in there and quote unquote, we're not going to be any worse. That's fair. But I also know that when the Warriors were at their best in their recent past, we were saying Andrew Wiggins was their second best player less than 2 years ago. So you can't lose your second best player from 2 years ago and expect to be as good as you were 2 years ago if you can't replace what he did. 2 years ago or a year and a half ago.
The last 12 games, he's shooting like 56% from the field, over 45 from three. Like, he was just hitting his stride. And again, we
don't know that. I mean,
he looked different, Steiny.
Okay, and I would have bet on him revert. First of all, he's averaging 12.7 a game. Okay, so he's not having a good year. He's played 37 games. I'm sorry, he's played 51 of. So he's played most of the season this year, but he's been bad for 3/4 of it. So what do you do? What do you do? I don't know what to do. I don't know. You go play New York tonight. You see if you can get a win, and maybe he's in the starting lineup on Friday, and he says, "You know what?
You could be.
I had a brother who was having some issues, or sister, or uncle, or
but the similarities from last year, the timing."
You really think if that was the case, though, we'd hear about it? Like, seriously, I mean, I know stuff came out last year, but if it was something with a family member or, I don't know, a friend or someone that's close to him, obviously, why would he tell us that? He didn't tell us anything last year.
You're right. I mean, there's going to be a lot of questions that are asked today that nobody's really going to have an answer for.
And apologies to Big Smoothie. Our first call yesterday, he called in and said he was going to be out, and I was like in denial. But I'll just tell you this, Donnie, when I like to dream, sports dream, and this Warrior team, I felt like was hitting its stride. Chris Paul was coming back. Now you could finally, fine tune and tune up your rotations or whatnot for the stretch run. And he could be back tomorrow. You're right. But I don't see a scenario to where this Warriors team without Andrew Wiggins and his contributions, and I got you on this year and, the 12-point average or whatnot, but he was starting to figure it out to me. And I don't feel like they can get to their,
and that's
where they were going without him.
And that's me. And that's where I'd fight you.
Yeah.
I'm not fighting you on Wiggins, but miss me with Wiggins was hitting his stride, and he was really gonna miss me with that.
Right.
He was gonna what? He's never been consistent.
He's going to guard Luka if you have to hook up with Luka. He's going to guard LeBron if you got to hook up with LeBron.
Let's talk about him as a player.
Ingram,
then shame on you.
Like those guys
shame
are
on
coming.
you.
Those guys are coming.
Shame on you for thinking Andrew Wiggins was going to hit his stride and go 25 of the last 25 games and play great basketball. He's never done that for his career.
He was playing his best basketball this year.
That's great.
Right.
And you know what that means for tomorrow? Nothing. When it comes to Andrew Wiggins, means nothing. Like, that's where I will fight you on the player. I'll fight you on the player. I'm not sitting here and talking about Andrew Wiggins as a player who's been, this guy's been a great player for 12 years. And he's been a great player for much less time than he hasn't. All right, he was a great player for the Golden State Warriors a couple years ago for a chunk of the season. That's it. So that's one where, like that.
My point is you need him.
You do need him, but you need the good Wiggins. And they've gotten the good Wiggins half a season for one of his, how long has he been here now? 4 or 5 years? Yeah. I mean, like, that's the part where, like, I'm not going to, you can't, if the Warriors stumble, I guess you can blame Wiggins, but we know who Wiggins is.
I could blame Wiggins for them losing and him coming back gas last year and out of shape against the Lakers. Like, that kind of just got swept under the rug.
Was he hitting his stride?
Throwing the rotation
Was he hitting his stride before he missed 25 games last year, Wiggins?
No, he wasn't.
Okay.
But he's on your team.
He was averaging 17
He's on your team.
last year.
He's yours. I'm not defending why the light bulb won't come on, but you can't tell me, and you won't, that this dude on a good day can't be your second best player.
On a good day, he can be your second best player. You know what? That doesn't get you anywhere. So on a good day, 1 out of 3 games, he can help you. Well, that's like that.
I'll take that over him. Not playing at all.
Well, you know what? I'm ready. I'm ready for that to remain to be seen at this point. You're going to notice that I'll reserve my passion for that type of stuff. I don't know what he's going through. Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to pretend to know.
For Moody,
but I'll be damned if I'm going to sit here and think and say, well, Wiggins was really hitting his stride and he was ready to finish. Come on. Let's not do that. He was playing well for the last few games.
That's all I was trying to
convey. It's an 82-game season, and he's played half the games the last 2 years.
And the most important games are upon us. And they're sitting at 10th seed.
888-957-9570 is the number. Jump in. I mean, there's a lot to say, and we want to hear from you for that type of stuff. I don't know what he's going. Okay. Scott's in Marin. Hey, Scott, get us started, man.
Scotty.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing well.
A couple things. I agree. He's been playing well. He has been playing well lately. Whether that will continue, obviously, you explain it well. But the problem I have, I was in his court last year. We didn't know what was going on. It could have been his kid sick. I don't know. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
But for this to happen again, he's got. As Steve Kerr once said, they make the big bucks. They have to answer the tough questions. They're questioned after old tough losses. That's why they make the big money. They play on weekends. They play on Christmas. That's part of the reason you get paid the $28 million or whatever he's making, right? You are paid make too. This indefinite thing doesn't work. He needs to if this is what's going to happen, you can't have him on the team. How can you put him on your roster again next season? You don't know what he's going to do. And to say he wants his privacy, look at the position that put Steve Kerr in yesterday. I mean, he sounded like, what is he going to do?
Man.
That's the part that's not professional.
I agree with that.
Great call, Scott.
No, I agree with that, Scott. And that's the one thing that there's two parts of this. It's Steph Curry and Draymond and Clay and all his teammates.
Yeah.
Okay, Wiggs isn't going to be here. So how are we going to not function without him? But okay, we got to play without him. That's only half of it. The other half of it is, like yesterday, every guy on the team is now being asked again about Andrew Wiggins. That's the exhausting part.
Mm-hmm.
That's the exhausting part. So...
And every day, just to piggyback off of that, and I tweeted this last night, Stoney, there's a cloud now of when's he coming back? And he may not come back. And hopefully, if whatever's going on gets handled, but you can't tell me this is not a pattern. The same damn time? This is a game changer for me.
In fairness, I would say I don't know it's a pattern. It might be a coincidence. But that's small potatoes, as I like to say.
But you are right. That's like you and Evan being asked where I'm at all the time. And, at least I'll tell him I'm with Norm or whatever, but man.
And this is, the 510 brings up a good point. And this is, look, these are facts. This has all happened after he got a 4-year contract extension. They win a title and they extend him 4 years. And now, the first year of the contract, he misses most of the season. And now the second year of the contract, he's going to miss at least a couple games, but nobody really knows why other than personal reasons. 888-957-9570 is the number. Here's the question. I want you to put yourself in Steve Kerr's shoes, in Steph Curry's shoes. I want you to put yourself in your own shoes as a fan of this team. And weigh the importance of whatever Wiggins is going through with professional sports. And we got a ball game tonight and tomorrow, and it's a back-to-back, and we got to try to move up in the standings. 888-957-9570 is the number. By the way, coming up today on the show, we got Danny Green.
Uh-oh.
3-time champion might be more than a 3-time champion, but he won with 3 different teams. Danny Green. Think about over the break if you can name the 3 teams that Danny Green has won titles with. Then also we've got Jason Timpf at 12:30. He's a host of Hoops Tonight on the Volume Sports Network. We've had him on a few times. He's terrific with the analytics, with the different lineup groups and how they do. So he's going to be a perfect guy to talk to and get some real data on how this team does with or without Wiggins, who fills in for him best, and where they may have a void with the absence of Andrew Wiggins. A reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. That segment also was presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices, and also by the Farmer's Dog.
From better poops to more energy, when you switch your dog's food to the Farmer's Dog, the effects can feel magical. What sort?
Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Yeah, my
Take it away,
Brooklyn.
Steiny.
You have a good Tribeca. Now I'm at De Niro.
Stop that.
He was at the Laker game last night.
De Niro?
No, Jay-Z. Jigga. I make the Yankee hat more famous than the Yankee can.
It's a great line.
That is one of the
great line.
Bounce up like ground ball.
Keep in mind, though, that was probably when the Yankees weren't relevant, right before the 2000s.
You know, Steiny, Evan, I was once single. I used to go on dates. I want to ask Evan how the date went, but he's glowing, so I don't have to ask him.
No.
He had a good time.
No.
Good for you, E-Dog.
I'll tell you what,
and
though.
In fact, you got a pair of sunglasses? This guy, unbelievable.
Dude, your boy Van.
Give us a critique.
Well, no. I do have to say, Steiny had him down to a T. Like what he was saying throughout the entire week about basically what you're going to get from 78-year-old Van Morrison is exactly what we got.
Okay.
Which is, I put it to him like this before the show. You're growing up and you see someone like Vince Carter.
Okay.
The greatest in-game dunker there ever was.
Yes.
And you see him in Oakland. He puts on the dunk contest. He's incredible. And then, I don't know, 15 years later, he's still in the NBA. In Atlanta, you're like, I want to go see Vince Carter. You know, I might not be able to see him again because it's his 21st, 22nd season, whatever it is. And you go and you see him dunk. But, like, he barely gets it over the rim.
I got you.
And it might be once, it might be twice.
Yeah. Did he sing Pretty Brown Eyes?
No,
he didn't sing any of the songs.
Brown-eyed girl.
Oh, Brown-eyed girl. Shout out to...
I saw 42-year-old Vince Carter last night.
Stokely.
Yeah, that's what I feel.
Mid-condition.
Well, I'm going. I got a little break tonight, so I'm going to go again. But,
you're going back. This is VIP now.
No, this is just
J-Mo hooked you up. Jesse Moore.
Yeah, this is just that's how I'm going to look at it, Evan. I'm just going to a Hawks game tonight.
Pretty much.
Hey, before you get to the calls, I got a quick question about Wiggins.
We got a bunch of calls we're going to get to.
So on the Steiny meter, because my meter broke, you know what I think of Wiggins, all of them, and I saw something on the court. Steiny, this is a big deal, right? On the court, if let's just say it's 10 games, this throws everything out of whack.
The way, and I've said it before.
I sound like a baby crying. I'm sorry, but
to me, basketball, this is one of the reasons I love it. I just love it. Has Wiggins been like Wiggins has been underperforming this year? Okay, last couple games been better.
Yeah, 12.
But he's been underperforming. All right. Well, when the Warriors reached their peak as a team, he was playing the best basketball of his career. All right. So now we lose him, but we're not losing the guy who's playing the best basketball of his career. We're losing a guy who was, he had 10 good games, but this season he's been underperforming. Okay, so now what happens? Well, let's get Moody in there. All right.
Who wasn't playing at all. Now he goes to starter. I'm not mad, Moses, but man.
But this is where Moody can be Moody can be right between Wiggins. And what I mean by that is there's a very good possibility maybe Moody steps in for Wiggins and performs better than Wiggins has played this year. I think that's possible. And then you see what you got, and maybe you still can ascend. But Moody will not play as well as Wiggins played during their championship season.
All right.
So they'll lose something there. But I was never under the impression that Wiggins was going to return to that player anyway.
All right. See,
because that's the only time we've ever seen that player.
Well, how about this to that? Real quick here. There were 25 games for anybody in the camp of Wiggins is showing something, so by the time they get to the play-in to get to the playoffs, our brother will have worked it out. But now, and it could be 23 games. He could come back here in a few days. But if not, and we're talking about 10 or 12 games missed, then that tells me, Steiny, a guy that has the skill set, is just about mindset, now we'll only have 12 games to get a lather.
Yeah.
And then if Moody balls out, what happens when Wiggins comes back?
He's going to the bench.
Because I think now that's where we're at. You don't just get rewarded of going back. You know what I mean? I got to be careful,
Maybe Wiggins comes back and he comes off the bench.
But what's a fan deserve to know, Steiny? Nobody wants your address. Nobody wants to know the hospital room. And hopefully it's not that. But damn it,
I don't think
people are invested emotionally.
I don't think we deserve to know.
And
I don't. Right. I mean, that doesn't mean we can't be frustrated, can't be flabbergasted.
All right, on the Steiny bingo card here, I'm letting it all out. Do you think there's a possibility that maybe this has something to do with his love of the game or something going on with a teammate?
Well, here's what I want to be careful of.
This
is the main thing I want to be careful of. And we may do it anyway. We'll probably talk about Wiggins for 85% of the show. But we got to get into Necti, by the way. But
he had a good stat line.
A good stat line?
It was nice. I looked at it like you.
He had a great stat line.
Yeah.
He had 39 in a college game. Anyway, I look at it like this.
Be careful.
If he comes, what if he plays tomorrow? And he just plays the rest of the year?
No doubt.
Then I think...
But did Kerr sound like the coach that thought that was on the table?
No, he didn't. But I've got to... We've got to see...
Last year he left and never came back.
Came back for playoffs.
Yeah, but no regular. Am I crazy to go off of that? What our fans, if they go off of that would call it a track record. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to know, but give us.
They don't know, Goo.
Oh man,
they can't give you.
I'm basketball crying, man.
They can't give you a date,
and it's not more important than what he's dealing with. But what if he's dealing with what? Who's the baseball player we talked about? Rendon. What if he's at that juncture to where now was that private, or maybe that would help the cause if you just said my mental health, I need some time off.
Well, Rendon just said he's got higher priorities than baseball. He's still getting paid, still showing up. 888-957-9570 is the number. Here's what we're talking about today. We are talking about Steve Kerr getting asked about Andrew Wiggins. And you got it, Evan. Thank you, buddy.
To the privacy that the situation deserves, I'm sure you can understand the fan sort of interest after what happened last year. And the sentences you've used already today, that you expect him back, but then in the next answer you said you kind of hope that he's back. What can you tell us with regard? Is there any chance that this is a similar situation to last year with Andrew Wiggins?
I just think that we're in a position where Wiggs is a private person, and so he's asked to keep it private, and we're going to honor that. So it doesn't help for me to sit here and try to explain any of that. The bottom line is we respect Wiggs, we need him, and we fully expect him back, but we just don't know what that will be.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. When I hear that, it doesn't sound like he'll play tomorrow in Toronto, but we got nothing but time. Let's start us off with, let's go to Rhonda. Rhonda's in San Francisco. Hey, Rhonda, how are you? Thanks for calling in.
Hey, guys, thanks. First-time caller. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Andrew Wiggins told us everything we needed to know last year. When he came back, he said family first. And we all get that. We sympathize. We respect it. But he and his team know the consequences. And whatever he's going through, my heart's in it with him. I think that in a couple games here, if he's not back, Steve Kerr and the organization owe it to the fans to be respectful of the fans, to set our expectations for the rest of the year. Because we don't want the disengaged, out of shape Andrew Wiggins back. So respect him, let him have his time, but let us know that we're going forward with Moses Moody. And if Wiggins comes back late in the game, I mean, come on. We have a better chance with Moody, in my opinion. So that's what I have to say.
All right. You know what? Just hearing that sounds very fair to me. To me, what I heard Rhonda say was, all right, he's going to miss tonight in New York. If he misses the rest of this road trip and now they come back against Milwaukee and he's still out, you know what? Maybe at that point, it would be right of the organization, not to tell us, but to set an expectation of what to expect for the last 20 games.
No doubt.
I think
she knocked it out the park.
I think that's fair.
I don't want the details. I just want the expectations. I'm still in that word. That's where I'm at, Steiny.
888-957-9570 is the number. The other thing that look, to me, Andrew Wiggins this year has been, when he's been at his best, he's been pretty good. Not great. Even these games, last 10. Okay, so Philly, they won by 25. All right, what did he do? He had 21 and 10. Okay, then what? 5 for 10. 5 for 13, 6 for 10, 4 for 10, 7 for 12, 8 for 14, 5 for 8, 5 for 10. those numbers, with all due respect, sound like the Andrew Wiggins that the Warriors got when they acquired him. Like, that's the player he's been the last 10 games. Not from 2 years ago. He hasn't been that player.
But you haven't mentioned defense on those.
I didn't notice. I have not noticed Andrew Wiggins locking anybody up in the last 10 games. I haven't. Maybe if I'm wrong, I'm all ears. You know, he's I don't know. I think Moody can be better than Wiggins has been, or at least Moody can be. I mean, if Moody plays well, you're not going to miss the last 10 games of Wiggins outside of depth. But to me, Wiggins at his best, like if both those guys are going to give you 1 out of 3 good games, Moody and Wiggins' best game will be better than Moody's best game. How do you measure that in wins and losses? I don't know. We got to let it play out. 888-957-9570 is the number. Andrew Wiggins won't be playing tonight in Madison Square Garden against the New York Knicks. Jalen Brunson's listed as questionable. We'll let you know as soon as we hear something about him. Let's go to the Mojo Man in Castro Valley. What's up, Mojo Man? How you doing?
Hey, man. What's up, my friends? Hey, just real quick, a couple things, man. You keep talking about Van Morrison, which is great, man, but one of the best is Jim Morrison of the Doors.
Yeah.
Hey, and a shout out to the Guru, because he used to play, I don't know if he still does, basketball at 25 Fitness in San Leandro.
All day, baby.
Awesome.
I mean, he's there.
Hey, so anyway, man, I agree with the Guru 100%, man. Like, I love Andrew Wiggins, don't get me wrong. I love the guy, man, but this to me seems to be like, it's crazy. It's not that it's unacceptable, because we don't know what he's facing in his personal life, but dude, man, this is crazy. Like, again, just like the Guru said, the same time from last year, here he comes again. I feel like the Guru was right. He was starting to get it back. He was starting to roll, and it's just going to upset the whole chemistry of the Warriors, man. And it's just crazy to me, man. I'm the diehard Warriors fan. I've been a Warriors fan my whole life, way back in the days of the Gatling gun and all that kind of stuff, man. So to me, I'm with the Guru 100%, man. This is driving me crazy, man. And I'll tell you what. They got to go with Peyton II, dude. I love Moody, but they got to play Peyton II more. That dude is unreal, dude. His defense, give him more time, man. And they got to go back to Looney. You got to have a big guy in there. Looney's the only real big guy they got, and maybe he ain't playing as good as he has this year. But dude, Looney is the man, dude. He's been the man, staple in their championships. So man, hey. You guys keep it up. I love you guys, but I'm with the Guru, man. I don't know what to say, dude. I'm flabbergasted myself, man. I really am.
If I were a Golden State Warrior diehard, I would be flabbergasted too.
See, okay,
I would be.
Yeah, I got you.
No doubt. I'm not saying. Please, I'm not saying you shouldn't be flabbergasted. I'm just trying to put it all together, kind of impassively. Yeah. By the way, very simple answer: you can't play Gary Payton II more. He'll get hurt.
My fault.
He got hurt in Washington.
Dude, he grabbed his groin area, and I was like, oh no, me and Pop, but he was good. Now, Stoney, I need help. My boy Hawk, my guy, he texted me.
Of him.
Yeah, I said Hawk, the guy that always texts us during the show, my man. Shout out my boy Hawk. Yeah. Listen, now that's funny. I'm thinking because you went over the top 5 of my guys. I don't know if Hawk got in there, but he's in there. He texted me, Goo, you can't judge. I'm not judging. I'm just telling Hawk, I tell you what, partner, and again, Evan, I'm not Michael Jackson. We do a radio show, Theater of the Mind, and I'm telling you, if I were out for a substantial amount of time, I just think I owe it to our fan base to let them know what I'm dealing with. Not what room number somebody's in a room, not what's going on, but I would let them know. But to have this seal on it, it is kind of unsettling, Stoney, and that doesn't mean I want to, hide in his bushes. But, dude, this happened same time last year. Man.
Last year he went last year he left on February 14th, and this year it's February 26th. So right around the same time. You were right. We were talking about this earlier. He missed the last game before the All-Star break last year.
Man.
This is a point that I had written down, and I want to emphasize it from the 925 on the Comcast Business Text line. By the way, if you want to jump into the discussion, there's the YouTube chat. Just search 95.7 The Game. You can jump into that. We always look at that, and we also have the Comcast business text line 510. What is it? I can't think of the number.
888-957-9570.
It's the one thing in my life I had memorized, and that's also the phone number if you want to get in person. The issue about the privacy, there's no doubt Wiggins is a private person, but now that privacy is kind of working against him. There's just no doubt. The boss said earlier, what if this were Draymond Green? Well, Draymond would probably tell you what's going on.
Draymond, go bye-bye.
That's why everybody's different. But I do think there is something to, Wiggins being so private. But you know what that tells me? Whatever's going on, he's embarrassed by, I think. Or it's so sensitive, he doesn't want to share it. And then what do you do? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's a tough one.
And I'll say this because I'm not a part of this crowd. You tell me what you think here.
Yep.
Kind of talking to myself, too. I do it a lot. Twitter is a cesspool. Social media, the TikTok. But, Steiny, a way to shut up the jackals in speculation is maybe not giving all the truth, but giving a couple nuggy nugs. And then that's how that goes away. But I guess it becomes a 3-alarm fire in the world of the jackals and social media when there is nothing, a substance to where, hey, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think part of who Andrew Wiggins is there's and it again.
Like Bob Myers had to be next to him when he came back and talked to the media. If it was just you taking care of a family member, why would you even need any help? Or why was that so touch and go?
I don't know.
He could be at his locker. I was there for my family. FOE. I'm the guy that told you family over everything. But for this to be the second time, and now the Warriors they're not going to say it, thrown for a loop. The coach has no answers. And fans I am just emotionally invested. And Hawk was like, Goo, there's more to life than basketball. I'm the poster guy for that. Something's just seems different.
Hey, what do you do?
Oh, there's
888-957-9570. You're the Golden State Warriors. What? You don't like what's going on? What do you do?
There's nothing.
What do you do?
Yeah.
Is there a solution here? Is there an answer? The best one I've heard was from Rhonda, our second caller, who said, if he misses a few more games, she thinks it's fair that the organization at least set some kind of expectation for the fans about when he may or may not return. Doesn't have to give an explanation on what's going on, but maybe at that, and I think that's fair. I mean, he misses 4 or 5 games. I think at that point, you got to come out and say, look, we expect him back, within a week or two. Yeah. Or, you know what? We have no idea. And we're proceeding as if he won't return this year. Even if it's that vague or that broad, I think Rhonda might be on to something about how you get halfway between protecting his privacy, but also setting some kind of expectation about what's going to happen in the next 2 months. All right. Junior is in Pacifica. Hey, Junior, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, thank you. I'm doing great. And look, I feel for Wiggins. And he is a private person, but the way Kerr spoke told us what we need to know. He was resigned. He didn't say the organization supports him. He didn't say I support him. He says Andrew's a private person. I can't tell you anymore. So what he's telling us, we all have this in our lives. Someone just keeps doing their thing, and maybe it's that they get a job in another city or they get other friends in your group or whatever, and you have all the respect for them. You're not going to pry. You're not going to cause them difficulty. But you got to have them play a different role in your life, right? So now maybe this player plays a different role in my fandom. Like I just take him off my front burner of concern, put him on the middle burner. We'll see what happens when he comes back, and I will be cheering like crazy for Moses Moody to make the most of this opportunity and maybe make any of these decisions easier if they come up down the road.
Yeah, good call. Appreciate it, Junior. On to more important things from the 925.
Give it to me.
Dave from Danville. I'm a Tennessee fan. Steiny, it's pronounced Connect.
Oh,
no,
man.
I know that.
Oh, I thought it was Necty.
No, that's what I call him. His name's K-N-E-C-H-T.
I would have been
It
in the
is.
bar. Well,
It's Dalton Connect.
I would have been in the library talking to somebody about sports, and I'd be like, yeah, Connecty. No, it's
Connect.
Okay.
It's Connect, but I just...
Connecty.
Yeah, it's...
You went slang.
It's my
Yeah.
stupid little nickname for him.
Because, of course,
Necty.
the Warriors' word of the summer was connectivity.
Yeah.
Boy, they could use him now. They need a shooter. They need a defender. Dalton Connect with 39 yesterday
In a
against
college game,
Auburn.
how many shots?
How many rebounds?
He's a perimeter player.
Who's not?
He had, I think he was like 13 for 22, 21.
So you think he'll go top 10?
He's rising. I'm telling you.
Dude, you can't get mad. You don't know.
We got Mel Kiper Jr. of the NBA, apparently.
Mello.
Right now. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Andrew Wiggins out tonight against the New York Knicks. The Warriors play the Raptors tomorrow. Look, this is where I like, this is my journalism being careful. We don't know he's in Toronto. We're kind of assuming he's in Toronto, but I don't think we know he's in Toronto. I believe he's in Toronto, if I had to guess, but who knows? Let's go to Andrew in Pleasanton. Hey, Andrew, how you doing?
Hey, good. Thanks. Hey, just quick, obviously, hardcore Warrior fan.
Yeah.
Really surprised to see Andrew Wiggins back taking a break again. So I'm just curious. I mean, obviously, Wiggins just had a new deal signed where he did take a pay cut, pretty much, right? I would say like close to 50% pay cut from what he was making before.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering whether this is more like a wig between Warriors and Andrew Wiggins, where they say, hey, you don't need to play for some part of the season, right?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah. I love the thought, but yes, Donnie, who knows?
Thanks, Andrew.
Yeah,
appreciate the call.
That's it, yeah.
650, correct. Connect is 23.
Will that hurt him?
Yeah, absolutely.
But I always thought you wanted guys to come in 4 years, 18, 22?
You mean like the Warriors with Kaminga, Wiseman, and Moody?
Or Duncan. No, 4 years.
Well, when you're that good.
Oh, okay, got you. You're saying he ain't that.
Yeah, I mean, he's good. Good player.
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't know if you want to just boil this down or condense it to Moses Moody opportunity and you want to second guess Kerr in regard to how does a guy not play and then goes into the starting lineup. You can do that. I won't. But at the end of the day, I just don't think this is a good thing for the basketball team and the aspirations I had for him as far as causing noise. And Steiner, you are right. Tomorrow is Ice Cube's day. It is Friday. He could come back. But listening to Coach Kerr with Willard and Grandy, it doesn't sound like that's imminent, and hopefully I'm wrong. But, I mean, how do you become the best? How do you get your rotations down and all that stuff behind the scenes if you're always missing a guy?
Here's my question to Warrior fans, and it's this. Obviously, whatever's going on, this is a big deal for Andrew Wiggins. Whatever he's going through, I think we can all agree it's a big deal for him. What about for the Warriors? How big of a deal is this for the Warriors? I mean, on the one hand, yeah, they're missing Wiggins. On the other hand, these are professional athletes who are paid to focus on what they have to do, their job at hand. We talk about the next man up mentality all the time. So from that standpoint, that's kind of where they are. If you want to just boil it down to something that seems simple and maybe not cataclysmic, but how big of a deal do you think is what's going on with Andrew Wiggins right now to the team, to the Golden State Warriors basketball team? 888-957-9570 is the number, and maybe I'll just put it this way. Is there any way they could be better because of this? 888-957-9570 is the number. A reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo on the free Odyssey app. Plus, you can watch us on YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today.
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
Ever since we got Xfinity, we have Wi-Fi all over the house.
even in my hiding spots.
Ha! Found you.
How? That's
Passing in, Steiny.
Oh, that was from 2013.
Good God.
Was that long ago? That kid's still playing some pretty good ball.
That was under Mark Jackson.
Huh. I know, because he didn't play under Don Nelson at Madison Square Garden. I bet there's a story behind that. Nobody cares. Yeah. Jason Timpf, host of Hoops Tonight on the Volume Sports Network. He's joining us at 12:30. Jason is terrific with analytics, numbers, and he's going to be a great person to talk to regarding Warriors lineups with and without Wiggins. Can they be better without Wiggins, at least statistically?
He also
how they
said
make up
that
for him.
Nikola Jokic is better than both Curry and KD in their primes.
See, I don't have a problem with that.
We can ask him.
But what if they're not the same position?
Well, they're not.
And that was my whole thing.
But to me, if you have a, I mean, I just look at the numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, Jokic rebound, it's no fault to Curry, but that's why why do you think everybody likes bigger guys rather than smaller guys for the most part?
But it's like comparing, I don't want to dish Jokic in this, and how can you comparing them to the dream? But, Jordan and, Hakeem, they do different things. Centers, you know what I mean?
Right, but I look at Jordan and I'm like, well, first of all, he might have been one of the greatest defensive players of all time. So that's why that's why he's better than Bird.
But Evan said earlier before the show started just about Denver. Nobody cares here, but I mean, Stoney, I said the Niners had the ingredients for a dynasty.
Evan said that.
Oh, okay. I give you your credit.
And that's
it's on the stove, and it's how your stuff is bubbling over, is ready. The macaroni noodles or spaghetti noodles. I mean, Denver's got action.
And here's how, if you want to keep it to basketball, I can do that. I could say something like, Goo asked me, Steiny, what do you think about Wiggins?
Steiny, what do you think about Wiggins?
Doesn't matter. You ain't touching Denver with or without him.
But you want to be whole.
Yeah, sure. You can be whole, but you ain't touching Denver. Did you see them last night?
No, I did. Sack was without Fox. Sack was without Fox. Okay. I was watching Bron.
The Denver Nuggets did to the Kings exactly what they did to the Warriors.
Now the Kings were up 12. Yeah. See, I watched.
And then the Nuggets were up 10 at half.
It's a wrap.
They're good, man. I asked you who their GM was. You and Evan gave me two different answers.
Yeah, I want to say Connolly, but I think I'm wrong.
No, Tim Connolly is the president of basketball operations. Yes, the general manager is Calvin Booth.
Yeah,
remember the lefty from Maryland,
Penn State.
I had Calvin Booth at.
It wouldn't be the first time you made a mistake. We all do. I'm in a very conciliatory.
I got his hand right. He's a lefty.
Yes, he is. By the way, and we'll get back to your calls. I see Grandpa, Daddy, Steve-O, Jason in Central Valley. We're going to get to you momentarily. Yeah, I was thinking about this. When we talk about a team like the Timberwolves, and we'll get back to Wiggins. We'll get back to Wiggins. You talk about a team like the Timberwolves. What does everybody say about them? Well, they haven't had playoff success, right? They're a little younger,
Go ahead.
And you know what? Young teams, sometimes they get a little tight in the playoffs.
No doubt.
Right. Minnesota's different, I think. I really do.
Because
they're not. Because when we say that team may get a little tight, we always think of getting tight on offense.
Right.
Teams get tight on offense. You don't need to get tight. I don't care how big a game is. If you defend and your foundation is defense, and that's the strength of your game, your defense, and you play with effort and enthusiasm like the T-Wolves do, I think they're less susceptible to getting tight. And even if they do, defensively, I've never been tight on defense. But you defend like a madman.
I love that.
You can do that whether you're nervous or not nervous, or whether you're overthinking or underthinking.
I will tell you this about them before we get to the calls, Grandpa, Daddy. Look at me. Anthony Edwards is a superstar.
Yeah, I know.
I know. Anthony Edwards is going to be better than Dwayne Wade, and that's no shade. Anthony Edwards is. I'm telling. Stephen A. tried to say Jordan, and he sees Jordan in him. He's in his own bracket, bud. That's how special this kid is.
I'd let it play out.
And he's a dog.
I'd let it play out.
Okay, but he's got that dog in him.
I like him a lot. a lot.
Who doesn't? Makes his free throws.
Dwayne Wade.
Yeah, all right.
D Wade. That guy was.
He won it without Braun. Remember against Dallas?
Dwayne
he was
Wade.
special. Yeah.
And here's where I'll take a shot at team I like. It's like, let him get out of the first round.
Right.
Let's go to Jason. Jason's in the Central Valley. He's been hanging. Hey, Jason, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Just really quickly on Minnesota, I kind of don't want to see the Warriors play them in the first round because I think the ultimate, in terms of you saying that they're tight, I think the ultimate stabilizer for them is Mike Conley. He's been so underrated for them and guiding their offense, guiding their young players on the floor. So, enough about them. Just going back to the Wiggins thing.
Yep.
My feeling about that whole situation is I think Kerr and Wiggins' superiors on that team know what's going on. And they're not going to let it leak to the media, and I think they've learned their lesson with that whole situation with the punch. I don't think that Wiggins' situation is related to the punch, but in terms of the privatized part of it, it's relating around that. The Warriors organization doesn't want anything leaking to the media, nor do they want to lose the respect of Andrew Wiggins in regards to that. They don't want any type of blemish on their culture, and which is why they're respecting Wiggins' privacy. However, I'm definitely not a fan of course, him being out this way. It certainly, as a fan, it hurts teams' chances to be able to move forward. So thanks for the time, guys. I appreciate it. Have a good one.
Yeah, and I'm like him, Steiny. Again, my boy Hawk just trying to keep me in check because I'm not out of check. I know there are more important things than ball. You know that. But just from a basketball standpoint, if this thing gets to 10 games, I just don't think the Warriors then I'm just like, I don't even think they can win a play-in game. Like, all those things are staring you in the face. That's all, Snotty. I'm not telling you Andrew Wiggins was playing like Anthony Edwards, but, man, he is an important part of what you're trying to do. And now you get Chris Paul back. You get Gary Payton the second back. You're trying new stuff, and now you're without a key ingredient, man.
What's interesting is you said, if it's 10 games, like I just –
one game at a time?
Yeah. Yeah, for me anyway, because who knows? I mean, who knows? Maybe the Warriors are looking at this as a situation where I'm not saying they are, but they could be saying, you know what? We're going to get him back in about 10 games.
All
right. I'm trying to look at every conceivable side here with some kind of understanding.
And then would Kerr have said that to Willard? Well, no, you know what, Mark? We're looking at hopefully maybe no more than 10 games. And then everybody would rest easy.
Yeah,
but there is some residue from last year. That's all.
Well, that's the rat on the table.
Okay, brought to you by Echo.
And that's the rat on the table. The reason, if last year had not happened, we would not be spending this much time.
Wow,
it's just a fact. But I hate to be harsh, but cue up the soundbite of "You reap what you sow." I mean, that's what's going on right now because of what happened last year. Grandpa Daddy's in Hayward. How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen?
Kind of down, Grandpa Daddy.
I know. Goo, I know. You know what? Love you guys. You're neck and neck with Dibbs and Willard. Man, all you guys are just amazing. I just want to let you know. You give me my information, my sports information. You guys do a great job. Hey, you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
And Steiny, I want to ask real quick, how's the hip? Because I'm about ready to go in and get one.
Wow.
Do it. It'll change your life.
Okay. You know what? Thank you for that.
Yeah.
And now my 2 cents on Wiggins, you know what? I really think because it happens, like you said, Goose so close at the same time, I think he has an ailment. I think he has something, and he's going in for treatment. And it takes a long time for him to go through the treatment. And that's why it's so personal, man. I think he has something, and he's being treated for it. And then it helps him, and then he relapses, and then he comes back. That's my 2 cents. I think he's got something, bro. I don't know what it is, but
I won't do. Yeah, Grandpa Daddy, we love you, but Steiny, I won't do that. On the speculating. Well, we won't do that. But
see, here's where I'm
he meant no harm by that. But I don't want to do. We won't be a part of that or what it could be.
Hold on a sec.
Yeah,
I don't think it's unfair to say Wiggins has something. Okay, he has something going on. Something's going on.
I got you.
I mean,
right. Well, there's no doubt there.
Fair.
Yeah, I got you.
It really is. I mean,
but yeah, something's going on. I feel comfortable with that. But yeah.
He's got something. Something's going on. Something's wrong. Something's not right. Something was wrong last year. Something's going wrong this year.
Man.
mean, those are all fair to me. My question is, as a Warrior fan and a fan of a team that had won 11 of 14, still have.
Yeah.
They've won 11 of 14 games. They're playing Madison Square Garden tonight. Are you less optimistic now because of what's happened to Wiggins this week? Or do you take on the coach, player mentality of next man up and we can be better? Listen, I don't know what's going to happen. They might be able to spin this into a positive, but only because Wiggins has not been playing well consistently over the course of this season. Maybe they can find some consistency in those minutes. So that could be a positive. The negative is we all kind of know that when Wiggins played his best basketball, the Warriors won a title. And he's never played like that before. He hasn't played like that since. And so what are the odds that if and when he comes back, that'll be the player we see? The one from, I don't know, call it half a season. Well, he was an all-star. But he was
a big deal.
I'll give him he had a great year 2 years ago. Let's just leave it at that so we don't get bogged down. But I don't believe he'll ever be that player again. That
you got me thinking now.
I don't see how he can.
Like you got me thinking though, on the positive tip, maybe we see him tomorrow.
And the other thing is, what do you do with him moving forward? I mean, we talk about the Warriors all the time about where they're going. Man. Is Clay coming back? We talked about whether Kerr was going to come back. Now he is. Well, Wiggins is still under contract for a couple more years after this one. What are even your options? I don't know. I have no idea. But we're gonna find out a lot about the makeup of the Warriors.
You know who was asking about you yesterday, Steiny?
Who?
Nobody. I stole that from Barkley. He said that to Draymond Green.
Barkley stole that from my mom. My mom said that.
Don't tell me that's all.
My mom and dad used that on me when I was 12 years old. You wonder why I'm the guy I am today?
The way you lit up like who goo? Nobody.
Yeah, no, my mom and dad.
I took that from David Hernandez.
And I played into it because I'm okay with it.
You did kind of. You know what? I appreciate that. You kind of knew where I was going.
Everybody's like, Steiny, your dad sounds like a hell of a guy. Yeah, he's the kind of guy that said, hey, son, guess who asked about you today? Who, Daddy? Nobody. That's a great guy.
How did I miss that one?
Yeah, no, that was one of my mom and dad's favorites.
Good, yeah.
And when I was a kid, I bit every time thinking this one's going to be different. Somebody did ask about me, and nobody ever did.
Oh, boy.
Or if they did, they didn't say it that way.
You lit up a little bit too, like who? Give it to me.
That's what. Yeah. Steve O is in San Francisco. He thinks there can be a positive, a silver lining. What's up, Steve O?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I want to just say a couple of quick things. First of all, we gotta give the benefit of the doubt to Wiggs. We've seen this movie from last year. You got to believe that it's something serious, and you also have to believe that he's not coming back in any foreseeable future. And you got to play that way. And if the team, believes in Wiggs, it's got to inspire them. Let's do it for Wiggs. Let's get out there and prove ourselves and get out there and get it done. I think it's Moody's chance to shine. This might be his breakthrough moment. He gives us a lot of what Wiggins gives us. That's why he got the starting nod. And as another additional silver lining, it gives a little bit of stability to the rotations, which will help shore up the defense. I called a couple days ago and mentioned how, these guys are professionals. They can score. Someone can get hot. But when you have the instability in the rotations, it's the defense that really hurts. And so here, now we're going to be able to hopefully shore up the defense a little bit. And I think, they got to play like Wiggins is not coming back in the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, and that's, thanks, Steve-O, appreciate the call. And I wonder if maybe that's the way his teammates feel today.
Did he start
Wiggins
against the Lakers when he came back? I can't remember. In the playoffs, did he start? Remember, he missed all of the regular season.
Yep.
Game 1, I can't remember, Evan, if he was in the starting lineup against the Lakers at home here. The one that Jordan Poole missed a bucket at the end.
I'm just wondering. The game logs up right now. He did not start game 1.
So that's the...
They lost.
No doubt, I remember.
He started every game after that.
Oh, wow. Okay, so that was short-lived.
Right. So
I don't think... And you know I'm a Moody fan. I just, and the guy wasn't dissing Wiggins, but don't tell me Moody is as good a defender as Wiggins when he's locked in.
No.
I think that's why he wasn't playing.
I will not tell you
Even though I was in a little denial.
Here's a scary thing, though. You think about the Warriors last year. They win against the Kings. Listen to Wiggins' minutes.
Okay.
Game 2, 39. Game 3, 34. Game 4, 38. Game 5, 39.
Damn.
Game 6, 33. Game 7, 37 minutes.
Damn.
So, I mean, this guy, this is kind of what I mean.
Go ahead, man.
When you're playing really big games, he plays a lot. But he plays a lot. I'm not going to say how he plays. He's a little up and down. I mean, I'm looking at some of the numbers here. I'm just going to give you his shooting numbers.
What?
Although the first game back, he had 17 and he had 4 blocks. His first game back. Then he was 9 for 19, 22. Here's what he scored in the playoffs last year: 17, 22, 20, 18, 20, 13, 17, 15, 11, 16, 17, 25. And then in the game
6
where nobody played well, he had 6. So, it's like that's another part of this if we're talking about a player who may not be back the rest of the year. It's like, yeesh. Somebody's got 32 minutes of playoff basketball they got to make up for with Wiggins. And again, I'm making no judgment on whether that player can be better than Wiggins or not. I'm just saying the guy played a lot of minutes for you, and you relied on him in the postseason for the last 2 years. Let's go to Chucky. Chucky's in Oakland.
Guy.
What's up, Chucky? How you doing, man?
Chuck.
Hey, I'm doing good, man. Good morning, man.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, this is all speculation. It's all speculation, man. Well, walk with me. Guru, I'm with you, man. I think what happened with Wiggins, it should be more forthcoming. And you said, would it be the same thing with Draymond, with Clay, over Curry? And I'm going to tell you, like, it wouldn't. And the reason why...
Uh-oh, Chucky. Chucky, you got a bad connection.
Yeah, we lost.
Call back, Chucky.
He was going to speak to the reason why it would feel different with those other guys, Clay, Steph, and Dre.
Well, there's a lot of reasons. One is they've been around longer. They've built up more goodwill.
And they've never used one already. Like we seen this movie last year.
Yeah.
That's what's just so, I guess the word, can I use, Donnie, weird about.
No doubt.
The timing.
No doubt. It's strange. I don't think anybody's going to disagree that. I mean, I'm really trying. We tend to forget things. There's no doubt. But I'm struggling to remember anything like this. But you know what? When I say that, I'm kind of assuming he's going to miss a lot more games this year. I think if you look back in sports history, you probably find guys where they've done something like Wiggins did last year. But if the same thing happens this year, and that's where I kind of always want to be careful, then it is completely unusual. But again, let's talk about Wiggins, who's missing 2 games, and maybe he'll be back in Toronto. I don't know. Frank's in San Jose, but Steve Kerr did not sound like he was going to play in Toronto. That was the big
part of this team.
And that's the other part of the equation.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Frank.
Hey, thanks for having me on. Hey, guys, you know what? First of all, there's a little bit more compassion on this show for what might be happening. But one of the things that's been bugging me about this is a lack of compassion, and partly because we don't know. But if you just make an assumption that it's something like sickle cell, the way it comes up and it rises up in your body and it debilitates you for days, weeks, and potentially months on end.
completely outside your control. And you know it's serious, right? We don't know what it is, but we know it's serious. And if you thought it was sickle cell, you would be a hell of a lot more compassionate and empathetic for someone like Andrew Wiggins, and you'd be willing less to focus on him and point the finger at him and blame him, and just focus on, okay, what do we need to do as a team? And that's one of the things that I think is missing from the narrative here. Yes, it doesn't look great for the team, but we don't know, man. Let's have some compassion for our boy. We don't know what's going on with him.
I hear you, man.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well said.
Fair enough. I'm looking at some of these notes in the producer's box. That's right, Royce White. I think he played at Iowa State back in the day.
Wasn't he a Thunder?
Was a high draft pick.
So there's been examples of players that have missed extended periods of time for personal reasons surrounding mental health. Like Kevin Love missed an extended period of time.
That's right. Yeah.
For personal reasons. And he explained, but I don't remember if he explained during his absence or if the team stated that he was out for personal reasons due to mental health. The Royce White thing was also just because he couldn't fly. Like he couldn't step on a plane.
Right.
That freaked him out.
Yeah.
He's also kind of gone off the deep end in recent years. But that's neither here nor there. I don't know if there's been an example of a player like Wiggins who's missed a long period of time. We still don't really know why.
Right. Chucky's back. Chucky's in Oakland. What's up, Chucky? You're back, buddy.
Okay, thanks for taking my call, man. Appreciate it. Okay, reason what I was saying is this. It would be different with Draymond, with Clay and Steph, and the reason why it would be different is because all three of them are American. I'm trying now. When the news broke yesterday, I said, man, how's it happening again with Wiggins? And they treat it the same way, like it's not a problem. And I'm thinking it's a Canadian issue. And if you think about it, when pandemic hit and COVID broke out, excuse me, due to religious reasons, Wiggins was trying to get an exemption from taking the COVID because of a religious reason. And so what I'm saying is maybe last year it was a death in the family. Because now here it is this time at the same time, and in the Canadian custom, there's always a special observance during the first anniversary after a memorial. And so I'm just thinking it's all speculation that's what it is. And so I don't think he's going to be missing the games, like he was last year. Huh? I think it's a shortcoming.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chucky. It's interesting when people say, what if it were Clay and or Steph? All right, so let's say, here's what I really think from the bottom of my heart. If Steph Curry would have done the same thing, or even Clay, that Wiggins did last year, I think we'd have found out.
And the reason they go
because it's Curry, because it's Steph Curry. The bottom line is Andrew Wiggins is quiet. He keeps to himself. He's private. He's not a superstar,
but
he's under. Okay. He's forget his play.
Okay,
I'm just talking about he's an under the radar guy, and whether we like it or not, we care more about Steph and Clay because they've been here for 12 or 14 years. I think there'd just be more attention on it because they're more important players and they have more of a history here. And then again, maybe they're different than Wiggins and would have handled it in a way where more would have come out. I don't know.
Well, give me this. And I heard Willard say this yesterday, not what I'm about to say, but he touched on it, Stoney. When you talk about like his stature or his brand, let's put the rat on the table. Social media didn't say Wiggins wasn't big enough to gravitate to it because that thing was running rampant, all the rumors. So he caught on. There was traction, and you had to hide from that. So to me, when you say that he ain't Steph or Clay, I felt like he got run, and obviously nobody wants this award or, the bottom line is, Donnie, he was on every outlet there could be with people speculating to where we had one former athlete tell us, I forgot who the football player was, what's my boy, Braylon Edwards was on social media saying he knew what was going on. So to that point, Stoney, I think outside of here, the algorithm, Wiggins was a part of it. Right, and the speculation of what was going on.
Right, but as big
as saying here in the Bay.
I'm saying as big as whatever the speculation was last year or this year about Wiggins, I think you could multiply it by 10 if it were Steph Curry. And that would then bring in some kind of different dynamic that might make more people hide in the bushes and more people want to find out. I mean, I don't mean this in a negative way, but Wiggins is just not that compelling. He's just not. And he's created that for himself. How about this? 90% of it's because Wiggins never shows any emotion. Like we don't know him. Like that's a part of this. We don't know who Wiggins is. He doesn't let us know. We know damn well who Clay and Steph and Draymond are. We know them extremely well. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Tell me what good can come of this. What's the best case scenario? Andrew Wiggins out tonight against the New York Knicks. Beyond that, we know nothing. Sergeant Schultz, Hogan's Heroes.
My show.
We know nothing. Looking for some optimistic Warrior fans to tell me how this could end up being a positive. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys...
15 of 17. He's cooking with some hot grease right now. Curry on the drive this time, finishing with the left. 35 points for Steph Curry.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's your boy.
Mark Jones. Let me give you a bar he said the other night.
A scripted bar.
Faster than gossip.
Well, wasn't last night because he didn't play.
2 nights ago. Donnie, faster than you got to be fast because nothing's faster than that.
I haven't played my favorite Mark Jones line from that game, by the way. I haven't played it yet, but it's coming up.
You got it. I can't wait.
That's a tease, people.
Yeah.
That's a tease.
Thanks.
What was I going to say about Wiggins? Oh, the other part. Well, there's a million different parts of this with Wiggins. Essentially, before last year, he was close to an Iron Man.
Oh my gosh!
In the NBA, by NBA standards, Andrew Wiggins missed 1 game in his first 4 years in the NBA. Dang. 1 game. Then in year 5, he missed 9. Played 73 games. You take that any year, now, anytime. He played 54 games about 3 or 4 years ago, but then he's been over 70. In 8 of 10 years, he's been basically an Iron Man. The last 2 years, he's... And it's not even, it's really not fair to say, to rule this year out yet.
And the 54-game year was also the COVID season.
See, so he played 54-66. My bad. So he's essentially been an Iron Man.
When did he close the door on his finger, Steiny?
I don't know, but that was only a couple games, I think.
Was that this year?
I think so, right?
Yeah.
It very well may have been.
Yeah.
Look at my guy.
I'm just saying, it could have been. Let's go to Marcus in Oakland. Hey, Marcus, how you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing well, Hey, just wanted to say on this, you know what, man? At this point, it doesn't even matter. I'm sure he told his employer what was going on, and his employer knows what's going on. It's close to the vest, man. In this society, we know way more about people than we should actually know. You just said it yourself. You even solidified my call. He's been an Iron Man. He's been consistent.
Yep.
Obviously, this may be recorded to him as the worst 2 years of his life. If he decides to reveal what was going on, and we're worried about winning percentages, or at some point it'll look stupid. Like my nephew told me, life be life. Life is life. You get what you get. Can't control it. I'm sure he'd rather play. And as someone who slammed my hand in the door, I don't even know how he came back so quick from that. I'll be honest with you. I was out. I couldn't even imagine trying to shoot a ball or anything. So, he's been consistent. Let's give him something for that. This must be really serious. And remember, the Warriors know. We just don't know, and it's driving us bananas. That's all I want to say.
Thanks, Marcus.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate the call.
Life does life, Steiny.
No, it's a lot of. Listen, that's a sentiment that's out there.
Yeah.
There's also a sentiment out there of this ain't right. And I hate to say it, but there's a lot of fans out there that are like, this ain't right.
Would you think any different of me if there's a 3% part of me when it comes to this? The fact that, we know Wiggins is not overly emotional. We know he's not demonstrative, and people have questioned, does he love the game? If 3% of me, Steiny, steps back and says, what if it's just his love of the game
he wants to retire? What if he wants to retire?
Wow, man.
For whatever reason.
Does that make me a bad person that creeps in?
No.
That thought, man.
No. And
I hope I'm wrong,
and the reality of the situation is, like, part of me actually, like, I really don't care why. And if you say, well, what are you saying? If I told you why, you wouldn't want to know? I'd be like, sure, tell me, but it doesn't, like, knowing won't change kind of the facts on the ground of whether he's coming back or not. Like, the thing, like, I do think what would be unfair, and maybe I'm going too far here, because you got to be careful, but I do think it would be a little unfair, regardless of what he's going through, if the Warriors have no sense of whether he's. But then again,
Marvin could be wrong.
But then again,
Kerr said it. We don't know.
This is what Steve Kerr. You want to play that one more time, Evan? I mean, it doesn't sound like the Warriors know exactly.
Coach, with full respect to the privacy that the situation deserves, I'm sure you can understand the fan sort of interest after what happened last year, and the sentences you've used already today. That you expect him back, but then in the next answer you said you kind of hope that he's back. What can you tell us with regard? Is there any chance that this is a similar situation to last year with Andrew Wiggins?
I just think that we're in a position where Wiggs is a private person, and so he's asked to keep it private, and we're going to honor that. So, it doesn't help for me to sit here and try to explain any of that. The bottom line is, we respect Wiggs. We need him, and we fully expect him back, but we just don't know what that will be.
Wow. And that's why, on the one hand, I'm saying, well, let's just wait, see if he plays tomorrow in Toronto. But every time I hear that clip, how can you not feel like he's not playing in Toronto? Yeah. But I think we kind of got to wait.
Right.
We kind of got to wait.
And for the people out there, and there's a sector of them, and I get it, that are saying, life is bigger than basketball. No doubt about it. 100-0 there. I totally agree. But Stoney, what if this is, again, I kind of just mentioned it earlier, a guy that might be, falling out of love with the game. I don't think that's unfair to bring up the fact that we don't know, and this has happened twice.
I mean, I don't think it's unfair to wonder when he's coming back, if he's coming back.
That's humongous.
Yeah. But how much more, this is, one of the things about this that is just so, what makes it such a hot topic is because we don't know what anybody knows. We don't know what Steve Kerr knows. I mean, and I get it. It's easy to say, well, Joe Lacob knows exactly what's going on, and I guess I certainly assume Joe Lacob knows what is going on with Andrew Wiggins. That feels like a safe statement, but I can't say I'm 100% sure. Yeah. Now, the other thing that could be, again, speculation, but what if Wiggins is going through something? And let's assume, I'm just going to use Joe Lacob, because I got to tell you, I'm not assuming that all his teammates know what's going on. I'm not assuming that at all.
That doesn't sound wild.
So, but let's say Joe Lacob knows. We don't even know right now. Maybe Wiggins is like, no, I'm not, Joe's like, well, we got to withhold game checks. After, if you fine, go to, personal reasons, miss a few games, but at a certain point, you're going to, and he says, I don't care. I get you, Joe. I don't expect to be paid right now.
I can't say
I don't expect to be paid.
Not true, Stoney.
We don't know, and again, we don't know if Wiggins is getting paid right now. Does it matter? Actually, I think it does matter, but it's, again, none of our business, apparently.
Enrique Rivera, Stoney, to that point on the First NorCal Credit Union chat, good news, minutes available for others, that's a good thing. But I would just respond to Enrique and say, is it? Because are we going to see a byproduct of what we saw when Wiggins came back and the effect and impact it had on Kaminga, and it throws everything out of whack? And to me, then Kerr has to regroup on the fly.
Fair.
That's all.
That's fair. That's fair.
Nobody's trying to follow Andrew Wiggins home and get in his business, but to Evan's point, when guys have been out for mental health, the Kevin Loves, the Paul George, Stoney, they say it or they share it. And I feel like the fact that it's top secret is bringing more attention to this than if they just said, you know what, something's going. Willard and Grandy and Kerr did a great job, Stoney. It's just, I don't know. And I don't know how Steph Curry and the gang take the court today and think they can accomplish their goals or be the best. And even if they're whole, they lose the first round. But if you're telling me they're hanging on to the 10th seed and the 6th seed was something that fans and guys like me were dreaming of, and now 22 is gone for we don't know when. Hopefully he'll be back tomorrow, but 10 games, then Steiny, I can look at you and tell you they ain't making no noise. That's just me. And I would love to be proven wrong, but I hate that's a downer feeling.
Well, that's the other part of this, as far as I'm concerned, is nobody wants to speculate. Nobody wants to get into Wiggins' business. So let's steer it to basketball. Well, it's not helping them basketball-wise. So then we'll talk about how he's not helping them basketball-wise. And then what happens? The next thing is, hey, there's stuff bigger than basketball. Why are you guys talking about basketball? It's bigger than basketball. Well, we don't know what we're talking about. We don't know how big it is. We know it's big to Andrew Wiggins. I guess that's really what it is. I don't necessarily need to know what it is, but I want to know what is so big in a way to Andrew Wiggins that this is happening. Like what is this big that we might be going through the same thing that we did last year?
Oh man,
I don't know.
25 games last year.
I don't know. Let's go to Murillo in Petaluma.
Gentlemen.
Hey, Murillo.
Hey guys, thank you for taking my call. I'm sorry, but I'm calling with a critique, maybe I hope a constructive critique. I think it's been too much time spent on this subject.
All right.
First of all, there's been too much double standard and hypocrisy, especially drawing back to the first show of the morning. I think you can't say such a thing as this is bigger than life. We all go through this. Our brother Shasky is going through this. And on that same breath, you add a but and put your fan personal interest and why he's out as, the counter to, hey, you know why he's keeping it private? Because if you all remember the shit show that it became.
Murillo.
Yeah.
And you know what?
And bringing up Shasky, who's laying his father to rest today, people knew what he was dealing with. I'm not saying it was their right that the Shaskys could have withheld it. My point is, Murillo, you knew, like Brett Favre, you knew what was going on.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors, they got a back-to-back. With or without Andrew Wiggins. New York and Toronto tonight and tomorrow. They've won 11 of 14. Let's go to Tish. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Goo.
No, go ahead.
Let's go to Tish in Hercules. What's up, Tish?
Hi, guys. Long time. I haven't spoken to you.
Hey.
But I guess nice to hear from you, and I think I'm on the same page as Murillo in that I was going to remind you, last time when he was out and we didn't know what was going on, it was his dad. I suspect, although I'm not omniscient, I don't know for sure, but I suspect possibly his dad passed away. And I think Murillo's thinking the same thing. That's why he mentioned Shasky, and my thoughts are with Shasky today, too. But my point is, I don't know why it's top secret, because eventually we'll know. But if he wants to keep that to himself because he doesn't want all this commentary on it, of course what happens is, because people like me listen to shows like yours every day, you've got to say something for the listeners, and so it's all this speculation. But, I suspect, because we had remember all the speculation last time he was out, and then he came back and it was his dad. I have a feeling it's his dad again, or the worst has happened. We'll find out soon enough.
Well, we might. Well, Tish, and stay on the line. I don't think we will.
I do. I think once he's back or once he's over it, they'll announce it. To me, Steve Kerr is pretty decent, and the fact that he says, I'm going to keep it private if the guy asks me to keep it private. And, I just think there are things that are not that unexpected in life, but because you're in the public eye as an NBA player, and especially because we're where we are with our team. I'm wearing my Warriors hat right now, as I'm calling it.
There you go.
All right.
We all care about our team. But I think because of who they are and where they are right now in the standings, it's possible that we're making a bigger deal out of this than we need to. So that's the part of what Murillo said that I agree with. Things happen in life, and when they do, you have to step back. But I have a feeling this is just about his dad again.
All right. Thanks, Tish. Appreciate the call. I mean, the one thing that I've always confused me is, like, Mitchell Wiggins played in the NBA. Like, it's kind of a public figure. You almost wouldn't need to do a lot of digging to find out if it involves his dad or not.
I was just going to follow up. I love Tish Johnny. I got an incomplete, and it's none of my business. But I don't have last year wrapped up as that's what it was.
I don't either.
Okay, so I'll leave that there.
I don't. If somebody says, Steiny, what happened to Wiggins last year? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's personal matter.
Yep.
It was a personal matter. Was it his dad? I don't know. Was it his sister? I don't know. Was it his wife? I don't know. Was it his kids? I don't know. Was it a grudge? I don't know. I have no idea. We never found out.
None of us don't.
So when Tish said, we'll find out eventually. We might. Tish may be right, but I don't know. What do you think? You think we'll ever find out?
No, because we didn't find out last year.
Well, I mean, the way I look at it, honestly, is, again, he comes back against Toronto, or he's on the floor against Boston, or even Milwaukee.
There's nothing to see here. That would be wonderful.
Sure. I'd buy that. I'd buy that along with you. 888-957-9570 is the number. There also may be, looking for a positive, is maybe the team is saying we don't know when he's coming back, but to a man in that locker room and in that organization, maybe they kind of know he's not coming back.
I hope that.
And then maybe they can turn that into a positive by moving on. Like, see, we're in the middle of it. We're wondering what's going on. I think it's possible the team might be getting past it. They might be past it. I don't know. But that's what we have no idea about.
Okay, let's talk about
how's it affecting the team.
Let me ask you a basketball question. So, for any critics or anybody that wants to critique Kerr, and I'm not doing it here, I'm asking you your expertise on this. Steiny, I've been fighting like a bull in a china shop for Moses Moody to get more playing time. Is it odd now that Pods had been starting, and now for the foreseeable future, there's an opening in the starting lineup, and Moody, and I'm happy, but Moody goes from nothing to at the head of the table. Like, is that perplexing to you at all from a basketball standpoint?
No, not one iota. It's not one iota. Like, when Evan said Moody, I went, man, yeah, Moody makes the most sense. To me, I wouldn't start Gary Payton II.
But what about Pods?
Pods is a guard. Like, to me, Pods is starting. And I wouldn't, maybe, you know what? To me, maybe if it's long-term, they bring Clay back into the starting lineup. But even if it is long-term, I could make a case for Steph, Pods, Moody, Kaminga, Draymond. I could make that case very easily.
Right.
By the way, one reason you start Moody is because then it guarantees the guy at least 12 minutes a game. Like, if you
23 last game.
Once you start a guy, you're guaranteeing that he's getting minutes. The problem with Moody is if he doesn't start, he's never a guy where you're like, we gotta get Moody minutes. Why? What does he do so well that you have to get him on the floor?
That's why I'm asking.
I don't think he is that player. He gets to start because they want to keep Clay on the bench because he's been effective. Gary Payton, to me, is not a starter. And Moody's the guy. He fits the best replacing Andrew Wiggins, and that's best for the team, is why I think Moody's going to start. Susie is in San Jose. Hey, Susie, how you doing?
Okay. Just want to weigh in on this Andrew Wiggins situation, and I think everybody is spending way too much time talking about this. The man wants to keep it private. Keep it private. Leave it alone. Let it go. I have been in this situation myself where I could not go to work. I had a personal situation that I had to be home and attend to, and it was nobody's business what it was or why. And sometimes that's just the situation in life. And I think it needs to be left alone.
Thanks, Susie. I'm gonna give you another perspective, because I remember it was a year ago today, or a year ago, when this stuff happened. I remember talking to women about this.
Oh, I remember,
2 women.
Yeah, I remember this.
And I thought they would be, like me, kind of understanding, compassionate, and they were like,
I remember
what, like, this is like they didn't get it. Like, they were saying, okay, do your thing and get back to work.
Almost like entitlement.
And
I remember this.
I was shocked by it. But to me, there's people out there that say, this is entitlement. Whatever it is, he's getting to take time off
again.
Nobody else
again,
for whatever reason. I'm not saying that's where I'm coming from, but the fact of the matter is, there's all different points of view on this. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Steve. Steve's in Oakland. He's a season ticket holder. Hey, Steve.
So what? Should I park on the street? Place, you think?
Steve, don't park on the street.
They'll get you.
Don't park on the street, Steve. And if you do, leave the windows rolled down.
What's up, Stevie?
Stop.
The other day I was getting out of my car in San Francisco, and I got out of my car,
got a ticket,
and I walked to the other side of the street, and the guy goes, "Hey, you left your windows open." And I looked back at my car and I said, "Nah, it's fine."
You're there. You've been hit a few times.
There's nothing in there.
Yeah.
You want to take a sweaty baseball cap?
But they'll do it.
Okay, go ahead and take it.
No, but I get you.
I'd rather them take my sweaty baseball caps in the back seat than break my window and take my sweaty baseball caps. Mm-hmm.
I wanted to hear what Steve, he was season ticket holder.
Oh my gosh. Are you like Lacob?
No, you just
remember when Lacob said, real fans are season ticket holders. He didn't say that exactly, but it came out
said
there.
It. I was eager to see his spin, the fact that, some people think they deserve to know. I'm not there, Stoney. I am not. The best ability is availability. And this is the second time this has happened. And it, to me, as a fan, my perspective, when I watch this game tonight, and I'm not being a jerk, I'm not a Neanderthal, I'm telling you, when I turn this game off and when it's over, I'm going to be thinking about when is Andrew Wiggins coming back. And if you guys can tell me what I need to focus on.
I'm more cautious than you.
Because you're going one at a time.
I am not ready to say this is the second time this has happened. Believe it or not. Now, again, you can say, what do you mean? Personal reasons last year? Right. But right now, as of right now, he's going to miss his second game.
Okay.
I'm just not going to, I'm more cautious than that.
I appreciate that. And you're right.
Andy's in NorCal. What's up, Andy? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing well.
Hey, I've been listening to you guys for a long time, Matty, and Guru, I pitched for you when you were trying out for this gig and all that. But I got to tell you something, brother. I've been a fan of the Warriors since 1972. I'm 60. I look at it as a business first, even though I love this team. It's still a business.
All right.
Now, with that being said, I understand your passion and your love. It's awesome, brother. It's awesome. But I just lost my brother 4 months ago and his son 2 weeks ago.
Sorry to hear that, man.
And I got to tell you something. No. I appreciate it, brother. Trust me. But let me tell you something. I own a flooring business. I have employees. They know what's going on in my life. Not everybody does. I'm still in a fog with losing my big brother, my hero, who taught me to throw the football, who taught me to play baseball, who coached me in football, all that good stuff. And I got to tell you something. We have to let things go the way they go sometimes. I understand the business. I have a business. But you know what? If I need time, if I need for myself to just get through this, get through my hill, whatever it is in life, life's too short, man. And you know what? I understand passion and love, but I also understand it's a business. And listen, I've been listening to you guys for a long time. Keep going. And you know what? It's okay to have a different opinion.
No doubt
I'll
about
leave it at that, brother.
I'm hugging you through the phone, man. Thank you.
That's what they call Godspeed.
Yeah.
To you.
Thanks for sharing that,
sir.
Yep.
All right. Coming up in a half hour, we got Jason Timpf. We'll get into basketball with Jason Timpf. He's a host of Hoops Tonight on the Volume Sports Network. He's going to know inside and out the data with how the Warriors do with or without Andrew Wiggins. All we know right now is he's not playing tonight against the New York Knicks. It'll be the second game he's missed because of personal reasons. Don't forget, download that Odyssey app. You can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app, plus watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today.
Finally ready to entertain? Excited to have friends and family over for a barbecue, but worried your backyard isn't up to par? No problem. Call Mr. Pavers. Mr. Pavers can transform your...
Curry.
So good. So good. I mean, understanding that size is meeting him at the rim. Well, he makes a couple. You got to look out. That guy is hot.
Curry for three. Wow! Unbelievable! Making it rain in New York.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Wait a minute.
I like his lexicon, man.
Prigioni was in that game. No wonder he got 54.
Prigioni.
Wow.
That gets readjusted to 42. I didn't know Prigioni was in that game.
Jared Jack at 18.
Honest question, Steiny. Have you met the great Doris Burke?
No. She's
Drake has.
She's a little under the radar.
No. Drake asked her out.
Yeah, I think they went out. I mean,
she
to lunch
declined.
Oh.
And she stood him up.
And that's the rest of the story.
But what do you mean under the radar? She's big time.
Yeah, but she doesn't. Listen, when Stephen A. Smith walks into the arena, Stephen A. Smith is walking into the arena.
Where you going? Okay.
When Doris Burke walks into the arena, she walks over to where she sits for the game. She sits down. She prepares.
Okay,
and she
I hear you. Yeah.
She's not.
What about that video of him shooting threes, Stephen A.?
Yeah. The video that the Pelicans put out was priceless. That was priceless.
And he spent an hour on his show going back at him.
I would hope that when Stephen A. He was?
I'm just, he spent
he's
30 minutes going,
himself.
You got problems. You need to be worried about me. That was him. You're worried about me?
No. That's one where you got to just give him a hat
He didn't do this one. Nah, he was mad.
No.
Y'all worried about me.
Every once in a while, you get put in your place and you got to smile about it.
It happens.
It does. Hey, good news. Steve he's done parking.
Season ticket holder.
What's up, Steve? How you doing, man?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello. I had to park on the street, so I couldn't follow your orders.
Okay.
But you were right. You're right. Anyways, so yeah, I go to several games. Certainly, not all of them. But just a quick observation, and correct me if you guys think I'm wrong. I think Wiggins has been way more engaged, has played better, and has seemed more involved in this last month. So it kind of surprises me that this would be a sudden mental health issue. We never know what's really going on, but just from the naked eye, it doesn't make sense to me.
Well, and I agree with you. I agree with everything you said.
Yeah, I'll leave that there. I'm going to read this text because I'm going to be honest. I think one of the things that happens here is that, there is a different point of view, but it's a little less compassionate, and so then we don't share it. But I know a lot of people have this. My guy, Harry.
Yeah, Harry.
At the end of the day, this is Wiggins' job, and he's got a responsibility to the team and the fans to be here for us. If it's something that's serious, then he should come out and let us know to stop the speculation. In the average 9 to 5, here's where I always say, we'll get back to that later. If something personal happens, you get, some time off, and then you're expected to be back at work. It's not just basketball we're talking about here. It's a business, and Wiggins is now affecting the Warriors' business with his unreliability. Mm-hmm. All I'll tell you is I don't think that's a one-person thought.
No doubt about it.
I don't think it's a one-person thought.
Yeah. No doubt about it.
So the
hell
with
Harry. Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah. And I just keep going back to Trish, Guru, nobody cares, but it's my prerogative. She was so set in her ways in regard to, she felt like last year was closed, like she had closure. I don't know a lot of Warrior fans that feel like they do. Steiny, because I can look you in the face right now and say I'm as perplexed as I am today as I was last year. And you checked me on purpose, but you did put it in perspective. D, we're not there yet, talking about me, in regard to games missed. This is the second game he'll miss tonight, and hopefully it'll be the last, but I can't do that. But Steiny, there's a whole lot of similarities, man.
Closure is interesting because I don't know if there's been closure or not. I'm not in the locker room, but I thought it was behind us. And maybe what happened last year is behind Wiggins, and this is something new. Or maybe what happened last year, what's happening now is related. We don't know. The other thing is it as simple as, well, what are we entitled to know? Nothing. That's what you're entitled to know. Nothing. Is it that simple? Well, if you want to go that strong and we're entitled to, know nothing, well, at that point, over time, maybe, I don't want to watch this team as much. Not just because Wiggins isn't there, just because
we're supposed to be one.
It's supposed to be a relationship between teams, players, and their fans. I mean, why? If Steph Curry didn't have the personality he had, we wouldn't love him as much as we love him. If Steph Curry had James Harden's demeanor, I don't mean James Harden, I'm not saying he's a bad guy, but, we wouldn't love James Harden the way we love Steph Curry. Yeah. Why? Because we love Curry as a player, and then we love everything about him off the court that we've learned about him over the years. Well, maybe what we learned about Harden we're not as crazy about. So, I don't know. Yeah. I do know this, that it wasn't long ago, a day or two, where we were talking about Steve Kerr. I'm trying to look at some positives here. Yeah, Steve Kerr's been trying to play too many guys anyway. I mean, he just has. If Wiggins isn't going to be around for a while,
all right,
there's 28 minutes now available.
Man.
They're not all going to go to Moody probably, but he's going to get the first crack at him. So Moody gets the first crack at the minutes. Can you bump Gary Payton II's minutes up a few if you need to? It's a little dicey because of his health, but how do you make up for no Wiggins?
And what about Clay for that matter? He could be staring 30, 35 in the face.
Let me ask you two guys this. I'll start with Evan. Let's just say, Wiggins is out for a little bit. Are you just starting Moody at the 3 and keeping things as is and giving that the first shot? Evan.
If you expect it to be a short absence, then yes. But if you think that Wiggins might miss 25 games like he did last year, then you might have to try and do something different because you can't depend on him being back.
Like bringing Clay back into the starting lineup, essentially?
Yeah.
That's where I was at.
Or starting Paul and going small with 3 guards or something like that.
Yeah.
If I were Klay Thompson, if this were me, and you know how much I'm fond of Moody, Steiny, it would be Klay Thompson.
It would be Moody for me. And I'll tell you why. And this is where, again, this is kind of speculation too, but I can just try to put myself in players' spots. If I'm Chris Paul and I'm coming back to this team as a 6th man, coming off the bench, and played that game the other night with Clay, I don't want to be the 18-year veteran coming off the bench on this team. I don't. I want Clay coming off the bench with me. I just like that idea. I like the idea of tip-off and Klay Thompson sitting next to Chris Paul, both Hall of Famers, and they're both coming off the bench. I like that. I don't like the idea of Clay going back into the starting lineup and now Chris Paul as the 18-year veteran is coming off the bench. And I also don't like the idea that Chris Paul goes back into the starting lineup and then Clay is the guy who's coming off the bench. But again, this is the basketball part that affects a team.
No doubt. And it's not just one game. I got to say this about Klay Thompson. Had Kerr known or saw this coming, this absence from Andrew Wiggins, I do wonder if he would have answered, you know what, extenuating circumstances, okay, if that were to happen, okay, Clay, you're up. And Chris, I get what you're saying. From your vantage point, you want Clay out there,
right? But
we didn't see this happening.
I think that's fair.
And now we got a void we need to fill. And I'm just, for Moses Moody's mind, of course, Moses Moody is excited, and I think highly of him more so than others. But I still can take a step back and say, this might be putting too much on Moses. He'll probably be like, Guru, shut up. I need to get on the court. But I would love to put Clay in that spot and almost reward him for how he's kind of taken the role. I know it's been a short sample size, but I mean, okay, if we're going to run with Moody, I can't wait for Sunday's game against Boston. And then when they come back against, not saying he can't play, but I mean, what are we really doing?
Where are Warrior fans on that? No Wiggins. Are you moving Clay back into the starting lineup?
Oh, man.
You're moving Moody. You're going to roll with Moody in there. You want to start GP2? I'm out on that one, but it's a possibility. You go super small with Chris Paul. I would absolutely stay with Moody in the starting lineup and keep Chris Paul and Klay Thompson coming off the bench playing together. That's what I would do right now, short term. If this is going to go longer, then maybe I would have a different answer for you. But as of right now, I'm starting Moody. I'm giving him a crack at it, and then I'm bringing Chris Paul and Klay off the bench. 888-957-9570. Put yourself in Steve Kerr's shoes.
Yeah, caveat, though, unless Moody plays himself out of the starting lineup. If he's not very good,
man.
but...
Which is on the table.
Well, no, I was also going to ask, the Warriors have dealt with an indefinite absence this year for very different reasons, but we didn't know how long Draymond Green was going to be out.
Yeah.
And how did we think about the team from a basketball standpoint then? Now, there was reason to blame Draymond or, there was a culprit, obviously, but from that standpoint of the team having to deal with in a questionable or random absence, they kind of have been through it before.
Let me make this point about Moody, because I know people are joking with me saying I think he's thinking. You said something that I actually don't believe is possible in a way. You said, Moody's going to I'd start Moody provided he doesn't play himself out of the starting lineup. And sure, that could happen. But that is the upside of Moody. He's never terrible. He never tries to do so much that he'll play himself out of the starting lineup. He's going to play hard. I guess if he goes 0 for his next 19 from 3, that would be one thing. But the thing about Moody is you can plug him in and chances are he won't kill you. Now, he's not going to win a game for you either. But I would absolutely keep Moody in the starting lineup for the foreseeable future if Wiggins is going to be out.
Yeah.
Don is in Hayward. Don, how you doing, man? What are you doing in terms of if you're a coach and you're Steve Kerr?
Don.
How you doing, guys? Yeah, for me, man, I would have Klay stay on the bench. It took a lot of fights to get him on the bench, and we finally got him on the bench. and he's doing really good on the bench with Chris Paul. So I think Moody would stay in his starting lineup, be a lot better. It's just it's once you get Klay back in the starting lineup, are you going to be able to put him back on the bench once Wiggins comes?
Well, that's
so Moody for starting.
Yeah, no,
but what if it's so imperative, Stoney, that you get off? Okay. Then I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think more of Wiggins probably than you do, or I'm holding out hope. And I think these last 12 games, he's shown something. But what if I tell you guys, okay, we all can agree, you, Evan, and I, and the listeners, that you're going to miss the contributions from Andrew Wiggins. Now, you could go all goo, it ain't, but you're going to miss him. So isn't it more imperative to get off to a good start so that when Klay gets in the game's not out of hand? Now, that could be a little drama.
So are you assuming Moody's not
hurt you, but may not help you like a Wiggins or whatnot. So, you don't want to see the offense bogged down. And I'm not saying Moses Moody would do that, but there's a chance that other teams could go at him and manipulate the Warriors by not having Wiggins out there as opposed to Moody. Yeah, I would throw Klay out there so we could get off to a good start to where when it's time for the sixth man, whoever that is, Chris Paul, to come off the bench, we're not down. And I know we can't, Stoney, we're not down 10 or 12.
Yeah, listen. People are going to be like, "Oh, that's 90." Now you look. No, I don't love Moody, but he's steady. He's steady. Again, he won't kill you. He won't win a game for you. He can help you when he's at his best.
I need your help.
I think I would rather start Moody than because then what? You put Klay. What if Wiggins comes back in a week? You got to move Clay back to the bench? Well, then it's like, no. Wiggins now comes off the bench. Okay, well, how's that going to work?
But how would that reward be for Moody if he balls out and he does a damn good job and then Wiggins comes back?
Well, then Wiggins has to beat him out. If Moody's playing well, then if Moody plays well, to me, that might be better than essentially the Wiggins you've seen all year. Forget the last 10 games.
So you wouldn't insert Wiggins right back into the starting lineup?
Not necessarily.
But we kind of know that Kerr will.
I might.
But
I don't. Well, he didn't last year when he came back after 25 games.
But that was 25 games. That was a long time.
Yeah, and he needed to ramp up, and once he was ready, he played over Kaminga.
Let me be clear. I have no idea. How Steve Kerr will use Wiggins if and when he returns. Whether it's tomorrow or whether it's I have no idea.
Well, within a week, I would think he goes back in there. But
I don't know.
If we're talking longer than that.
Well, what if he comes back and he's like, no guarantees I can stick around? I have no, I think that's part of Steve Kerr's frustration. And take one more, why don't you play it one more time? Because hear the angst in Steve Kerr's voice.
Coach, with full respect to the privacy that the situation deserves, I'm sure you can understand the fan sort of interest after what happened last year and the sentences you've used already today that you expect him back, but then in the next answer you said you kind of hope that he's back. What can you tell us with regard? Is there any chance that this is a similar situation to last year with Andrew Wiggins?
I just think that we're in a position where Wiggs is a private person, and so he's asked to keep it private, and we're going to honor that. So it doesn't help for me to sit here and try to explain any of that. The bottom line is we respect Wiggs, we need him, and we fully expect him back, but we just don't know when what that will be.
That doesn't sound like he's playing tomorrow. But let's see.
I need your help.
Go real quick. Let me make it clear about Moody.
Yeah. And I want to do the same.
Moody at his best is better than the Wiggins we've seen this year. For most of this, I'm not talking about his 22-point game one night.
Well, how
Moody at his best will be better than Wiggins has been over the course of this season.
But you said
Moody at his best. Moody at his best will never be as good as Wiggins was 2 years ago.
Okay.
Wiggins, I do not think Wiggins has been he's averaging 12 a game.
No doubt about it.
Moses Moody at his best can be more productive than Wiggins has been overall this year. Why? Because Wiggins has not been effective this year. That's the way I'm looking at it.
But listening to you,
there's no double speed.
Effective? The dude's been out of the rotation
because
and
Moody fits better. Moody's more consistent.
Right,
Wiggins goes out and he gives you crap.
Yeah.
Then he goes out and he wants to play. Then he doesn't want to play. But Moody at his best this year has the ability to give you more than what Wiggins has given you overall this season.
With that. Okay. Now, but this is where I need your help. Okay. I say that now. I need your help. Steiny,
Wiggins has been
on the
terrible.
YouTube, Guru is so negative on Moody. I've been riding for him all year.
Right, but now the chips are down and you're starting to realize he's limited.
I just think he's in a no-win situation from fan standpoint because he's starting. Now, if he were to come off the bench, it would be different. Now that he's starting, we're going to take, I'm telling you, we're going to take calls if things don't go well and they lose a game or two, and it's going to be all at his doorstep. Don't dare call
it's going to be a Wiggins doorstep.
I have not been riding for Moody. Well, I've been clamoring and riding for Moody all year.
Halfway, apparently, up until now. Now it sounds like you're scared of him in the starting lineup.
It had nothing to do with that.
If this thing goes south, Moody will not get one iota of blame. Yeah. It will be Andrew Wiggins that gets the blame.
But I think you're being very unfair to Wiggins if you're going to say...
I don't think he's been good at all.
A guy that you fought me on him playing or playing at all, you called Moody just a guy, right. And now you want to sit here and then just belittle Wiggins, even through a rough year... But these last 12 games to say
12
Moody's
games.
Best is better than Wiggins.
I am so sick of talking about Andrew Wiggins stringing 4 games together. I'm talking about the course of the entire season. They were 5 games under 500 at one point, 19 and 24, and he stunk.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay,
but they never
those wins are gone.
We saw a light come on. Okay. That's all. A flicker. Like they've waited it out, and
There's
we
a
can't
chance.
ignore the past 12 games. He's played better. That's all my point is. And they never once kicked him to the curve when he was stinking it up.
Right, but they lose when he stinks it up. And I'd rather have a guy like Moody who doesn't, you're right. He's not going to get you beat. Why? Because he doesn't try to do too much. He's not going to go out there. You know, if Wiggins goes out there and goes 3 for 10, we're going to be like, Wiggins, vintage Wiggins.
Yeah.
If Moody goes 3 for 10, we're not going to say that because he's Moses Moody. But when Moody can fit.
Yeah.
Like Moody.
You got me on that word. When you said fit, you got me.
Devin, let's go to I can't read this name. Let's Sansei in Fairfield. What's up, Sansei? How you doing?
Hey, man, I'm doing good. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to contribute to the conversation. I enjoy the show. I think you guys are great. I don't want to say you guys are overthinking it, but it kind of sounds like you are.
All right.
I mean, we got the right players. I think it's just a matter of Coach Kerr playing the right lineups. I mean, if Andrew Wiggins is out, we've got Moses Moody that we can plug into the lineup, and if we want to go a little bit bigger, we've got 2 guys coming off the bench in Kevon Looney and Trey Jackson Davis. I mean, Kevon Looney has been a part of this core for the past 4 or 5 years. You can plug and play Looney pretty much any given night. I know he's been playing bad this year, but you could go with Looney, and if not Looney and you want some more youth and athleticism, you got Trey Jackson Davis. Now, TJD and Moody, keep in mind, just give it the eyeball test. You plug both those guys in the lineup in a rotation on a nightly basis, they've done nothing but produce for you. So, I mean, it sucks that Andrew Wiggins is out, but you got Moses Moody, who's always been ready.
Yes.
I mean, that's pretty much his nickname, right? And you got Trey Jackson Davis. If you want a little bit more size, you could plug him in there. When you do that, especially with TJD, if you want to go his direction instead of Moses, you could then slide Draymond down to the 4 or the 3 and mix match with him and Kaminga with the way that Kaminga did last year when Wiggins was out and Kaminga came in. It just makes so much sense, and we have the right players
Moody. Are you saying
make up for Wiggins' absence?
Are you saying Moody for Wiggins, or you're saying Moody, and then if you need to go in another direction, you can go with one of the other guys?
Yeah, with Trace. If you want to go a little bit bigger instead of Moody in the starting lineup. I guess ultimately the point I'm trying to make is that we have the right players on this team to make up for Andrew Wiggins' absence. If you want to go with Moody or if you want to go with Trey Jackson Davis, it works either way. I think what I'm happy about is, and I love Wiggins, but what I'm happy about is Moses is finally, unless Kerr plays Lester Quinones or something, Moses, it looks like, is finally going to get more run here. He's a player that I absolutely love watching and I adore. The same thing with TJD. But thank you so much for taking my call, man. Great show.
Thank you. Thanks, Sensei. Appreciate the call. I think Moody's okay.
Yeah.
But you know what? I know what I'm getting out of Moody. Moody's more consistent than Wiggins as far as I'm concerned.
You hit me with the fit, but like I said, I know Kerr's been playing a lot of guys, and we didn't know if that was to the detriment of the team, but the bottom line is, I guess I get frustrated, not at you, is like, man, this guy was just a glass of wine in a wine cellar, and now he's good enough to make contributions, so he's starting. I find it like there's got to be a middle ground for him never to be out of the lineup. That was all. And then when Quinones was getting run, we were like, oh, that's a bad look on Moody from the coach, so we thought.
But how old's Moody? 22? It's like, dude, this is your chance. I'm not apologizing for that.
No doubt.
He's going to start, but we got to be come on, man.
I'm excited for him, man.
This should be Moody's dream.
But, okay.
Especially if Wiggins is going to be out for an extended period of time. All right, Jason Timpf is coming up on the other side. He's the host of Hoops Tonight on the Volume Sports Network. One of the things he's great at is stats. He knows what lineups work, what lineups haven't worked, and we need to get into that now because we don't know how long it's going to be till Andrew Wiggins comes back. You're listening to 95.7 The Game.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve.
Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. And obviously today we're talking a ton of Golden State Warriors. If you're just joining us, Andrew Wiggins won't play tonight against the Knicks. We don't know about tomorrow, but Steve Kerr didn't sound optimistic. We don't know how long he's going to be out. Obviously the same thing, or kind of the same thing, started to happen last year and went 25 games. We don't know how long it's going to go this year, but what we do know is they're not going to play with Andrew Wiggins tonight and maybe for longer. Let's welcome in Jason Timpf. He's the host of Hoops Tonight on the Volume Sports Network. And Jason, we've talked to you a few times over the years, and one of the things you do extremely well is you're very knowledgeable about five-man units and how teams play. What do you anticipate the Warriors are going to do if they have to play without Wiggins for, let's just say, an extended period of time, and kind of what do the numbers show about this team when they have Wiggins, when they don't have Wiggins, and who fills in for him best?
This is such a bummer, the timing of all of this. I remember when I saw the report yesterday, I literally thought it was somebody pulling up like something from last year and like making a joke about it or something. I'm like, wait, we're doing this again? And like, what's crazy is he was playing the best basketball that he had played pretty much since he left the team last year. Mm-hmm. Shooting like 48% from three, giving like some real second side creation, like beating his matchup and, like wing catches when he has a good opportunity to like kind of rip through to the right and try to create offense. He's averaging 1.3 steals over this 14-game span, where the Warriors were 11-3, and like really the entire Warriors season turned around when they went to a lineup that I had kind of been begging for a little while, which is Wiggins, Kaminga, Draymond front line. Like the debate about whether or not Clay or Brandon Podziemski could start at the two, to me that wasn't nearly as important as just putting your best three defensive and offensive athletes at the 3, 4, 5. That's literally what turned the Warriors season around. It gave them a better opportunity to compete on the defensive end of the floor, gave them more opportunities to run the floor in transition, because the offensive shot creation beyond Steph has been an issue most of the year. But if you're going to be in a rock fight type of game where Steph has to take and make difficult shots and carry your offense, you want to have at least the athletes on the floor to compete. And now with him out of the lineup, like it's really difficult to come up with things that work. I think you could probably try to maintain the athletic profile by going with a Trace Jackson Davis. I get nervous about the speed of any other lineup that you could throw out there to where you could run into issues just simply in terms of athleticism if you go in another direction. And even the biggest concern to me about it is if he misses a substantial amount of time, he is very much a rhythm player. He's the kind of guy that'll come back and not look like Andrew for a while. And so, yeah, like, man, he could not have come up with worse timing for something like this, and Steve Kerr's going to be in a bind.
Well, let me ask you this. He started Moses Moody in his place the other night in Washington. We've been batting this around all day. We kind of feel like what if he goes in that direction, starting Moses Moody like he did the other night? What do you see there?
Moses Moody is the most reasonable facsimile to replace what Andrew Wiggins brings, right? Like he's a good physical point of attack defender, active hands, can kind of get deflections and force turnovers. Better shooter, more reliable shooter than Andrew Wiggins. It's more just the youth and inexperience that always comes into the equation with him. But that's probably your best bet to maintain the exact same level of physicality. The tough part is the offensive shot creation piece, because I don't know if you in the last 7 games or so, teams are really starting to send multiple defenders at Jonathan Kaminga. He had that stretch there where he was scoring the ball really, really well. And over the course of the last 7 games or so, you're seeing teams, especially when he puts the ball on the floor, that late help kind of towards his left-hand side where he can be a little sloppy with the basketball. Teams are starting to send multiple defenders to him. And so Wiggins' shot creation was kind of important there. And so that's not necessarily a strength of a guy like Moses Moody. But again, in a list of flawed options, that's a really good one.
Jason, a lot of good stuff from you there. If you go back to last year's Golden State Warriors, what happened before with Draymond and Poole, the season started, for them to even get to the second round, I told my partner that was a win for me. Now, when you look in totality this season up until this Andrew Wiggins news broke, Jason, how shocked are you, or if you're shocked at all, that the Warriors are sitting at the 10th seed? Because I am.
I did not see them as a team that was going to be a very good regular season team this year. They kind of struck me as a team kind of similar to the Lakers, whose fate kind of came down to the trade deadline. And honestly, I really do think they would have been more aggressive there had it not been for Jonathan Kaminga's rise. And like, Jonathan Kaminga's rise was meteoric. He had never had consecutive 20-point games in his entire NBA career, and then he did it like 7 times in a row. And so, like, it's always difficult to kind of have perspective in situations like this, because you have Steph Curry, a guy who is like definitively a top 10 player in NBA history, who's still playing very close to his peak. And there's a certain element of like, you want to give him all the tools that he needs to weaponize his superpowers when you get to the postseason. But in the big picture, Jonathan Kaminga and the potential that he has flashed is worth way more than anything you could have gotten back in the trade market in terms of the long-term potential of the franchise. Like I just mentioned, teams throwing doubles. He's actually managed it pretty well. He's averaging 4 assists per game over this stretch. He's not turning the basketball over. It's like a 2.5 assist to turnover ratio. He's making some high-level reads. I was watching in the Clippers game in particular, they were throwing late help to him, and he was making like good two-hand over-the-top skip passes to the right shooter. He was looking off help defenders. I'm like, I think Kaminga in a few years is going to be a star. No one can guard him one-on-one. Like legitimately, that was how he had those 7 straight 20-point games. Those teams were leaving him on an island to see what he can do, and we found out pretty quickly, like, oh wait, nobody in the league can actually guard him one-on-one. Like, he's too fast. He can get he can get defenders out of position. He can draw free throw. He can get to the free throw line a lot. Like he has so much potential, and so it's kind of weird in the sense that it caused the Warriors to kind of lean into this existing group, but the long-term potential now is better just because you have another guy that you can point to that's like, this guy is a hit. We hit on this pick. This can change the fortunes of the franchise in the long run. It's just always going to be a little bit of a kind of a funky kind of in-between zone when you've got a guy like Steph, and now you've got this number 2 who's a really, really young player, and will have some growing pains along the way, right?
Jason Tipp joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's the host of Hoops Tonight on the Volume Sports Network. You brought up Steph Curry the other night after the Denver game. Steve Kerr said he looked tired. Steph was asked about it. He said he feels good. What do your numbers tell you, and what do your eyes tell you about Steph? I guess the last 6 games hasn't been shooting it well, but take a broader view and let us know where you think you're at with him.
So the Nuggets game in particular, the Nuggets defense is configured in a way where they have 2 really good on-ball guys, right? Aaron Gordon and KCP. But most of their other guys are really good help defenders, but struggle on the ball. And I saw a lot of talk coming out of that, like, oh, is KCP a step stopper? Or has Denver figured out how to stop Steph? And really what it is to me is the Warriors' current set of offensive talent is not capable of punishing teams that are really good in help because of the fact that they can't actually attack the weaker links in the defense. So, for instance, in that Nuggets game, every Jonathan Kaminga screen on Steph, they were switching and just putting Aaron Gordon on Steph, another good on-ball defender. Any other screen, whether it was involving Jamal Murray's man or Nikola Jokic's man or Michael Porter Jr.'s man, they were hedging or blitzing. And in that situation, that's the only shots Steph is going to get are the high difficulty ones. And we all know Steph can make the high difficulty ones, but he just happened to have one of those nights where he couldn't make them, and it became an issue. But the bottom line is, like, Steph's efficiency in an environment like this, where the lineup is more constructed around athleticism and speed and youth, where he has to kind of take on more of the scoring load, those lineups are inherently going to lead to a dip in efficiency. No different than last year in the postseason. Like, Steph was playing some of the best basketball of his career in that season, but because of the way that offensive lineup is configured, he had his least efficient postseason series since 2019. So some of that, to me, is just kind of baked into the shape of the roster. If they had a team that was more offensive skill oriented rather than, length and athleticism oriented, he probably goes up in efficiency, but your defense isn't as good. So to me, like, it's like you're 11-3 in your last 14 games, right? Like, your major issues have been against the top of the top teams in the league, which, again, that's a problem for another day, right? Like, it's baby steps for the Warriors. For now, it's getting out of that 9 and 10 seed, right? so that you don't have to be in a predicament where you have to win 2 play-in games, right? So, like, worry about the big fish later. You're winning games. This formula is working, which is leaning on your athleticism, leaning on that front court, and Steph just kind of grinding out offense where he can find it. It's like rock fight basketball, if that makes sense.
No, it does. Jay, let's talk about Klay Thompson. He's went to the bench. He's had some success, and no Warrior fan wants to see him in another uniform. But we were having this discussion earlier this week. If he were to, get to the offseason, he can still shoot, Jay. I watch a lot of League Pass, and there's a lot of teams that think they can shoot. Klay went on, can still shoot it. Could you see other teams throwing 30 or 25 milli at him?
I don't know that he'll get some sort of massive offer, just because of the fact that I actually look at Klay as more of a kind of bench type of weapon now anyway. Like, Klay's always been a really good positional defender. He's a guy who's really good at reading where the guy he's guarding is going to go and kind of beating him to spots and absorbing contact. He's not like a ball pressure guy. He's just a really smart on-ball defender that will make your offensive player take tough over-the-top shots. And what we're seeing is, as he's gotten a little bit older and slower, it's a little bit more difficult for him to stay in front of the best perimeter players in the league. It's a little bit more difficult for him against the best perimeter defenders in the league to get free as he's coming over the top of screens. But that's the whole point of moving to the bench, is now you're going against, the lower echelon, perimeter talent in the league where he can still be super, super successful. And to be honest with you guys, I would be upset if I even saw Klay in a different jersey. It wouldn't even look right for me. So I'm kind of hoping that this just works out with them kind of finding a happy middle ground for him to have a good bench role in his twilight years. Because that to me is what makes the most sense. He also has a deep familiarity with Golden State's system, which I think is something that kind of helps Golden State get more out of him than maybe someone else would in the late phase of his career. So I'm not going to completely write it off, but I would be shocked if he got some sort of massive offer, and I'm hoping that the Warriors can work something out with him.
You're listening to Jason Timpf. He's the host of Hoops Tonight on the Volume Sports Network. Let's jump back to Kaminga for a second. He's eligible for an extension at the end of this season. What do you pay him?
I mean, his agent's going to ask for the max, and here's the thing: he deserves it. He just does. To me, Jonathan Kaminga is a tier 1 athlete in the NBA who has demonstrated a lot more offensive skill than you would expect for a young forward at this stage. We talked about the passing earlier. His 3-point shot has struggled a little bit as of late. I think he's about 25% over his last 7 games, but he was red hot before that, which means there's potential there. He just needs to find consistency. But he has been a pretty consistently great mid-range shooter. And when I combine those specific things, like the ability to handle multiple defenders, and 2, the ability to get defenders out of position and get to the foul line, those are 2 things that you don't typically see until players get much later into their careers. The sky is literally the limit for this kid, and you just got to pay him whatever it costs to keep him. And I mean, maybe that's one of those things you approach Klay about is hey man, we got a bench role for you here, but if we're going to pay Jonathan, we've got to work out a more of a deal on your end. And my guess, Klay is just such a loyal guy. I have a feeling that they'll be able to find something that makes sense there. But to me, you pay Jonathan whatever he costs. He is, if you're talking about prospects under the age of 22, 23 years old, he's pretty damn high on that list.
Jay, we'll get you out of here on this one. I'm random, so I was going to go around the league and get your finals prediction pick, but I'm going to stop at this one. In San Antonio, what have you made of Wembanyama's his rookie season, man? Because I'm watching him and I'm just blown away, but I'm inside the numbers, what is that telling you about Wemby?
Well, he's taking a leap in the later portion of his rookie season, which is highly unusual. Usually it's that second half of the first season in that entire second season where teams get a really good feel for what a player's weaknesses are, and then they kind of can add that to the we just talked about with Kaminga. Okay, now teams are always sending late help after he puts the ball on the floor, typically to his left-hand side. That's the kind of stuff that typically causes players to plateau or to experience a little bit of a sophomore slump, right? And it's just not happening for him because he's actually figuring it out at an even higher level. He's he's been a little bit sharper with his shot selection. He's actually starting to figure out how to be he's already one of the 2 or 3 best defensive players in the league. Like it doesn't even make sense. You have this combination of the 8-foot wingspan, which again, just for simple perspective, imagine a player with a 7-foot wingspan, except for any time he swipes at the basketball and gets within 6 inches of it, it's a deflection. That's the type of absurd physical tools that we're talking about. And the bottom line is he's doing all of this with one of the worst collections of ball handlers I've ever seen in the NBA. And I like Devin Vassell. I do, and he's going to be a good player in the long run. But there's been a lot of I'm like, what are they doing? There's actually some buzz that the Spurs are going to go after Trae Young, and I'm not necessarily. I'm kind of on the fence about that move, but all I can think about is what this kid's going to look like with another year of strength and conditioning, and then giving him some real NBA ball handling, because he is just going to be an absolute nightmare. We're talking just a few years away from being a top-tier superstar. That's the type of potential I think he has.
Yeah, I like him a lot. I think he's got a chance to be one of the greatest versatile defenders ever if he keeps it up. I mean, he's pretty amazing. Mm-hmm. Hey, Jason, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate your expertise on the Golden State Warriors, man.
This was fun, boys. I appreciate it. I'll see you next time.
All right, Jason Timpf, host of Hoops Tonight on the Volume Sports Network. That's a little scary.
Wemby versus Holmgren tonight. Boy, a lot of good games.
You're not alarmed by that? The max for Kaminga?
What can Joe Lake has? You gotta pay
$140 million divided by.
Give it to me. I was good at math.
0.25 equals. No, that's wrong.
Yeah, I was like, huh?
I mean,
so about $35 million.
Yeah, we're going to start Jonathan at 35.
What's the alternative, partner?
Can you get him for 25?
Yeah.
I mean, the max contract extension that he could get right now would be 25% of the salary cap.
He's your future, though.
Salary cap's 140.
Yep.
Oh my God.
He's your future, Steiny.
The Golden State Warriors announce Jonathan Kaminga has signed a 4-year, $164 million contract extension. Let's stew on that for a minute, but let's go out to Devin. Devin's in an Uber. Hey, Devin, how you doing, man?
Hey, gentlemen, how y'all doing, man?
Hey. Doing well.
Hey, yeah, I haven't called in a little while. I wanted to talk about Moses Moody for a bit. I know the fan base, or a portion of the fan base, has been wanting him, to get more time, and now he's in the Lions' den, right? I agree with you Wiggins has been very inconsistent, and I think if we're talking about Wiggins' performance here, I think Moody can match that. I think he can. I think, everybody's been asking Wiggins for effort. Can you get rebounds? Can you do this? Can you do that? And that's stuff that you don't have to teach Moses because he's hungry. He wants it. I think he's going to contribute. I think he's a fan favorite. I think the team is going to thrive off his energy. I think we'll actually be successful. I don't want to say we need to start getting ready for Wiggins to transition, from Golden State, but my prayers are for that man and his family and his loved ones for whatever he's going through.
Appreciate it, Devin. Appreciate it.
Starting, I never wanted to go, and I know I haven't. I don't want to make this, and I feel like some fans are Moody versus Wiggins. It's just the strength in numbers, and if you have Wiggins back, you got more firepower, and obviously, you want everybody to contribute, but you want to have more options and things in the chamber.
I mean, here's the other reason why I would start Moody the more and more I think about it is, I believe there's two things going on here. One is, I do think
we got Danny Green 10 minutes.
Thank you, buddy. Yeah. Danny Green, 15-year NBA veteran, 3-time NBA champ. Thanks, Goo. I appreciate that. He's one of 4 players to ever win 3 rings with different teams.
Wow.
And really looking forward to talking to an ex-player about Wiggins, quite frankly. But one of the things I do believe about Moses Moody is he stays ready. Okay? He stays ready. But I believe if you look at the Golden State Warriors team and you start saying, okay, here's their starting five. Let's say Wiggins is whole. Here's their starting five.
Yeah.
Okay, now who do you have? You have Clay. You have CP3. You have Gary Payton II. You got Saric, who sometimes plays. It's very possible that Moody's a 10th man. But if he stays ready, like you can stay ready more than the 7th man. In other words, you handle not playing on a night-to-night basis better than other guys. Like, okay, he might be the 10th man in the rotation. That's why you don't put the 6th man into Wiggins' spot. You put the 10th man in. Why? Because he stays ready. He's most equipped, maybe, of anybody on the roster other than Clay, because he could just jump right back into the starting lineup. But maybe you got bigger fish to fry with keeping Clay on the bench because you want to develop that kind of cohesion with the substitutes. Like, that's where Moody's starting to make some sense to me as a starter. It's also a way to get the guy guaranteed minutes if you want to reward him for his professionalism. And it's clear that Moses Moody, even though he's young, is a professional already in the NBA.
Yeah. And going back to Jason, who was great, Steiny, he did say one thing that it stuck me and nobody can deny. Okay, forget the HIPAA laws and the privacy laws and what's going on with Wiggins. What we do know is he's not here. And Steiny, it is at the most inopportune time. This was the stretch drive.
Yeah.
And it still can be. Like you said, he could come back Sunday, tomorrow, nothing to see here. But if this is lengthy, man.
From the Comcast Business text line, 610, Steiny, sounds like you're not crazy about Kaminga. No, I'm not crazy about him. I just don't like when people throw around. Now, Jason said star.
Yeah,
I think he can be a star.
Yeah.
But when you talk about superstars,
he's your future, though.
Right,
man.
but you look at a guy that all great players can score and make plays on 3 levels. And as good as he is now, he's got a long way. Like, he's got a long way to go. Before he starts making teammates better, before he starts knocking down the outside shot consistently. And here's the other, will Jonathan Kaminga ever be able? And I'm not saying, well, if he can't do this, he's useless. No, but this is something that all stars and superstars have in common. Will Jonathan Kaminga ever be able to have the ball on the perimeter beyond the 3-point line, take one hard dribble with his left hand into the lane, and make a play for somebody else on the move with the dribble? Maybe, but he's got growth areas. He does. He's got a ton of potential. There's no doubt about it. But I just, I'm like Denny Green. You want to crown him, but I'm not ready to crown him. He's a good young prospect, good young player, and you are gonna have to make a decision on him.
No doubt about it.
But the idea of paying him $35, it'll kick in 2 years, which would be the max essentially. 35, 38, 41, 43. Well, that's
Talk to me about the future without Kaminga on this roster, though, Stoney.
Well,
then
that's not
the Memphis Bleak.
Well, I'm not saying they're going to do it, but maybe then you go to a future where you get a free agent star.
I got you.
Because,
510 coming at you for you thought Kaminga wasn't going to be good, but you didn't say
he wasn't going to be good.
Yeah.
Called him a superstar. There's holes in his game still. And there should be. He's 21. You all made Kaminga more than he was too soon. You all thought he should be playing more when he was a rookie, and he didn't. And he had his head spinning around like Linda Blair in The Exorcist.
But he's answered the bell this year, though.
He's getting better.
Yeah.
But you can't rush that. It's gonna take a little bit of time. He
said that help defender's coming over late when he puts it on the floor.
Danny Green. I've been looking forward to this one. We've been trying to get Danny Green on for a couple weeks now. He's a 15-year NBA veteran, 3-time NBA champ. But let me tell you what he is now, which is bigger than those things. He's an Odyssey NBA insider.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. By the way, speaking of that Odyssey app, you're going to want to download it because you can listen to Guru and Steiny 24/7. You can rewind that thing. Download that Odyssey app ASAP, and you can keep us close. And when I say us, I mean 95.7, the game.
Dude, I just busted in his office this morning. The door was closed. It was all bad.
This is a consumer alert to all U.S. taxpayers.
game. All right, welcome back, and let's get right to it. Joining us 15-year NBA veteran, 3-time NBA champ. He's only one of 4 players ever to win 3 NBA championships with 3 different teams, but cares about rings when you're the Odyssey NBA insider. What's up, Danny? Thanks for joining us, man.
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing? Thanks for having me.
We're doing well, and by the way, Odyssey NBA insider Danny Green, and they are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure. Obviously, the big topic of conversation out here, Danny, is Andrew Wiggins right now. Last year, Andrew missed 25 games because of personal reasons, and this year he's going to miss at least 2. He's missed Tuesday and Thursday. We don't know what's going on with Andrew, and Steve Kerr indicated to our station yesterday he's not sure when he's coming back. How do you deal with that as a team? Not knowing maybe when you're going to have somebody and when you're not going to have somebody.
It's tough, man. I said I've been through it when we were in San Antonio. Unfortunately, the Kawhi injury and the situation. We weren't sure when it was happening. We just have to continue to move forward as a group, stay positive, pick each other up. Especially missing one of your star players. I said it's tough to mentally grasp that, especially if you don't know how long. But obviously, I don't think it's going to be too long for him. We didn't know what the duration would be with Kawhi, but we didn't think it would be too long. And then at one point, Pop had to address us and let us know that, we have to kind of move forward in regards of thinking that he's not going to be with us. So in that time, it was like, all right, we're going to play most of the season without him. We didn't know what that meant. But then toward the end of the season, we're trying to ask him what was going on and where his mindset was and just how he felt, physically. So, you never know what guys are going through. You have to respect their privacy, their family life, their personal life. And said hopefully it's not something too major, that he'll be back sooner than later, and that they can finish out these last 12 to 14 games with them.
Danny, I hear you, and I'm not trying to be messy because we want to respect what Wiggins is going through, but it's crazy, the timing of this. This is almost, reminiscent of last year around the same time. But just take us inside that locker room. You kind of just did. How hard is it for your teammates to kind of not have your back, but not be bombarded by the questions? And do you think there's some Warrior players that may not know what's going on, Danny?
Yeah, of course. I think there's plenty of guys that don't know what's going on. I mean, I was there with Kawhi. I didn't know what was going on. I kind of still don't. I didn't want to pry or inquire or ask him. That's his personal life. If he wanted to share, cool. Some guys did. Some guys asked. But it's just tough, said as a group, as a team, because you're always going to have to continue to be, I guess, the middle person of trying to answer questions for somebody. So that can be annoying, especially with today's media. I mean, back then, avoiding or, I guess, soothing or smoothing out certain situations and keeping things under wrap is not the same as it was then as it is now. So there's going to be a ton of questions of everybody trying to, media trying to get something leaked or somebody to steal something. So it's just annoying. Instead of having to deal with it, it could be a distraction. I don't think it's something. Last year, he had, I think it was a sickness in the family. Hopefully it's not that again. I said the duration he was out was longer last year. Hopefully it's not that same scenario, same case, but you have to, move with some, sensitivity or some type of, empathy when it comes to this, because you never know what some people are going through. People are quick to jump on the negative. People are quick to, bash somebody, but you just never know until you find out the truth of what's really happening and then see, we're kind of insensitive and we should have, moved a little differently and, taken this into consideration that this person has a family, has kids. We don't know what was going on with that. And, people then have to backtrack and apologize. So hopefully, you said people don't do that and have to, hope they stick by his side and be true fans, not just of his game, but as a person, because he's a good kid, a good man. He's a grown man. But, I do hope that he bounces back or comes back sooner than later, because we all want to see, Golden State in the playoffs.
Danny Green joining us on 95.7 The Game, 15-year NBA veteran, 3-time NBA champion. If I ask you, Danny, I want you to kind of handicap the Western Conference. The Warriors right now are 10, the Lakers are 9. Do either of those teams come onto your radar if I say, we're talking about the Western Conference finalist type of team? Do you still think either of those teams has a chance to make that kind of a run?
Western Conference Finals? No, I don't think so. I do think they have a chance to get in the playoffs and make a good, like I said, a good run before the playoffs to get to a playoff position and, be, a second round team at least. Now it's going to be tougher for Golden State without Wiggs. I really, then, the playoffs is not going to have both those teams out of there. But with Golden State now having Wiggins, it's tough to see them making that stride. But I do see Clay playing well. He's playing better. I see him picking it up and hopefully getting back to his normal self, which we'll say pick up the slack and hopefully, fill some of the shoes of Wiggins being gone. But, Lakers are starting to win some games. Warriors were winning some games. They were winning, like it's 9 out of their last 12 or something like that, or 9 of 13 or 10 of 13. They were hot, but now him being out, this is a tough break for him. So I'm hoping that they continue to just, I guess, progress in the right direction and guys keep playing well, because we want to see both those teams in the playoffs, but I don't know if they're going to make a run to the Western Conference Finals.
Now, Danny, we know you could get hot and shoot with the best of them. And you mentioned Klay Thompson, and he's gone to the bench. He's having some success, but now he'll be getting the ball, some of the passes or majority, from Chris Paul. And, Danny, I never once thought about the quality of the pass that a shooter has to get it before he lets it fly. Can you just speak to that? Because now I'm excited, like, you know what? Chris is going to give him the ball in the sweet spot, more times than not. How big of a deal is that for a shooter to get it and have success?
It's a huge deal, man. When it comes to shooting, getting it on time, on target, in the pocket where you like it. There's guys that I love playing with because they're my guys. It was just harder to play with them because of the timing was off, and it's hard to get the shots that I'm normally used to getting. There's times where I had to change where I'm, we're doing drive and kick, and now, we're getting shots off of post feeds now. So I have to be able to pull over when they double in LaMarcus. So it's a different feel, and you have to get used to it. When team changes, you have to change. Your shot changes. So it makes it easier when you have a guy that knows well or is looking to just facilitate and find you and know where you like the ball. So it makes a huge difference for a shooter when you're getting it, not just on target, but on time when you're in rhythm. Because sometimes you be in a good rhythm and you'll just catch it 2 seconds later in your shot. You've been sitting in a standstill spot or in a squatted spot in your shot position ready for 5 seconds, which is longer than normal. And you're like, by the time you get it, you're like, damn, I rushed it or my rhythm's off. All those things matter, and a lot of people said don't know or see that when you're looking at the average fan. But basketball players know how important it is to be on time on target when you're shooting the ball, especially late in the game.
Insider calls are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure with capable features like available 8-track all-wheel drive and standard third-row seating. I'm looking at your career, Danny, and you did a little of both. You started 700 games, but you came off the bench for 130 or so. Tell us what Klay Thompson's going through right now, because he started most of his career, all of his career, and now he's trying to come off the bench. What would you tell him, or what would you tell the fans about what he's going through?
I mean, it's a tough adjustment. There's not much I need to tell him because he knows he's been around this league long enough. The fans don't know, but being a starter for your whole career and then come off the bench and said it's mostly a pride hit. But now, I think he's been playing well. He had one, rough game since coming off the bench, but because he's playing so well, I think he's taking it in better stride, because there's multiple things that could happen when you go to the bench. And one thing you don't want to happen is you go to the bench and you're still out of rhythm, because then you're going to be like, all right, I need to get back in rhythm, and I don't want to be the guy complaining that I need to be starting to be playing better. But it's good that he's playing well. But now that said, that Wiggins is out, I fully expect that Klay be started. I mean, who else would you start over him? It would make sense for him not to start with Wiggins being out, because I don't know if there's anybody else in the roster that should replace that starting spot for Wiggins.
Wow. Hey, Danny, when you watch LeBron and what he did last night at 39 years old, it is incredible. But when you look at what we have here in the Bay with Steph Curry at 35, you played against him. Are you at all shocked that he's still, doing what he's doing at 35?
No, not at all. I mean, there's a lot of 35-year-olds, guys at 35 that can play pretty well or move still pretty well. I mean, I thought I could play, move pretty well when I was 35. I said 39, 40 is a little different. I'm not there yet, so I wouldn't know. But, Steph takes great care of his body. He does what he's supposed to do. He's an elite athlete. He has the resources, and, he has the system to back him. He has the medical staff. They have a great group over there, and they've been doing it for a really good time, a long time, especially since his ankles. He hasn't had any major injuries since he had the ankle injuries early in his career. And, the staff's been doing an unbelievable job of keeping him healthy. So I'm not surprised at all. A lot of it is taking care of the body and mind. and he's one of the more mentally tougher guys that, I mean, obviously you have to be that type of caliber player, especially with, I won't say limited, but he's not the most talented guy, blessed. You know what I'm saying? For him to be MVP multiple times, you have to have a super high IQ and a super tough mind. So it makes perfect sense.
Danny Green joining us on 95.7 The Game, 15-year NBA veteran. I hope this isn't a sensitive question for you. Obviously, you were on the floor when Clay got hurt in the NBA Finals. You were down at that end of the floor. I hesitate to even say you were involved in the play. A lot, there are injuries in basketball, and you were right there. I know it's a fraternity. What's that like? Just being in on a play like that. Have you talked to Clay since then? Is it
for sure?
Yeah, I mean, how does that go? Can you help us?
Fraternity, man. Because we both have had injuries and then surgery, indirectly checked on each other. Like when I said I was in Memphis when I was last year, he would come over and ask how the knee was doing because, going through surgery and going through rehab is not for everybody. It's tough, and he did it twice. So I have the utmost respect for that guy. You never want to be involved in a play where you hurt somebody or end somebody's career. I'm glad that he's bounced back and be able to, because he came back off the injury and had a hell of a season. I mean, this season's a little tougher, but to see him have that season after that year, and you said I didn't in any way, shape, or form mean to do that. I was just making a basketball play, but you never want to be a part of that, especially when he's such a great player, and then the fans don't make it any easier. But it was good to see him bounce back from it.
When you look at the state of the Western Conference, the Warriors are fighting for their life. But let's just say they get past the play-in and they get that 7-game series. Can you give us a team that you would say, you know what? I feel like the Warriors would match up good against them and might be able to beat them.
Ooh, I mean, I'm on the top 3 or 4?
Sure. Yes.
In the top 3?
Mm-hmm.
There's no team in the top 3 that, said the only thing that they could get, I said OKC because they're the youngest. They don't have the experience.
Mm-hmm.
I like that matchup for them, and they don't have a bunch of size inside. So I do like that matchup.
How big of a deal is that experience, Danny? How big of a deal is that experience? Because we talk about it.
It's a huge deal. It's a huge deal. Minnesota has a little bit more experience, so I think it'd be tougher. But I think both those two teams for them. But I think Minnesota has too much inside for them to match up with. But I think OKC would be the team that I would like. All right, I think Golden State, because of their experience, they could get out of the first round if they match up with OKC, maybe.
Wow. Hey, Danny, thank you very much for joining us, man. I hope you're enjoying your new role as the Odyssey NBA insider, and we hope we can talk to you more in the future.
Appreciate you guys, man. Thank you.
All right. That's Danny Green, NBA insider Danny Green, Odyssey NBA insider Danny Green. Insider calls are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe. It's equipped for adventure. Mm-hmm.
OKC? That would be boy, they got some good young players, man. But they don't have the experience, Donnie. But the Warriors got to handle their business, right? You got to get past the play-in.
There you go. They got to get in the play-in.
Well, they're in it. Boy, you called the Vic. You or Evan, but you said you were like, you know what, Goo? Utah's done. They've quit. They have.
By the way, I do not believe Danny Green undercut Klay Thompson.
On that dunk that we were at in the game?
I do not believe he undercut.
Are you seeing
Klay
that?
Thompson. Warrior fans.
Yeah,
but
we were in the
fans
game.
Are fans.
Man. We were at the game.
He said it. Fans don't make it any easier.
Yeah.
But he and Klay do have the commonality of rehab. Danny Green.
That was a great question.
Well, it had to be asked.
One thing about the Thunder.
Real quick, I'm sorry. I've always liked Danny Green. I feel like he knew his game, knew what he had to do, and stayed in his role. And 3-time champion. Yeah.
He's been solid since UNC. I mean, he won in college, won 3 chips with 3 different teams.
He could shoot it.
He could play for my team. But
he could defend a little, too.
3-and-D player, yeah. Even an all-defense team.
I'm pitching him right now. Sure. Go ahead, Evan.
But one thing I forgot about with OKC, you remember Shai Gilgeous-Alexander when he was on the Clippers in 2019? Like, he had a game winner against the Warriors in, I think, the first round of that playoff series. Like,
that was the Lou Williams version of the Clippers.
Are you saying quietly he's been in the league for 5 years?
Well, he's got some experience, and he's their closer. And that's kind of what matters.
He's badass, man.
Yeah.
Stein, he's beautiful to watch, man.
Yeah. Evan and I were just talking about this earlier, especially with the Wiggins situation. I mean, the problem with the Warriors... The problem with the Warriors, obviously, isn't Steph Curry. The problem is everybody after Steph Curry. And you look at these other teams, I don't care what... Minnesota... Well, they haven't had a lot of playoff success. Okay, they got Anthony Edwards, Carlisle, Anthony Towns,
They got Trees.
and Gobert.
Yeah. And McDaniel.
And then you go down Oklahoma City. Well, there you well, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on a great night can outplay Steph Curry on a great night, and he can hold his own on a given night. And they got Chet Holmgren, who's a pretty good player.
Man. They got some few other.
Denver Nuggets. I mean, it's going
to be hard.
You start thinking about the Warriors in the playoffs. Oh my God. Oh my God, is Steph Curry going to have to be otherworldly?
And that's why they got to get out of 10th, 9th, and 8th. Oh my goodness, man. Minnesota, OKC, or Denver.
Minnesota, you don't want Denver. I'm sorry.
Hello.
I'm just saying if you had a choice.
That's who you want to avoid.
Oh, I thought you were asking me if I had a choice.
Yeah, so if you got to 8th, man, Steiny.
I mean, I'm taking OKC if I'm the Warriors. I'd want OKC more than Minnesota.
And Gobert and Cat on the boards, man.
I think Warrior fans, no Warrior fan in their right mind is saying we need Denver in that first round.
No. There's not a person on this earth that would say that.
I think most Warrior fans, if I said who gives you the best chance of a first round upset, I think they'd say the Thunder.
Yeah. Even though Evan's correct with SGA, but that's who let's do it.
Yeah. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We got a couple segments left before we get Willard and Dibbs in here. Andrew Wiggins will not play tonight at Madison Square Garden. It's going to be the second game in a row he's missed because of personal reasons. Steve Kerr was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and here's what he said about Andrew Wiggins.
I think so. I think this team is very deep, but also very mature, and we've got a lot of guys who have. I just think that we're in a position where Wiggs is a private person, and so he's asked to keep it private, and we're going to honor that. So, it doesn't help for me to sit here and try to explain any of that. The bottom line is, we respect Wiggs. We need him, and we fully expect him back, but we just don't know what that will be.
All right, so that was Steve Kerr yesterday with Willard and Dibbs. Mark Grandy was in for
did a great job.
Dibbs yesterday. Nice job by all involved. It didn't sound like from that answer like Wiggins will be back tomorrow against Toronto, but nobody knows anything.
Yeah. Do we know if Brunson's in tonight? Because that will help the Warriors get their seventh straight road win. So,
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. Oh, still is questionable.
You got to know.
Brunson.
Yeah, it was. When do you got to know? Damn.
Tip off at 7:30 in Madison Square Garden. 7:29:30. 7:29.
That 54 from a young Steph Curry that's one of my favorites, man. Obviously, him breaking the all-time record, but man, that 54 was like, man, they might have something here in this guy.
510 on a great night, Curry can outplay Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and on a great night, Clay can outplay Chet Holmgren, and on a good night, Kaminga can outplay Williams.
Which you need to do that 4 times.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Chet Holmgren, man. Him and Wemby tonight. I'll tape that.
Who the Spurs playing?
OKC.
Oh.
Chet Holmgren.
Oh, God, yeah. I'm distracted. Holmgren, yes, Holmgren's going up against. Is that their first? That can't be their first match. No, they played earlier this year.
Yeah,
get Evan. Just a shame that I didn't know. It was two. It wasn't even a second. I said, "Is this the?" No, they played earlier, and Evan's like, "No." Yeah, but it's so condescending.
You don't know if it was even about you,
especially after you're.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's coming
man.
Down a little
you should
bit.
have a smile ear to ear,
I was
man.
shaking my head at Van Morrison,
dude. Wow, man, you're going tonight.
Yeah. And
what time you heading out after the game?
At 2:12.
No, heading out to the game, to the venue.
2:12.
Oh, stop.
No, you gotta
watch the Warriors first.
Yeah, I forgot about that. 4:30 start, right? 3:30 Warriors live. Who we got hosting today? Which one of you great fellas?
It's Willard and Dibbs.
Oh, they're doing it. Okay, well, they're great fellas.
Oh, wow.
They're great fellas. I love them. They're not as great as you two guys. I'll take the young Grandy and the young Evan against those two fossils.
Then when they come in here, you're going to deny you said
Of course I will. I think, listen, let me tell you guys something, you youngsters in there. Evan at 30 and Grant even younger.
Oh, no.
If you guys don't surpass Willard Dibbs, me, or Guru's careers,
oh, here they come.
You ought to be ashamed.
Hey,
you're already ahead of where we were at the time.
Studio invasion.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy.
Challenge accepted.
My name's not Jim, and I'm not a fossil. Okay, you better check yourself, Grandpa.
Right, let's get to the
Which one of us has both of his natural hips?
Let's get to the statement.
Look at this.
Don't you think if those two guys in there, now you've heard their play-by-play, if they don't surpass our careers, something went wrong. That's all I'm saying. They're on a trajectory unlike any other.
Yes, Steiny, but I have a baby, okay? My trajectory needs to be another 17 years, Steiny.
By the way, if you don't know this, the boss is not here today.
Yeah.
That's why the studio has just been stormed upon on 95.7 the game. Oh, we're not even at break yet. Now I don't know if Willard's going to jump in or not.
He loves
I'm a little uncomfortable.
Oh, boy.
I'm hoping he sees I got a smile on my face. I could jump and play some sound.
Yeah, at least you owned it. He owned it. He was nervous. The Dibbers.
Oh, man.
It's the wild, wild
What's
west.
he going to have for K-Wig? What is it? It
Compassion.
ain't. No, the station might be gone.
You don't know. You
Building
don't know the Dan Dibley like I know the Dan Dibley.
Talk to me about it.
Sometimes he's got a tough exterior.
Can you really hear out there like that? Because we talk a little bit. We got some
when
a
the
little bit.
speaker's on. Yeah.
Oh well, then all right. I ain't as Evan. I was like they barred
There's
still.
I mean, they can hear muffle out there.
I'd have 10 less friends,
dude. They just had an all staff meeting there. If they could hear us, they would not be there.
Yeah, boy, you're right. Talk to me. I worked with a guy at this station. He'll remain nameless. Years ago, he swore these mics during break were hot. And he would be paranoid to talk. I'm like, dude, I would be fired if these things. Oh, boy.
If I want.
Radio and TV 101 is assume every mic is a hot mic. But that one finally sunk in after 6 years?
But in my world, they're not hot when they're off. Nobody's spying on us.
I'm with you.
Because the boss would be like, I need to see you. What did you mean by that?
We're all one microphone malfunction away from getting fired.
Dude.
I mean, remember when Ahegian had the big sign up, like when you entered the room, no swearing, no loud voice.
Yeah. We got a little email today.
No loud voices.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hey,
no
thoughts
loud
and prayers
voices.
to the Shasky family, Steiny.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Mr. Shasky to rest.
Absolutely. I still am going back to it was our second caller of the day. I thought she said it perfectly. Her name was Rhonda. And we were talking about Andrew Wiggins. And Andrew Wiggins is going to miss his second straight game tonight because of personal reasons. He missed the last 25 games of the season last year because of personal reasons. And she said very eloquently, while respecting Andrew Wiggins' privacy, she thinks it's fair that if this were to go on a few more games, say another 2 or 3 games, 3 or 4, that it's fair that the organization tries to set some expectations for the future for the fans regarding Andrew Wiggins. Doesn't mean you say, hey, this is what's going on, or hey, he's coming back Friday, but
I get it.
Try to set some kind of expectation for what the fans should expect the last 22, 23 games of the year. She said it great, and it stuck with me, and that's one of the reasons we take so many calls.
Hey, we're up against it, but I got a new basketball crush. I know you got Connecty. But Steiny, I love watching this dude play. His name is
College Pro?
Pro.
Okay.
I really do, man.
All right, just give it to me because we have a minute.
Tyus Jones. I liked him out of college. I liked him in Memphis. And I like him. He's just not, he could be my PG.
I may be wrong here. So it took you 12 years to come around.
I just
How long? He's been in the league for a while now.
Yeah, but he was good with Memphis.
You know what I don't like?
Go ahead.
He's the best backup in the relax. Relax.
Yeah, that's Chris Paul.
Thank you.
Oh, boy, look at E.
Although,
hey, Tyus can play, man. I like his game.
Would you rather have Tyus Jones? Or how old's Tyus now? Got to be 30.
Not 38.
No, he's not. He's not. Well, let's just leave it. Why, you know what? Why do we have to do this?
He's 27.
Both Tyus Jones only 27?
No, he's in his prime.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
Well, May 10th.
I must be thinking of another Jones. See,
Well, he has a
there you go.
brother.
Me and Mrs. Jones.
All right, let me get
Trey Jones, he plays for the Spurs. He's the young one.
How many uniforms do the Spurs have? Good God. I'm like, I don't even recognize them.
They got spring training numbers is what they got.
Don't all teams have the same number of uniforms?
Dude, but there.
Hey, we got the Too Short. I got to get out.
Yeah.
We got the Too Short segment coming up on the other side. What's coming up is also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
The Taste the Mediterranean event is happening now at Whole Foods Market. What's saving?
Just $1. You got a little cop to you.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I got a nugget for you guys.
Okay.
It's Dub Nation. So I'm looking at the standings from
you mean-
Danny Green.
Oh, it's like a factoid nugget. Okay.
Well, no, it's a schedule nugget.
Oh, okay.
So this is who the Lakers have their next 6 games. And I'm thinking, Steiny, they might lose all of them.
You mean like you thought they'd lose last night to the Clippers?
Well, dude, technically they did, but hold on.
All right.
Saturday they got the Nuggets. Can we say that might be an L?
Yeah, we can say it might be.
Monday, OKC. Might be an L. Wednesday, Kings. They could lose that game.
Kings stink.
Friday, Milwaukee. They could lose that game.
Something's wrong with Milwaukee. Steiny, something's wrong with Milwaukee. They're just not very good anymore.
Minnesota Timberwolves.
Oh, they're young and inexperienced.
Wednesday,
that's the team.
Kings again in Sac. And then Saturday, they got the Dubs in L.A.
So they're playing a 10th seed. So they're playing. So you're saying the schedule's tough, even though they play the 10th best team in the West.
That's 6 games.
The Kings are barely 500 in their last.
Yeah,
40.
Fox didn't play last night, and I feel like
you hate to see it.
Well, for our bet, we do. I do. Dude, 1-5 maybe from LA. That was a big win. You think that, man. Everybody on Twitter, on X, Lakers losing. And I was like, yeah. I was quiet. I was hurting over Wiggins.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. You couldn't tell I was off a little bit last night?
Oh, I could tell you were off. I didn't know it was because of Wiggins.
Oh, boy. While Evan was romancing the stone. I'm so happy for him. I'm living vicariously through you, man. Hey, what did you mean about him and Grandy's career passing ours?
Yeah, what did you mean by that?
They're further along.
That kind of hurt me. Somehow I didn't like it.
They're in their late 20s.
Yeah, I get that, and I hate it.
I was landscaping at 28.
I was selling college.
Yeah, exactly.
Education.
I mean, jeez.
Oh, I get it. No doubt about it. They're ahead. Yeah. Finish the deal, guys.
Good chance both those guys leapfrog us before
Could you
we ever
imagine
leave
one
this
doing
job.
play-by-play for the Red Sox and the others, the Giants?
I don't want Evan.
And they talk about these days. Remember that?
I don't want Evan on the Giants. You know why?
What?
Because then we'll have to hear all the criticism about him, and that's going to be too hard for us as true friends.
It, as long as the checks cash.
Get him in Seattle or something.
Yeah, well, Seattle.
Oh, I'd love Seattle.
Man, that's a beautiful place.
Seattle's awesome.
It is all. It's a great city.
God,
Great
it is,
city.
man.
Not saying it's better than San Fran.
We went for we were supposed. You don't want to hear. The boss probably listened. We were going to a Seahawks game. Somehow something got messed up. But I got to experience Seattle. Downtown.
But you didn't go to the game?
Nope.
Who were they playing?
6-man.
The Cowboys?
Yep.
Was this recent?
Well, Romo got hurt preseason.
So it wasn't recent.
I kind of feel like I'm the reason he got hurt. Career in. It was that game. It's his first time, Jim.
Who makes that kind of connection? I missed the game. Therefore, some guy I never know.
Romo.
Or knew.
The only.
Dude, Zeke's rookie year, man.
4:30 start, Warriors Knicks tonight.
Where you watching?
That's a great question.
Well, you're in transit. You're wearing that, right? Or you got to go home and change?
It's all I got.
Yeah, you're ready.
Some guy said I look like I've been wearing pajamas today.
See, that's trolling and it got to you.
Wait a minute.
Oh, no, it
pajamas.
doesn't look like it got to
That's
me.
odd.
Didn't you wear that to the show on Tuesday?
Yeah, I did. It's a jacket.
I can't believe Evan went there. I didn't know.
Who's got 7 different jackets for 7 different days of the week?
Well, I think he meant the whole ensemble.
No,
I did mean the jacket.
Oh,
but
I sounded
you don't
like
have to
the
have
shirt. I was
7
like,
jackets,
damn,
but
Evan.
you might, you have 2. Or
I would have rocked the collar because you wore the jacket the other
I can
day.
change.
Well, that's all.
I'm not gonna. I'm going with Dana.
You're good.
I'm wearing a T-shirt.
Yeah.
I'm not going with Priscilla.
Then you ain't trying to impress
I might have put on something nicer. By the way, of all the pieces of clothing that I own, this jacket, for whatever reason, has gotten the most comments one way or the other.
Oh, so that's why he's wearing. Okay.
Speaking of jackets, the day Bonte wore the raincoat,
I'm out on this
we
one.
didn't even know who you were.
I'm out.
You went crazy over that jacket on the thread. Remember it was raining, Bonte had on NBC.
Oh, on TV.
Oh.
No, he had a great
I was
jacket.
like, who has
that night.
Steiny's phone?
No, that was a great jacket.
Dude.
Yeah, that was cellular salivation.
Dude, I said, who has this phone?
Why don't you understand? It's got nothing to do with the jacket.
But it was
just
scary
about
coming
staying
from you.
on Bonte's good side.
Well,
That
you didn't let
jacket
him
was
know.
hideous.
Oh, yeah, you did.
No, I thought
You had a separate vibe.
It was a nice jacket.
It was.
You're
But
such a hater.
You're a hater.
I'm not a hater.
A lot of people think you are.
And they're idiots.
You
They're all Homer Warrior fans that are over the edge the wrong way.
Oh, man.
Any rational Warrior fan may disagree with me, but they know I'm not a hater.
Oh, I text Bonte.
I give Warrior players the credit they deserve.
Well,
and then the criticism they deserve. Mm-hmm.
Well,
There's no well.
Like Evan hooked you up yesterday with the Clay. That was my original take. And you got credit for saying he'll get the 25 to 30 mil when you were like, Goo, I don't think he will.
Oh, my God.
But then you said it, and then it went viral.
He does this all the time.
This is stuff I keep to myself.
He freaking does this all the time.
Evan, I'm like, how does he? That's me.
He attributes something that never even crossed my mind to me. I tell you what.
I saw the clip like that's my take. But, it's about the show. I used it the wrong
Everybody begs, borrows, and steals in this business.
I'm going to use, guess who asked about you? I'm going to do that to Dibs. When he comes in,
what?
see, I'm going to get him.
Now that I can get behind.
Yeah, I'm going to get him.
Don't ruin the crossover off the bat.
Oh, dude.
That's true.
Dibs has a dark side.
You think?
For that young kid, whippersnapper, to say don't ruin it all.
See, I believe everybody.
He didn't hear me.
I do believe everybody has a dark side.
But don't
everybody has a vice.
But some can ignore it, and others tap into it all the time.
I don't think so. I
got a natural dark side. If you get my drift.
Who does Guru?
I've never.
You think the world like? You love your brother-in-law.
Yeah.
You call him Obama.
Yeah.
Okay, so clearly you think Obama is.
Oh, he don't have a dark side.
Smoke cigarettes.
He does.
Oh, he's a puffer.
Oh, Obama did.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. That wasn't all he did. Everybody's got a vice. Most people have multiple vices. Even the most. Yeah, I'm Christian and I'm golden rule. Yeah, let me get you behind closed doors.
What about Van Morrison?
Oh my God, he's got a dark side.
But it don't come out.
He's miserable. Like his dark side, he wears on the outside. I mean,
me miserable.
Oh boy,
I'm just saying.
Now some of those songs didn't have a dark side. They were pretty good, man.
Just admit it, Steiny. You're hating the big night. Listen. Everybody knows I do not hate the Bay Area teams. I hate a portion of their fans. It's pretty simple, really, but I hate a portion of everybody's fans because they're all the same. They're loose cannons. The loose cannons out there. There's trollers out there.
Oh, man.
There are...
We've mastered them.
There are know-nothings that think they know.
Something's wrong with the camera.
Not mine.
I don't look like this, man. I don't look like this is not me, man.
In fact.
Get it off me.
I was going to come out with this. I forgot. This may be the first show that we've done in the new studio where not one time someone said, Steiny, your camera. I don't think you said that to me today.
We got 20 minutes.
Hey.
Well, you kind of did it yourself. You said, Goo, my camera. I don't want to steal your thunder. Go ahead. Yeah,
right, but I took
great
care
job,
of it,
buddy.
I took care of it myself. Actually, you know what? 925. What about Jimmy Carter? You know what? He was pretty much viceless. Guy was building houses at 99.
I just pictured his face.
That's not a vice. A vice is a bad habit.
No, we know. I got a bunch.
Carter probably back in the day.
Gambling can be a vice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Anything with 800 number, you're in trouble.
Oh, man. I'd throw out the number now, but we're at the end of the segment.
Too short. He will call us one day. Chuck Johnson.
Yeah,
I'm going to text Chuck.
One day somebody will tip off Too Short that there's a dude on the radio who is
dudes. You said Too Short earlier. Short but funky.
Oh, man. You know what? Here, let me tell you. You think I'm not getting better at radio. I just looked down. It said 142 break, Odyssey app. I actually don't have that sheet. I don't need to read.
Look at
Hey, everybody. Go download that Odyssey app. You can hear Steiny and Guru and all the shows on 95.7 anytime you want at your fingertips.
Now you're showing off.
Download that Odyssey app, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, I remember I got caught up yesterday when you had to open up one of the segments.
It's still lightweight bothered
Nice job.
me.
No, you did well.
But where were you?
What's Steph Curry's dark side?
Now
I've seen him smoke cigars after they win titles.
Now he threw a mouthpiece.
Yeah, that's right. Bad temper.
That bothered me.
Curry's got a bad temper. All right, on the other side, we got Willard and Dibs. It is the crossover. Don't forget, Warriors-Knicks, 4:30.
Yep.
4:30. Willard and Dibs have the Warriors live show at 3:30. And, hey, we'll be right back on 95.7 The Game.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off every Warriors game.
I just like the explosion of when it goes in my mouth. So what is that? That's the caffeine, right? What are you doing, scissor?
Pause.
Oh, man, I thought I was at work with. Oh my gosh!
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Matt
I was
Steinmetz,
talking to Willard.
Daryl the Guru Johnson, along with Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. What's up, gentlemen?
Great job yesterday with Coach Kerr, man.
Oh, thanks.
I was on the bar, and that answer, you doubled back.
Well, we weren't.
That was despondent. Can I say, would that qualify for that feeling he had in that answer?
It was uncomfortable. And again, what are they supposed to say? But we, like, that was my position was, I knew darn well what he was going to say, but sometimes I feel like you need to do that to hear how they're going to say it, not what they're going to say.
No doubt.
And I wasn't, again, same thing I said yesterday, I wasn't asking for information on what's going on with Andrew, but more sort of like a timeline of when. And I think that that's what this whole story has now become, which is managing expectations. And I know that they're answering it the way Andrew wants them to answer it, but by the same token, and I think they do understand, when you answer it that way, you're opening yourself up to have to answer the same question that you can't answer every day.
Oh, man.
Right.
So after the game tonight, what's the first question?
Oh, no doubt.
Is he playing tomorrow? And then no. Sunday? And so how long are we going to do this? You know, like
as long as we did last year, right?
Yeah.
25 games?
Sure. And
Now, James hasn't had a chance to weigh in on this.
Yeah, no doubt. I texted when you in today.
I think about Tracy Chapman and
Fast Car.
Steiny. No, not Fast Car, because Steiny and I go deeper on the album. But they had a song. She has a song called "If Not Now, Then When."
Wow.
If not today, then why make your promises? And they've made no promises. But if not now, then when is where I am with Andrew Wiggins. And in terms of where we are with his return, I think it's over. I think he will never be a Warrior again.
Wow.
I think the year's over, and I think that they get to the offseason and they find a way to either part ways or move on. I don't think that
What gets you that? Why would you feel that strongly?
Because last time he had this situation, and we don't know what it was, and I heard people on your show.
Trish, and I thought she said it was. I said, I don't know.
We had a wild range of, his father has passed away to he has sickle cell to... Like, nobody knows.
Yeah.
So to sit here and try to play the what is it game, to me, is a waste of time. The reality is he's out. And last time he was out, he was gone for half a year?
25 games.
25 games. And how many more do they have left in the year?
About that.
Okay. So
that's amazing.
And I say this with no judgment, because whatever he's going through is real. And I feel bad for him, and I feel bad for the team, and I feel bad for whoever is touched by this absence, but I look at a second absence of this type.
25 games again left.
Right.
Wow.
So he's got 25 left, and he missed 25 before, so you get to the end of the year, and if he doesn't play again, then maybe he won't play again. Not only for them, but maybe for anyone.
You know what I was thinking on the short term, where you're like, they're going to get asked about it. In the short term, they're going to get hammered. They're in New York, first of all. And that media will ask about Andrew Wiggins, and then they're going to Toronto, where he's from.
Mm-hmm.
There might be writers up there with a little more insight. Like the next 2 days, they're gonna get asked about it a lot.
Then they go to Boston.
Well, man,
and he was the second best player when they beat him 2 years ago.
Right.
And I asked this to Mark off the air, and I wasn't sure if he knew or if you know, but is he on the trip? Do we know?
We do. I'm assuming he's in Toronto, but
I don't know where he is.
That is wow.
Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
I don't know.
I'm not trying to make a joke out of it. I just was wondering.
They haven't said, and they won't.
Yesterday I was in Martinez waiting on court. And
so we know where you are.
Right.
You were in Martinez.
Yeah. I
stopped by the lane?
Jury duty. No, I should have stopped by the lane.
Should have popped by Whiskey Lane.
I should have, but,
They didn't keep you, huh?
I'm dealing with a baby. No, and I'll save it for tomorrow on what's bugging me. But
tomorrow.
Jury duty's bugging me. Jury duty's bugging me.
I mean.
No, you know what? You want me?
That's an old
You got me. You got me. You want me? You got me. Don't play games with me. Don't play games with my emotions.
Yeah, it's hard to walk away from that $18 per diem.
Well, I had a dead-end job. Willard, I had a dead-end job, and they dismissed me, and I wanted answers. I don't want to go back.
Yeah.
Well, what about me you didn't like? It was a murder case.
Jury duty is like dating. It really is. Why? I mean, well, just
what did I do? Was my halitosis?
Call me tomorrow. Call me tomorrow, and we'll see,
dude.
And then you call them tomorrow, and they're
Let's
like,
save it for tomorrow.
I don't want to answer that.
Okay. Let's save it for tomorrow. Atco Pest Control. What's bugging me on a Friday?
He told me he would call me. He hasn't called me yet.
Am I being negative if I say, Willard and guys, there's nothing positive that could come? Even Moody could play like Magic Johnson. This cloud, if Dibbs is not right, or if he's correct, he doesn't come back. What? How do you lose a guy? I know he hadn't reached his potential, but damn it, come on, man. And you're at the 10th seed. I just can't muster up. Go get him.
Well, the problem is that even those of us, because Dibbs knows this, I'm not a cynical person, but even those of us who are not cynical, the cynicism starts to come up. Because if you just inject the exact same feelings that you had last year, there's a piece this time where you're like, again? Like, right? Again. And then, how about this? I was curious about this last year. I didn't say anything about it because, like, I just didn't think it fit at the time. Like, why was it okay suddenly at playoff time? And is that what we're going to do again? Like,
you mean his issue?
Right.
He came back for the playoffs.
Why was it suddenly okay at the playoffs?
Right.
And do you understand why that's sort of like, right? Like, was that just accidental? Like it finally...
Or coincidental.
Coincidental, like it finally, whatever it was, had sort of been rectified and playoffs? Or were you actually ready 2 or 3 weeks before, but they didn't want to like risk injury? You're ramping up that process, whatever. And is that the way that it's going to play out again? Because that's sort of, I think that people would be fair in asking questions about that, because it's like if the priority suddenly is okay because playoffs, then I think people would be fair to be like, no, it should be a priority before that.
Right.
It should be a priority before that because you have a job to do.
Sure.
And I say that without having any idea what the hell is going on.
Nobody has any idea, which is why. And
we just know he's gone.
And Mark and I talked about this off air, where the fact that we don't know makes it more of a thing than if we did know. Like Draymond Green, we saw him swivel punch Yusuf Nurkic, and we saw that he got suspended indefinitely. And we could say, all right, he's out for 5, 10, 15, 20, whatever it is. We knew what that was, and we knew he was gone until he was able to come back, and we knew when he was able to come back, he'd be back. We don't know what this is. He might play in Toronto tomorrow. He might not ever play again. He might show up at halftime against New York tonight. He won't, but you get my point?
Yeah.
We don't really know, and because we don't know what it is, when it is, why it is, or how it is, it becomes a bigger thing than if we knew what it was.
And that's the thing about this to me. There's so much going on. I mean, we had Danny Green on. He's our Odyssey NBA insider. And he said something where, what's the team? And he said, well, I don't know that everybody on the team knows exactly what's going on. So he allowed for the fact that some people might not know what's going on. Well, another question I had is, the timing. It is coming at about the same time as last year.
Yeah.
That to me is interesting. We don't know if he's getting paid or not. Maybe he's not even getting paid. Maybe he said, I don't even care about And also the other thing is we don't know if a month ago he went to Steve Kerr and said, I think I'm going to need some time off around this time, or it happened Sunday night.
Yeah, I mean, 7 days ago, he's sitting there going, I feel great, and it looks like
his daughter's at the game.
And we found something, and it might be special. So that doesn't seem to add up. That makes me feel like this kind of did come out of nowhere. So anyway, with all of this, I figured we need maybe a different perspective, because we're all sitting here going to say the same thing, which is that there are pieces of this that are frustrating, head-scratching, make you want to ask questions, but you have to do so in sort of a way where you're like, but we don't know what's going on, and so stay sensitive to it. So I just spent like the second half of your show.
I saw you in there.
Texting.
Grinding.
Ex-athletes.
And
asking how they would feel if this was their teammate. And so I won't go into any of the specific ones yet. I've gotten a bunch of responses. It's actually interesting.
Same for 2 to 6.
But isn't that even a tough question for them to answer? Because they don't know.
Correct.
Right.
However, but I was just like, here's the scenario. You have a teammate who stretch run of your season.
Oh, my God.
Again.
Battling for the playoffs for the second year in a row. is gone for personal reasons, how would you feel?
Grind.
And you're right, they don't know. And so, yes, a good majority of the responses have kind of been like, A, either I'm going to just show total compassion, or B, there's kind of it depends on the guy. Meaning, like, what does this person mean to the team? What has he done before? Right. That kind of thing. There are a few answers, though, of like, either you tell us what's going on or I'm out. I'm out on this. And there are others that have suggested that this means that the team is not a priority to this person. And so
this is the one where, sorry, Goo, and I'll keep it short. I mean, this is where he is private. There's no doubt. But this is working against him as it relates to all the speculation. There's just no doubt about it.
Yeah. And I love this team. I have a relationship with this team. I am a fan of the team, Willard, and I'm tired of people trying to make me feel like a monster because I'm out in the bushes at Wiggins. No, it's not that. And I got to be careful here. I'm not taking any offense to the privacy part of this. But when you have people spend money on tickets, emotionally attached, this is what the Warriors are, their escape from reality. I mean, this is the second time and nobody knows anything. That's just peculiar. And I would never compare myself to an NBA professional. But what we do here is pleasing to some, and we have a fan base. And when I'm not here, and it does happen, I just me, I'm not a pro athlete.
Right.
Steiny's like, hey, I'm not going to mention nothing. I tell him, it's just me now. I feel like I owe it to the people that tune in to hear us. Just let them know what's going on.
Right.
And death is not a secret. And I just don't get, it's Willard, I guess I'm saying this. The fact that it's top secret almost brings what you don't want to this. If you just kind of, I ain't saying what's your address, but just something. This is the same exact time as last year. I think the team, we don't know what they're dealing with and the air out of the room.
As we know.
This has to be heard.
If somebody gives you an address, you're going to go to the wrong house anyway. But I just...
about the store.
No, but
that was my girl.
No,
I'm not.
I know that here's what I would do, though. We can all think of, like, let our mind go to something really bad and then go, ooh, I'd feel bad if I found out a week from now that was it, and I was ripping him the week before. I always stop short. This is just me. I stop short of the fans are owed information. Here's what I would say. I feel like the Warriors and Andrew Wiggins, the way they're handling it creates a harder issue for them than it necessarily needs to be. You don't need to tell us what's going on. That's not our business. And that to me, it's not owed to us. But if you're going to do we expect him back, but it could be a day or it might be 3 months. We don't know. If you're going to do that, I think they're making life harder on themselves because we're going to ask every day. And it's all about managing the expectations of whoever you're talking to. So it might even be better just to buy them a little time. Like if this is that serious, I would just come out with a line of like, look, Andrew's going to be out a little while.
Yeah.
Even just that right now.
Sure.
And let us think that, okay, we can ask again in 2 weeks.
I was saying
a couple
of weeks, something like that.
Whatever.
The way they're answering it right now, as we said, they're going 7:30 tonight. We're going to ask again.
Exactly.
Maybe.
And I think about our staff, and Steiny missed 2 weeks, and we know why because he said so.
That's
man.
No, you missed time.
I missed Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then I missed a week and a half.
It felt like 2 weeks because we love you so
people
much.
knew what. I know.
No. It was the happiest time I've had here on 95.7. So I thought it was longer than it was. You were gone, and you had college trips, and you've had deaths in the family, and Joe Shasky, and our thoughts are with the Shasky family today. Especially as they lay Papa Shasky to rest.
Great call.
And so,
we mentioned it.
Not that we need to know, but it definitely makes us as listeners and fans of the roast and fans of Steiny and Guru, it allows us to feel a certain kind of way. And when you think about Andrew Wiggins, we don't know how to feel. Either you feel on the one hand like, oh my God, it's a nothing burger, you're so soft, or it must be something like so terrible. Take all the time you need. We don't know how to feel. And so, yes, Mark, you're right. They don't owe us anything. But as a consumer, it's always a little bit more, I guess, convenient, and it's what we want to do when we have, you're fans of something. You want to know what's going on. You want to be able to feel some kind of way about what you're feeling.
I just think it's timing. Sorry, go ahead.
That's right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We could also spin it to, I think Moody's going to be the guy who's going to fill in for him. And you said something. Is there any way? And I know you're going to be like, boy, this doesn't sound like Steiny. There can always be a positive. Always can be a positive.
Who are you?
Exactly. To me, if Moses Moody plays well, it could be better than the way Wiggins has played overall this season. Now, I know that she's had a chunk of games where he's been okay.
Well,
he's never going to be the player Wiggins was 2 years ago, the second best player on the team, but I do think there's a scenario in which Moses Moody fills in, and the production that he gives might be better than the overall production Wiggins is given, and then we'll see. I'm not giving up on the season.
No.
Because Andrew Wiggins may not play again. I'm not.
You made this point earlier. I agreed with it completely. They've been playing too many people. And this time of year, that's got to stop. Steve even said it to us yesterday. He goes, I'm in an 11-man rotation right now. And
he was never one of them that was playing too much.
Right. Now, if you were going to pick one, right, and if you're right, but if you were going to pick someone who needed to not be in the rotation anymore, Andrew would not have been that person. But now he is. And so maybe it's time to start shortening this up. Like you're in a stretch run. You're hoping to end up in the playoffs. You can be playing 11 people in the NBA. What the hell are we doing? So you're right. Subbing in someone who was not part of the 11 means maybe they're still 11. I don't know. But they needed to, they needed to shorten this up anyway. The concern is something that Jason told you guys. Tim, right?
Yep.
Am I saying that right?
He's great.
He's great. And he pointed out that this is now, it's almost a la prior to the Warriors getting Durant. When a shot clock is down, the Warriors, they have nobody.
Shot creation.
They have nobody who can create their own shot.
That hit me too.
Oh,
Steph can do it a little bit. Kaminga can get to the free throw line, but somebody that can just drive and shoot, they'll miss that.
Wiggins can bail you out from the perimeter.
Oh, my goodness.
He can. That doesn't mean he's going to make every shot, but he might make 2 out of 5, 2 out of 6. I'm not going to fight you on that.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I tell you what, if I had 800 radio shows and I did 17 well, Guru would stick up for me and say, boy, you had a good stretch. You had a hell of a stretch that February in 2016.
It's been a good week for you.
He looked active.
I'll give you 4, not 17.
Yeah, Wiggins looked active, that's all.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Steiny.
His legs were, I was starting to see something.
No, it's great. And Steiny's point, though, that I heard on the way in, and he's right, in general this year, he's been terrible.
I got that.
So let's not look at a small sample size. Don't be small sample size, Steve.
But when you're hoping you'll take anything, this is the best cracker I ever got.
Hope springs eternal. Yeah. This one good cracker, but the 15 prior were stale and not as salty as you want. So, Wiggins has been good of late, and now what? Now he's gone. And just when he's starting to play well, he goes out again. So for me, it's more maddening than ever. And so if I'm looking at it, if I am Mike Dunleavy or Joe Lacob, I look at Andrew Wiggins as a past tense idea.
Wow.
I think it's over.
Now, I'm just asking a question here. The Warriors have been so firm with, we're going to answer this the way Andrew wants. I wonder if they don't start having a conversation about what they want and what they need. And here's what I mean by that. Like, if you're the Warriors, knowing that, this is a total unknown, but even if he is suddenly ready in 3 weeks, now there's the ramp up.
He just said it.
There's the, I don't know if this is going to fit. How are we playing before you come back? Would the Warriors, or should they discuss just being like, Andrew, take the rest of the year?
It's so hard to answer that when you don't know what's going on.
Right. I know, but even if you're them and you do know what's going on, knowing that it's going to take a while potentially, or it's going to be hard to inject him back in.
They did that last year, Willard. He's so good to me on a good day. But when you got good Wiggins,
I hear you.
I would roll the dice with that.
Look at his playoff numbers.
Oh, he went over
played
the minutes.
a lot of minutes for the Warriors, especially against the Kings. He was playing 35 plus a night.
37, 39 Dibs. He was out there.
Those are big minutes that he gave them. And listen, I'm not in love with Wiggins, but Andrew Wiggins was a player who played 35 minutes a night as a starter, and he's good enough to be a starter on a team that advanced to the second round of the playoffs with him playing 35 minutes a night. That's not nothing.
But think about what they didn't have. That team did not have, or felt like it could not rely on Jonathan Kaminga.
Right.
That was one. That team did not have Brandon Pajamski. That team, I don't know if this is really relevant. That team didn't have Chris Paul. I did ask Steve, is this team more able to handle the absence? And he said, yeah. So
I think they are too.
Yeah, I agree.
Because of Kaminga mostly because for sure. But are you guys all for kind of keeping Moody in that starting lineup?
Yeah.
As opposed to bumping Clay back in.
I was
a
reward for Clay, maybe?
I think they want reward. I think they want to do this the rest of the year, but you got to see how it goes. But it's going well. It'd be weird for Clay to be with Bonte after the game, be like, "This is amazing," and then change it the very next day.
Right. There's probably basketball reasons for this, but I just love the idea of having Chris Paul and Thompson coming off the bench together
against the twos. And you made a great point yesterday.
They're sitting next to each other.
Yeah, exactly.
They're two Hall of Famers.
And Clay gets to play against a bunch of twos. Yeah. So you've got a 38-year-old Chris Paul, almost 39, and you've got Clay, and you got Saric, if you want, going up against usually younger guys and backups. If you can't make hay in that fashion, then I don't know what we're doing here.
Yeah.
And that's mainly the second quarter, first quarter, second quarter only. But Clay against the twos, sign me up.
All right, gentlemen. Well, you're going to take us to Warriors Live at 3:30, and then the tip-off's at 4. Stay tuned to 95.7 The Game, and we'll catch you all on the flip side tomorrow. Mm-hmm.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Dibs is back, and so and you have I think a pretty interesting angle on this. So watch this. I was just gonna get out the way. What do you think, man? Because Grandy and I we got to hack this around for a while yesterday.
In real time. You guys were great yesterday.
Oh, thanks, man.
I heard you on my way back from Martinez and my non-court appearance for jury duty.
Your non-court court?
I'll get into that tomorrow with what's bugging me. And I understand that you can never have the right number of jurors and all the rest of it, but they strung me along yesterday. I'll get into it tomorrow.
Let's be honest. They would have kicked you out anyway if you'd gotten in there.
I would have been in panel. I was dying to get on the panel.
You wanted to be
I had pants on.
You wanted to be voir dire. You put pants on?
I put pants on.
I've never heard of such a thing.
Dude, I wore pants. And
you won't.
I had a belt.
No, you didn't.
That's a lie. I had pants on.
Stop it.
No belt.
It. They were elastic. Anyway, what are you thinking here?
I'm thinking for Andrew, take
Wiggins.
all the time you need. And, my heart goes out to Andrew because if you are a professional in any field and you don't feel like you can show up to work and do what you do, and I'm presuming that he likes what he does, and that might be a leap, that might be true or untrue, but it seems like 11 years into his career, he's done pretty well. He's been a champion, number 1 overall pick, and he's made probably, I don't have the numbers, but
I'll look it up.
About $180 million in his career, and he's got another, $70 million waiting for him. Not that money's everything, but you get to a point in your job where you don't feel like you can show up again for the second time. My heart goes out to you, and I feel for you.
How much money do you think he's made?
I put it at 180.
195.
Okay, not bad. And again, money's not the end-all, be-all.
195.
So the one part of it for me is thinking about Andrew, and, I've had days, you've had days where you wake up in your bed and you can't move, and it's like, I can't do it today. and you call your boss, look, stay home, and he gives you the day, and you take a day.
Yeah.
I've never had a spot in my life where I need to miss a month or 2 months or however long he was out last time. It was about 2 months. I've never been in that spot, either personally, health-wise. I'm not going to speculate what it is, but I've never had that in my life to where I've been unable to answer the call. That being said, if I'm the Warriors and I look at this situation, this is now the second time that Andrew Wiggins is going to have to miss time due to personal reasons. If I'm Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy, I'm moving on. That's it, Andrew. You go ahead and take care of yourself. Do what you need to do to be healthy. Be well.
What if he's like, I'm back Sunday, ready to go?
Well, you're back Sunday. Okay, good. Then we get to April, and I'm going to trade you.
Yeah, and you're more than welcome to do that.
You're getting dealt.
You're more than welcome to do that.
You're getting dealt for 5 second-round picks. I can't do this anymore.
I know, but that's why everything needs to be qualified, because we don't know the life event, and we don't even know if it is a life event.
Exactly.
We don't know anything, but if he's back next week, I think this is actually a big old nothing. But this is all in the shadow of last year, and for me, it's word choice, and it feels like the Warriors have now arrived at a spot where they are literally reading from what Andrew is telling them to say, because that's the way he wants them to say it, and that's fine, but I think it's putting the Warriors in a really rough spot where they're going to have to keep saying it over and over. They're going to have to keep answering these questions, and please don't say it's the media's fault for asking the questions. That's absurd. That's absolutely absurd. This is beyond relevant. And no, the question is not what's going on. The question is, how long is it going to take? And so, look, I do wonder this, because I got a host of responses from people who have been in professional locker rooms about how they would handle this if this were a teammate. But we'd love to hear your calls, 888-957-9570, particularly on this idea. Is this hitting you different this year than it did last year due to the fact that it's the second time? Maybe it's the same issue. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's mental health. Maybe it's depression. And all of these things are beyond acceptable reasons. But I've had talks with bosses. Here's the other reality that I do not find insensitive at all. The other reality of professional life is, if you cannot perform the job that you've been hired to do, then we can have all the compassion, give all the support, back you completely, but at a certain point, if you can't do the job, we need to go find someone who can.
Right.
That would happen here for sure. For sure. If somebody had a life event, and you know this, between the six of us, we're doing okay on life events, for God's sakes.
Jeez,
over the last 3 years.
Between you, me, Bonte, Joe, Steiny, and Goo, we've had probably 11 life events.
This has been a lot. It's been a lot. And everybody's good and all that stuff, but I just, like, and I don't know if Andrews is way worse or what, but the point is at a certain point, if you were like, I can't go. I can't go. I can't go next week. I can't go the week after that. I can't go the week after that. I mean, Matt would go hire somebody else.
Right.
That's just life.
That's the reality of it.
Yeah, and you have a job.
Last year, he missed 25 games in the regular season, and then he came back for the playoffs. And, okay. And you thought at the time, wow, he got over whatever it was, and I don't want to speculate on what it was, but he was able to work through whatever afflicted him last year through the last 25 games of the regular year, and he came back in the playoffs, and he played pretty well. Steiny's right. He played a lot. He played pretty well. And then you came back this year and you thought, all right, Andrew, happy for you. You got by whatever you got by. And we've never heard about exactly what it was. And there are rumors, and every caller has their thoughts and whatever. All your thoughts and my thoughts and Mark's thoughts and Grandy and Lucas, it's worth zero. It's worth a grand total of zero. And even like the truth, if we had the truth, it still doesn't matter. It comes down to what his employer thinks matters. If Andrew Wiggins is out because, and I said this last year and I'll say it again, his goldfish is really sick, then we can all say, well, I mean, you missed 25 games with a sick goldfish. I mean, what are you doing? But maybe Joe Lacob has a soft spot for goldfish.
Maybe.
And so, we don't know.
I have a soft spot for goldfish.
I do too. And
Yeah.
I told my story last year, and I won't bore you again with how my son's goldfish died, and I ran out and replaced it, and I passed it off as the same fish.
Did it work? I can't remember
For 3
the end of the
days,
story. For 3
and that
days.
fish
That's
died
right.
3 days later.
There you go.
And then I said, all right, we're not doing a third fish. Now you're going to get a hard reality. You're going to get a hard lesson about the circle of life. Hakuna Matata.
Yeah.
It means no worries except when you're trying to run out and get a goldfish at 7 at night. My point is, it doesn't matter what I think about Andrew's absence. If I'm the employer and I see this again a second time, the number one ability is availability, and he doesn't have it. So I got to move on. Think about this if it was the NFL. I'm sorry, Mark.
No, go ahead.
If he was an NFL player, he would have been cut last May.
Maybe. It's a little bit of a different
Right?
culture. And some of the people that I told you I texted a bunch of ex-athletes.
And I love these.
Some NBA, some MLB, some NFL.
Look at you.
No NHL.
Man.
Okay.
Try harder.
Can I share this? I just received one from a very well-known and beloved ex-Bay Area athlete.
Thank you. Keep those coming.
All of these
dude.
names will remain completely private.
No, but they all will
Respect
be.
my privacy.
I do,
Okay.
but they all will be accompanied by the appropriate amount of wetness.
As they should. The only reason I bring this particular text
Keep
up,
them coming, Grant.
he said something that many of the other athletes said. Another quick side observation. When you text these guys something that's different than what they're used to answering, they get back a lot quicker. If I had been like, hey, can you come on today? 80% of these dudes wouldn't have said anything. Be like, the dummy is calling me again.
That's so funny.
But I'm like, hey, what do you think about this? They're all like, blah, 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 and I mean like paragraphs.
That's so
like,
great.
They're like, hey, hon, I got to go sit down and text Willard back. And they like leave the room. These are long texts.
Good.
Because they've never been asked this before.
And I appreciate you sharing, even if it's anonymous. And I won't even play the game of me guessing who it is.
Well, I'll
'cause
tell you
I don't
during
want to
the
get
break.
one
I'll
right.
tell you during
and
the
you've
break.
told me some of them,
Yeah.
and it's awesome.
Well, you probably know who some of them are. You just don't know in which order or which
Right.
is what belongs to what.
Yeah.
Anyway, he said something that a few of the other guys also said, which is, now think about this. Most of these guys are like now in their 40s. So they're like, I look at it differently now than I would have when I was playing. Now, much more compassionate,
right?
Much more global, much more family, much less machismo, and all of that. Okay? So he says, I look at it differently now than I probably would have back when I played. We don't know anything about what the reasoning is to miss these games. So at this point, I'd have a little compassion for him. If it's that important for him to miss all the games last year and this year, it must be pretty serious. I would assume his teammates on the Warriors feel the exact same way. But think about what you just said. You assume the teammates feel the same way, except for you just said that when you were 25,
right,
you would have looked at it differently, and his Warrior teammates, well, except for they are all 40 also, but
Totally.
right, some of them, those players are who you were back in the day. So I don't want to assume that all the Warrior players are just cool with this. And I have noticed that we're early in the process here, but do you remember last year? All of the players kind of gave the media the wink wink of like, yo, you got no idea. We are behind Andrew. Oh my God. Some things you just don't wish on anybody. You remember all those quotes?
Yep.
Yeah, we haven't heard that this time.
No.
And partially it's because maybe we haven't had the chance to even talk to them or ask them about it. Steve's the only one who's really had the opportunity to do so. So maybe after the game tonight, we start to get that, a little bit of a vibe of how, like Draymond after the game. Hey, Draymond, right? He's going to talk because he's Draymond.
Yeah.
I'm very interested to hear if they sort of strike the exact same tone of like, nothing to see here, we love Andrew, or if there is some veiled either frustration or discomfort, which is what I felt from Steve yesterday. And we'll play that for you here in a sec.
Good. I look forward to that. I heard bits and pieces of it. I was just getting in the car after my failed jury duty obligation, although I'm cleared for a year. I heard pieces of the Steve Kerr, and then I wasn't back in the car for 5:08 when you and Grandy teased it that you were going to replay it. But I wonder as days go on, and it's easy now to say after a win and the Warriors have been hot, and they handled Washington on the road, and the road winning streak continues. If you lose to New York and then you turn around and you lose to Boston, maybe the frustration rears itself just a little bit because, you need Andrew, and Andrew is playing better, and the team is playing great, and you're trying to make this push for the 6, and right now you're still the 10, and man, what the Lakers did last night was a little bit of a buzzkill.
God dang it.
Man, that LeBron James, good little player.
Stupid Clippers.
He's got a bright little future, but I think depending on how these next games go, however long he's going to be out, will lead to different feelings about his absence.
A lot of you want to weigh in. We'll go to the calls, but here's when I circled back to Steve yesterday and said, wait a minute, is this potentially a similar length of time to last year? And again, I'm not focused on what he said. I'm focused on how he said it.
I just think that we're in a position where Wiggs is a private person, and so he's asked to keep it private, and we're going to honor that. So it doesn't help for me to sit here and try to explain any of that. The bottom line is we respect Wiggs. We need him, and we fully expect him back, but we just don't know when what that will be.
We expect him back.
Ooh, the sigh was real.
The sigh was real. Yeah. Yeah. Did you hear that? Here it was.
I just think that, we're.
Yeah, that right there. I just think that
Right. In other words, I'm answering this again. I don't want to answer this again. I understand I have to answer this again because here we are again, and I can't say.
Don't know what to say.
I can't say anything.
Yeah.
All I can say is that we respect Andrew and his privacy, and he's going to handle and hit it the best that he can. And I'm not making fun of Steve. I'm just pointing out how awkward it is. Where Steve probably knows what it is. He can't say what it is, but all he can say is that we're going to give Andrew his space, and I want Andrew to play because he's a good player, and I want to win. And I just signed for 2 more years, darn it.
That sentence just, it's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Because we heard it over and over. We expect him back. We just don't know when that will be.
Right.
Ugh. And I think the Warriors get this. Maybe Andrew doesn't. I don't know. That sentence is really hard for fans. And I don't want anyone to feel sorry for fans. Andrew's obviously going through something crazy. So this isn't about sympathy. But that's really hard for fans when you manage expectations that way. We expect him back, so that's telling people it's not like, right? It's not like a mental health crisis to the point where Andrew will never function again.
Right.
We expect him back. We just have no idea when. Well, I would just, that would be my suggestion. If I were a PR person, my suggestion would be put some sort of expectation so you can make everybody go away for a little while. Like Andrew needs some time. When a football team comes out of a game and they've got that hey, how's Dre Greenlaw? He gonna miss some time.
Right.
And you don't need to ask again for a while.
If I tell you high ankle sprain,
you're gonna miss some time.
6 to 8. If I tell you torn Achilles, that's 9 to 12, although now it's 6 to 9.
Or 4 minutes.
Tommy John, 12 months.
That's a year.
ACL, 6 to 9.
Or even just some time.
Bone bruise, 4 to 6.
Yeah, some time automatically means this is going to be a minute now. This is going to be a minute.
Right.
But right now, I'm not 100% sure that he's not playing tomorrow night.
And I'm not 100% sure that he hasn't played his last game as a Warrior.
Also fair.
I mean,
fair.
There's no timeline for personal issues. Yeah, Andrew Wiggins is going to be out 2 to 4 with personal issues. No, there's no way to pinpoint that unless it's, and I don't think that it's a substance situation. If it was, then if he went to a 30-day rehab, then he's going to be gone for 30 days and then he'll come back.
I don't know how we can
you can't.
I will say this. This is the one thing. You want to know what gets me about this conversation is when people are like, you want to know what's going on? I'll tell you what's going on.
Oh, I know exactly what's going on.
What? And you have no, what? Why would you just throw certain specific things out? Here's a different answer. Different athlete. Ready for this one? 888-957-9570. Honestly, I would feel that this team is not their priority. I respect that they need to get their mind right to be their best. However, you made a commitment to us, so the going and coming wouldn't fly. That's one of the other responses.
And I know that one too.
No, you don't.
I know. I'm trying to feel like I'm in the inner circle right now.
I'll tell you who it is. He played in the Bay. Played some other places too.
Yeah, he did, FP.
I'm
sorry.
If you want FP's takes, just go to the Odyssey app. It's on this morning. Speaking of which, if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app, wherever you get your favorite podcast. While you're there, check out Anthony Slater's conversation with the roast or FP's opinion on Andrew Wiggins. It's all there. Your call's next on Willard and Dibs.
It's Truck Month at your local Ram dealer, with great deals on trucks that work hard, play hard, and break every rule on what a truck should be.
Andrew Wiggins. How about that?
Yeah.
Two things. Can I get this off my chest?
Get it off,
I'm
Mark.
not supposed to do this. I love everybody who listens. The YouTube chat, we're on there. We like to chat with people. I always think it's funny when people go, don't talk about this, talk about that. It's like, listen, if you could just have the tiniest bit of respect for what we do, in that we kind of know, like it's our job to know what the majority of you are thinking right now. And if any of you out there are sort of like triggered off by this topic because you think it's salacious or because you think that it's inappropriate to talk about, our completely jammed full call screen would beg to differ, as would I. There is absolutely, so would the text that I get from my friends throughout the morning. There's no question right now what the number one conversation is in Bay Area sports.
It's the Cognizant Golf Tournament down in Florida, Mark.
If you don't want it to be that, then fine.
Right.
That's life. This station for 6 years dealt with 8 people going, why don't you talk about the A's? Because the majority of you don't want us to.
Too soon, Mark.
Sorry.
We talked about the A's all the time, and I lost my job.
Exactly.
Thanks.
So can you just...
Coming up on 10 years, by the way.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Can you just like have the respect to understand that if you don't like this, we love you, we hope you hang, we're talking about it, you're on an island. I love you,
Yeah.
You're on an island. And I get why you don't want to talk about it. I spent the first half of the show, Grandy will tell you, spent the first half of the show yesterday sighing like Steve Kerr. I don't really enjoy talking about it either. Because it can't even, I'm a radio host, and I'm not even allowed to have an opinion on this because I can't be informed. I literally can't.
You can have an opinion.
Right, but I can't be an informed one, and I don't like ill-informed opinions.
No, there's 2 ways you can go. We can either do wild speculation radio.
No thanks.
It'd be fun, but we're talking about a human being and his family.
You know what I heard happened.
I know exactly. My favorite is I know exactly what's going on. And I was listening earlier, and people have their own theories. And if you're on hold, love you. Thank you for coming in. If you're going to posit a theory as to what it is, no thank you, because it's not important. To me, the only thing that's important is, what do you do? What do you do now? Is it the rebirth, part 8 of Moses Moody? And when you get in the offseason, is enough? And do you move off of Andrew Wiggins? The idea of trying to figure out what is going on with Andrew Wiggins, to me, is a dead-end conversation. And I'm here for it.
Of course.
Because it's our job, and,
But I don't even think that's the conversation we're having.
It's not.
I don't, you and I did this last year. I want a pizza off you. I don't even care.
Yeah.
And when I say,
still owe you.
When I say I don't care, I don't mean I don't care about Andrew. I'm not interested in the reality show. There's no thirst. I don't go home and I'm like, man, I wonder if it's that girl of his. That's just none. I'm not interested. I don't search on social media for this. It took me forever.
Braylon Edwards.
I know, but took me forever to even find her account last year. I'm like, I don't follow this stuff. Whatever she's got going on and he's got good. Do you? Right. Like, that's not what I'm after. But this is Warrior basketball, and one of their key players is unavailable, and the team has absolutely nothing to say about when he will. And that is relevant as anything could possibly be to what we do. Now, the lovely Christy texted, and she's a big Wiggins fan.
Huge.
And so she's like, are we doing this again today? And I'm like, we're doing this again today.
Sorry, Christy.
She suggested that we should talk about Bob Melvin throwing Farhan Zaidi under the bus.
What?
Well, no, I was like, I didn't even know that happened. Did that happen? So I searched it. And Tristan Beck is going to miss some time. There's our phrase again.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
the Giants have an injured pitcher?
Crazy, right? So it was.
Who could have seen that coming?
It was suggested to Bob Melvin by a reporter, there are some free agents out there might be able to help you guys. And he said, you think? Yeah, Bob.
Shots fired, Farhan. Shots fired.
All right, so back to Wiggins.
Back to Wiggins.
Let's go to Telmo in the city. Hi, Telmo. What are you doing?
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing?
Good, man.
Good.
So a couple things just to touch on this topic and what you've been talking about. All day I've been hearing callers, or earlier I heard callers being like, as a fan, they owe me an explanation, blah, blah, blah. And just because you choose to root for a team, you have no investment in it. You have no finance. You choose to do that as a fan. Nobody owes you an explanation. If the company, which is the Warriors, if they're fine with it, obviously I think it's something that's significant enough that his teammates are behind him and there hasn't been any leaks. I thought if it was a goldfish situation, somebody would be like, wink, wink, like, I would go to work if my goldfish died, but there's been none of that. Dibley, to touch on something you said earlier about you've just never been that way where you couldn't get up. I don't want to speak for you or Willard, but I just think generally nobody has as much money in our bank accounts as Andrew Wiggins does, and I don't think I've personally never been in the position where I've been comfortable enough to the times I didn't want to get up and go. I had the luxury of not having to do so because I had to take care of my financial obligations. And I think, honestly, what it comes down to is, like, the Warriors have to make the decision. If they feel it's warranted and if they feel that the upside versus the negative of dealing with this situation is worth it or not, we're going to find out in the end here. But it's been 2 games so far, so I think it's kind of like a Draymond situation where he's getting punished, in this case not punished, but based off of the previous body of work versus, we're kind of like PTSD from last year. But it's been 2 games. If it's 4 or 5 games, like, who cares? We looked at Klay Thompson's struggle, and it had to do with mental health and the place where he was at, not being the player that he's used to being and not putting up the numbers and forcing shots. And we don't want players like that on the court. And you can see that the mental aspect of the game is so huge that they have to have their mind right to contribute.
Okay, Telmo, slow down. Okay, that's a lot of good points, except for I have a question for you. How do you know the Warriors are okay with it?
Because they haven't shown us otherwise.
Can they?
They've had opportunities. They had opportunity. No, they had opportunity at the end of last season to trade him. They had up until the trade deadline to trade him.
Okay, what if they didn't know this was Telmo? What if they didn't know if this was coming? There's zero indication that they knew that this was going to happen last week.
Yeah, but they have what happened last year, and if they were uncomfortable with that,
right? But maybe they're comfortable with it happening once, but not twice.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is right now we're talking about 2 games. We're not talking about 25.
Correct, but are you comfortable with the words that they're using, which is, and do you find this normal in sports, he's gone right now and we have no idea when he's coming back?
Well, yeah, because obviously it's past the trade deadline. There's really nothing we can do about it. And if it was like you guys said, an ACL or an ankle or whatever, it would be an injury he couldn't play with. And having a mental issue can be just as debilitating as having a physical one.
No one's arguing that. What I'm arguing is that your statement was that the Warriors are fine with it, so should we. And I don't know that they are. I have no idea if they are. And the reason I don't know if they are is because they're in a spot post-trade deadline where they have no choice but to have no opinion on this. What is it that they could say? Even if they, I don't take this as, well, they're saying publicly that they're okay with it, so they are. No. Do you know how many people are in that organization? You're telling me the same way we sit here as a radio show and talk about this and have 27 different opinions from 27 different people?
Right.
You think every single member of the Warriors organization is like, okay, no problem. Go ahead and miss the lead up to the playoffs.
Yeah, we'll see you next year.
And I know you did it last year too, but no biggie. There's no chance that that's real. None.
They're on the hook for $84.6 million. If he wants to opt into his 3rd-year deal. So he's here for 3 more years if he wants to take his player option, and it's 84.6, and it's not like football where you can just cut a guy and take the cap hit and move on. So if they aren't okay, to your point, Mark, you got to figure out a way to make it so that you can salvage this in some way. And if they are okay, Well, it's your prerogative to be okay with it. You're the employer. I'm not. I'm the consumer. And I can feel however I want to feel about it, but ultimately they're going to decide how they deal with this absence. And yes, Telmo's right. It's 2 games. But last year it was 2 games, and then it became 4, and then 6, and then 11, and then 17, and then 25. So Steve Kerr's words to you guys yesterday, you and Grandy, was they don't know when he's going to be back. That feels to me like indefinitely. That doesn't feel like it's going to be soon. It feels to me like it's going to be a prolonged absence.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with compassion for Andrew. I'm not, like, if somebody can't go, you can't go.
Right.
But I'm not going to put thoughts in the Warriors' heads the same way I don't put them in Andrew's heads. So I think it's not like, yes, Telmo had a bunch of good points, but I'm not willing to be like, and the Warriors are great with this. I don't know that at all.
We don't know that at all.
This is big business, and I can promise you there are plenty of press conferences you've listened to through the years from all sports where people throw all kinds of support publicly. And in the background, they're like, hey, bro, what the hell are you doing?
Right.
We saw it with Clay last year. All they did was support Clay. Then we find out after the fact that they sat him down and said, dude, you're gunning and you got to stop.
Exactly.
So that happens. That happens. You ever hear Kyle Shanahan go to a microphone and rip Jimmy G? You think he ever did it behind the scenes?
Maybe tenfold. And when we heard him rip Steve Wilkes and say he knows he can't do that, we all knew at the moment,
that's the end of that.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And even though they made it to the Super Bowl and they made it to overtime of the Super Bowl, nobody was surprised at the decision they made because the comments that were made. And you think that Kyle Shanahan might have been even more forceful to Steve behind closed doors than he was to the media?
Oh, God.
Right?
Completely. I'd have been shocked if he stayed. Steven in Oakland. Hey, Steven, what's going on?
Hey, guys, I'm going to take the shots that you really can't. So I'm just going to say it for the whole Bay Area. Andrew Wiggins is mentally weak, and I have 3 reasons why. Number 1, his scouting report. From the very beginning, he has all the tools but disappears in games. That's mental. Number 2, gamers try to get away from him. LeBron, Jimmy Butler, the Timberwolves. He's been labeled as mentally weak. Number 3, it didn't take 2 months for however sick or they said his dad was. I've seen so many players go through so much and still put it on the line and still make it to play. And I'm not even saying I would recommend players always do that, but I've seen players sacrifice a lot to put, their blood, sweat, and tears on that court. And for this guy to do this 2 times now, it's a no-go. And for the people that say you can't question him, I mean, at the end of the day, y'all already gave him a pass last year. Dibs, if you had said something, they would have filleted you. But long story short, he's got to go. This is the second time he's been mentally weak his entire career, and this is a sign of mental weakness, whether you like it or not.
Steven, thanks for the call. Here's what I would say about all that, because every one of us, whether we support Andrew or you're like Steven, where you're done, or anywhere in between, y'all need to admit there is a day where you will arrive where you jump ship.
On Andrew?
And you go from compassion to, I don't even know what to say about that guy. And I can give you all the examples. We did this. We were compassionate with Ben Simmons. And then one day everyone's like, I'm out. I don't know what to do with this. There was compassion, kind of, for Zion. And then there wasn't. And then he came back, and now he's good again. But you watch. You don't get unlimited chances.
What about Alden Smith?
There's another one.
A local example.
Yeah.
Because he was amazing, and then he was just troubled. And then he came back, and then he struggled. And then he had the incident with the DUI, and reportedly Colin Kaepernick and his girlfriend that Colin allegedly stole, and then he went off the deep end. He had an automatic weapon. It's like, okay, the Niners are now done and fans are now done. Not that this is that, but to your point about fans getting to a breaking point with athletes, I don't think that we're there yet, but many people are jumping off the Andrew Wiggins ship.
Some
myself included.
Some are, yeah.
I think it's over.
V just hit us on YouTube. Willard, you're underestimating how many people are already there. Yeah, some of you are there. I'm not there, but I'm just acknowledging that the whole, like, the Warriors are good with it, and so are we, and we've got to be sympathetic for Andrew. I agree, because we don't know. But understand that there was a period of time where this is what you said about Antonio Brown. Like, God, I don't know what's going on. He's a talented player. You know, like, let's look at this through his perspective. I mean, 3 years later,
then he became a
Raider.
Raider.
Oh, my God, the guy's an absolute maniac. So I'm not, you're right. I'm not saying this is where that's headed.
Right.
But you've all got a line. Everybody's is different. So I think those of you who are on the high horse of, this is disgusting, if you show anything but compassion for Andrew Wiggins. Well, look, this is the second time. That's different. That's different than the first. Not in any critical way, but just in an availability sort of a way.
Right.
That's all it is. You got a job, you got to be available. You have to be available. And if you're not repeatedly, then an organization has a moment where they get to assess that.
Right. And part of the assessment is, what do you do? Because you have to pay this player $78 million over the next 3 years if he opts into his third-year deal, which, if I'm Andrew Wiggins and I want to stick around and, even if I'm doing this on-again, off-again thing, my player op is 30.1 in 2026-27. So you get 26 next year, 28 the year after, and then an opt-in for 30, and you could play the shell game. I'm here for 2 months, and I'm out for a month, and maybe it's a couple of games, and I'm a starter, I'm a reserve, whatever. I'm here enough to where I'm getting paid. I don't know what his motivation is. I don't know him well enough.
Nobody does.
Anybody knows him well enough to be able to decide. You would figure that Steve and Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob know him enough.
Yeah, I don't mean nobody. They know him. But he's not someone who allows the world to know him, and that's fine. And some people dig that. I am, like, at my core, I'm a big fan of the guy. I really am. I love what he can do on a basketball court. I also have a soft spot for people who don't smile a lot, but then when they do, it just lights up a room, partially because they don't. Steph Curry smiles every 4 minutes. So that's awesome. We're like, this guy just plays with incredible joy. But like a Wiggins smile, it's a little different. It hits different because you're like, oh, look at the teeth.
Yeah, he's got teeth. He's got teeth.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. And so I hate that this is the conversation that is now starting to define the second half of Andrew Wiggins' Warriors career. I hate that.
Well, his whole career has been defined by, if you were going to put a punctuation mark next to his career, it would be a question mark. Steph Curry, exclamation point. Draymond Green would be a series of the, like those signs that you use.
A lot of emojis.
Well, no, the signs, the punctuation you use to mimic like profanity.
Oh, yeah, like just when you just put your hands all over and hit everything.
Yeah.
Shift key, all of them.
Yeah, and Klay Thompson's punctuation would be varied from, exclamation points early to sad faces to ... whatever. Andrew Wiggins, just a question mark. Number 1 overall. He's been good. He's been bad. He's been mediocre. He's been missing. And now he's become a little bit of an enigma in terms of his ability to even be available to play.
How about, come on, Mouse.
Come on, Mouse.
There it is. Scott and Marin. Hey, Scott, what's going on, yo, Willard and Dibs?
Hey, man, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Great. Hey, I separate the issues into different categories here. One is Andrew Wiggins, the person. Everybody has compassion for somebody that's been, I've been through, some family situation, whatever it is.
We all have, sure.
Right. But here's the difference. His job is different than normal jobs, right? Even Steve Kerr himself explained it beautifully one time when he says, we are asked the tough questions, we are criticized, we are analyzed up and down, and we're compensated for it. This is why you make the big bucks. You're part of the National Basketball Association. This is an ecosystem. that has requirements beyond 48 minutes on the floor, okay? And my biggest problem with this is last year I had the compassion for him, no problem as far as not knowing what was going on. Who knows? Fine. But for this to happen again, at this time again, it's his teammates if I'm his teammate, that's where I have the biggest problem, or his coach, to say, well, you cannot put us in this situation of saying nothing. That does not work. And why they would go along with that, I'm not sure. But we have to say something. If it's hey, he's going to be out at least a couple of weeks, he's dealing with a personal matter, okay. But this not knowing, just nothing. It does not work in this situation, in this workplace, and they do owe that to the fans. To say they don't is incorrect. They don't own the details. I don't need to know any details. I just need to know something.
Yeah, I don't know, Scott. Thanks. I don't know. I don't quite see that the same way. I really don't. I always clam up whenever someone says they owe the fans and then fill in the blank, unless you're filling in the blank with a game. They owe the fans a game. If you bought a ticket, you go to the game, they should have one, or they should give you your money back. But beyond that, the whole owe the fans thing, I don't really share that. But what I'm saying as far as why the Warriors might consider, or Andrew might consider saying something, is I just think that they end up making this harder for themselves. It's not for us. It's for them. You keep saying he's not here, he's out for New York. But we expect him back, but we don't know when. Okay, right, how about Toronto? Well, no, not Toronto. Okay, how about Boston? Yes.
Is he even on the trip? Do we know?
These are the questions will grow as the time grows, and I think the Warriors would do themselves a favor if they would just pick some words that aren't that different, but would set the expectation in a little bit of a different spot.
Right.
Andrew's got something going on, and he's going to miss some time.
He needs a week.
Yeah. But then the problem is, then what do we do in a week? He needs some time.
Fine.
That's undefined.
I don't know if you've ever had this, but I've had days where I have been unable to come in and do the show to the best of my ability. So I've called our boss and said, Boss, I need a day. And he says, take a day. Let me know later today how you're feeling about tomorrow. And then you call him later in the day and you go, you know what? I need another day. And then you take that second day and that's it. And you come back, or you come back after a day. This indeterminate amount of time thing, it's doing the team a disservice.
I will also say, and I really respect everything that Scott Marin just said. I just see a lot of them a little bit differently. I totally get the emotions of where he's coming from. But the idea that Andrew, when we go, hey, you're getting paid $24 million, so you need to be there. I'm not going to fill in the blank with what I make, but I feel the same responsibility that Andrew does. I don't think that he needs to be at work more than the rest of us because he gets a lot of money. All of us signed up for whatever we do, and all of us, we all owe that to our employers and our teammates. That's just me, to give our all. And I don't know that that's not what's happening here, because I don't know necessarily, I don't know anything about what's going on.
Right.
All I know is the word choice that's being used right now really conjures up a lot of feelings from last year. And that has a lot to do with why, for me, that has a lot to do with why I'm saying what I'm saying.
And all I know is that when fans who do bank on seeing their favorite players on the court, when fans don't know, they're going to be in a spot where they don't know what to do in terms of buying tickets or even supporting a team. It would be a lot easier as a fan if you knew exactly what to expect from your team based on players being in or out.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. If you want to get in on this, we're all calls coming up next. I would promise right away we're going to you. And if you want to get in, do it now. Warriors Live starts in 30 minutes on Willard and Dibs.
The Taste the Mediterranean event is happening now at Whole Foods Market with savings on regionally inspired selections.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, the Warriors will play the New York Knickerbockers in about an hour and a half. Warriors Live comes up later on this hour. We're gonna talk to you about Andrew Wiggins and more with the Warriors for as long as we possibly can. Good solid another 45 minutes or so as we start to also get you ready for a Warriors game, which it has already been announced by Steve Kerr that Moses Moody will be the starter in place of the absent Andrew Wiggins, and no real information beyond that with regard to Andrew, Moses, Klay Thompson's spot on the bench, or anything else. I do think we should take one moment, Dibs, before we go back to the phones and raise a hand.
Yeah.
For the restaurant quality. Dante DiVincenzo.
Flagrant foul, no call, DiVincenzo.
That's right.
Good Lord.
And the Warriors get reunited, and hopefully it will feel so good here in about 90 minutes.
And I've got a Steph Curry prediction you'll want to hear coming up.
I want the restaurant quality.
Yeah, you'll get that restaurant quality. Steph at the Garden, that's usually something special.
The average is what, 72.1 points per
Roughly.
game? Something like that.
Ballpark it,
All right,
yeah.
that's good. Nick in Ohio. Hi, Nick. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Well, I'm just doing my art thing.
Oh, okay.
But my question is, I wonder how this is affecting the workplace from the top down to the bottom. You know, Kerr is a player's coach, and, you know, he's very sympathetic to Wiggins and all. But I wonder what Joe Lacob thinks. What is it going through his mind? And then all the way down to the bench players or young guys, seeing how much rope, how long leash that Wiggins always gets a pass. And, you know, that's got to affect coworkers. I know, you know, the story of the woman who, a waitress who got a tip for $10,000, and she was told by the tipper to share it with the other waitresses, and she did. But then all kinds of resentment took place in the kitchen. So it's a little different situation. But in the kitchen, all the other workers had resentful, and she ended up getting fired. And so it just, you never know what can affect other people that have to buck up and do their job. And, you know, that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, Nick, totally. Thank you. And that's kind of what I'm getting at, which is that just because you're going to hear support in front of microphones, I find it impossible to believe that there aren't certain people with the Warriors organization who are, I don't know if the right word is upset, because, again, I don't know what happened.
Right.
But I would be shocked if there aren't members of the organization that aren't a little put off.
Frustrated?
Yeah.
That's fair to say.
Yeah.
And they'll never speak on it on the record, and the Warriors have been very good about avoiding leaks, other than the Draymond Jordan Poole incident, which was a very dramatic leak that came from somewhere, somehow. We don't know where. And the organization said that they would find out who leaked that and they would act accordingly. And we never heard about anybody being fired for that or anything of that sort. But you do get the sense that the first time this happened and Andrew Wiggins missed 25 games, we never heard definitively what it was. You and I actually made a bet that I lost, and I still owe you, and I'll pay you at some point.
It's all right.
No, I will pay you, because you're going to pay me.
No, I don't want you to pay me.
No, you're going to pay me.
I did not.
Brother.
I did.
I owe you a pizza. You owe me babysitting.
You just buy yourself a pizza and give it to the baby.
No.
We're fine.
And you're trying to stall me out to when she's out of diapers in a year. So I got about a year until.
I'm waiting a lot longer than that.
Yeah, no, 2.5. She's a girl.
Nope.
She'll be out early.
Nope. I'm waiting until she's 8. And you're like, here's an
Let's
iPad.
go bowling. Exactly. Here's an iPad. Don't talk to me.
Waitttill8.com.
You don't know me. I don't know you.
Yeah.
I don't think that we're going to find out. So we probably won't find out if the organization is frustrated or if the teammates are frustrated.
No, we're never going to know anything.
Right.
Ever.
And there
won't be a documentary on VH1 in 18 years.
If it's a 30 for 30, it'll be 30 seconds.
No, Andrew Wiggins is going to be just like there's a lot of athletes. Bill Buckner is one of the more famous ones. Carson Palmer is another one. They're good, like Tim Lincecum.
I was just going to say.
Never going to hear from Andrew again. He's going to be gone.
Yeah.
Ghost. Gone in his next career. You're not getting hired by TNT. Mike and Hayward. Hi, Mike. What you doing?
How you guys doing? I would just like to say, and I like to go on one side or the other. I think there's an obligation for employees to expect the employee to act a certain way and come to work, right? But I think the higher ground is that there's an ethical thing where the employer is not really obligated to accommodate an employee. I have an issue with that, and not that I don't know what his problem is, but it seems like I worked for 32 years, right, as a probation officer, right? And one time my boss told me, well, my mother died. Well, how long are you going to be gone? I said, as long as it takes me to come back. I got the time on the book, and I knew the rules right way. So the Warriors, at some point, I don't think they're that comfortable with it, but they're obligated. They're already obligated to him to accommodate him the last time. So when he comes back, and if he's gone 28 games, we might not see him to the playoffs.
Why not?
So what? Let Moody play. Let's see what we all been talking about. What Moody ain't getting no time. Let's see what Moody can do.
But that's what they're going to do, Mike. But they don't. Here's the other thing, though. You're right. They have no choice. They have no choice. That's why I think it's interesting when people are like, "Well, the Warriors are showing you with their actions." No, they're not. There's one thing that they can do here. One thing. They can put Moses Moody in the game and sit there and go, "We love Andrew." Not a damn other thing they can do.
Right.
Anything else that they do, they would get absolutely ripped or potentially, hell, they could be sued depending on how it went, depending on what they said.
Sure, but they could come out and say, well, he's going to miss games for X, Y, and Z reason. And if it's not violating HIPAA laws, then they could do that. If they wanted to burn Andrew to the ground, if it was something that people would perceive as soft or weak, and the team wanted to do that to Andrew, they could. So there are different ways they could go about it. Now, the Warriors choose to be a classy organization, which I love. I love that about Dunleavy and Kerr and Joe Lacob and all the way through the organization. There's been no leak. There's been rumor and conjecture, but none of that's come from anyone even close to the Golden State Warriors. So there are different ways they can go about it, but you're right. The best way is to swallow hard and tell Andrew, take as long as you need. And we got depth. And you mentioned this from your interview yesterday, you and Grandy. I was out. You talked to Steve Kerr, and he was mentioning how it's hard to play 11 guys. And, well, now it's getting easier to worry about your rotation when one of your key people is out. Playing time is less of an issue now.
Yeah. By the way, a little bit of breaking news in that from the New York Knicks, Jalen Brunson intends to play in the game this afternoon. Intends to play. That's an interesting word. He intends to, but then maybe he won't.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people who intend to do things, but then they don't do them.
I intend to catch the 407 BART train.
Well, good luck.
Not sure if I'm going to make it in time.
Yeah, Tom Thibodeau said he's going to warm up with the intention of playing.
With the intention of playing.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a funny word.
Yeah.
I intended to not step on your foot, but your foot.
Darn it.
Yeah.
Slid right under me. Warriors favored by 3.5 tonight.
Ooh, that's shot down.
At the Garden.
That's shot down. With Brunson's intention to play and Wiggins being out. No, that number was 5 or 6.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just looking at ESPN.
Yeah, no, that number, in fact, that number was 5 as recently as an hour ago.
Okay.
And so that's probably Brunson.
I've made my bet on the Warrior game already.
Oh, what'd you do?
Steph Curry over 30 points.
Oh, well, it's Madison Square Garden. He'll have that by halftime.
Well, his line, I think, is 28.5, but I juiced it up to 30 to get better odds.
Get a little odds.
Yeah, but it's like plus 120 on over 30.
You're feeling spicy.
Look at me.
I love spicy dibs.
Steph in the Garden.
Let's go to Daniel in Indiana. Hi, Daniel. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going?
Good.
So, couple things real quick. I wanted to go back to about a month and a half ago when I said that Kaminga was producing the same amount as Pascal, and you guys told me it couldn't be like fantasy basketball. Now I'm looking pretty good, right? Like,
you are.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. No, I'm not going to rip you guys too hard on it, but one of the things I've been a coach, and
good,
the most important abilities. Yeah.
Anyway, go.
So I've been a coach. The most important abilities are availability and dependability. And, I don't know what Wiggins is going through. I mean, it could be, depression. It could be alcoholism. It could be all kinds of different things and things that we don't really need to get into. But the point is that it's still a business. You do have to find the production for the guy. He is the fourth guy on the roster as far as production goes. So I'm not too worried about being able to replace him. But at the same time, I agree. I'm with you guys. I love the empathy that this team shows. I love that they care about their players and all that. At the same time, if it wasn't for Guy Santos playing down in Santa Cruz, he'd be the one starting over Moody, in my opinion. Why is he starting down in Santa Cruz, hurting his knee, doing all that? When he should be like the second or third forward, honestly, on the roster.
Well, because Daniel, you got to play. I mean, that's actually a gift to those guys. Thank you very much. I know we all get upset sometimes. It's like, what's he doing down in Santa Cruz? Well, he's trying to get better. He's trying to play basketball. Jordan Poole, once upon a time, went down to Santa Cruz a bunch and ended up being a $130 million player, and then he ended up being what he is now. So that's not the greatest example, but you get what I'm saying. Like, that wasn't some sort of like disrespectful blow it off type of a thing. Guy Santos being on buses and benches throughout the year, that doesn't help him. He's got to play basketball to continue to get better. I also do not think in any way, shape, or form Guy Santos would be starting in place of Andrew Wiggins tonight if he were healthy. That's a little bit of a different position, and I know people are fascinated by him. I am as well. He looks good in an incredibly small sample.
Right.
But if you want to see the Moses Moody crowd get upset, watch Guy Santos get the start over Moody and keep him on the bench, and watch how people would react to that.
It would be outrage, and Moody has earned it, and Grandy, our very own Mark Grandy, technical director, tweeted out that the Warriors are 4-1 in Moody starts this year.
Mm-hmm.
Very small sample, but the fact is they're 4-1 in those starts, so we'll see if he's officially in the lineup when that gets released here later in this hour.
Let's keep going. Matt in Oakland. Hey, Matt, what's up?
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Good.
I do think Wiggs owes something more than your average schmo. There's an ancient philosophy that the more a man is worth, the more he owes to society. But putting that aside, counting up his, on the basketball side, salary cap, blah blah blah, all that other stuff. Is he really better than Moody in terms of reliability and what they could get for Wiggins next year, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? I'm not sure that he is.
Well,
I'm curious what you guys thought.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. It's a completely different skill set. And so there's one thing that I think Moody we probably feel he's better than Andrew at, and that is the word consistency.
I thought you were going to say trying.
Well, again, I don't look at the way certain bodies cruise and
Right.
feel like that means they're not trying. Andrew sweats. He does. They give him towels when he comes off of the floor.
Right.
So
I sweat in my sleep.
Well, that's gross. But anyway, I
get your point, though.
Moses is often exactly what he is. I feel like he knocks down open threes. He can play a little bit of defense. He's got a big body. He's aggressive. All of that is there just about every time we see him. But it's a completely different skill set that is well short of what Andrew can do when Andrew's at his best.
Yes, and I love that. The qualifier that we always put on every Andrew Wiggins sentence.
At his best.
When Andrew is at his best, or when Andrew is committed, or when Andrew plays downhill, or as Steve Kerr said at the very beginning of the year when we interviewed him on our weekly segment, when Andrew plays with force. Anything that you say about Andrew has to include a when or if and when in terms of Andrew Wiggins. And Moses Moody's been inconsistent, but the one thing that I haven't seen him lack is effort. So especially now where he's fighting for his life. He's playing for his career. He's got a team option for next year. And if they bring back Andrew, they probably won't bring back Moses.
Yeah. But I'm smiling as you're saying this because look at this. Look at this.
Is that
look at the length of that text.
And that's from another one of your pro athlete buddies?
I've never had conversations with these people this long in my entire life.
So set the table. You texted about 12 to 15 former athletes.
I texted 14 former athletes. That wasn't a number that I was shooting for. That's just how many were.
You were going through your phone.
I went through the phone, and there's a lot of them that I didn't text. But
Trust me, yeah.
No, there's a bunch of them where I'm like, the relationship is such that this would not be weird. Like there's some.
Does this guy's name rhyme with Shebum, your mom? That's Ephraim Salam for those of you scoring at
No,
home.
I texted him that he gets back right away. I know him well.
Smile Poophoff? No?
No.
Who else would you have
you're
in
in
there?
the wrong sport.
Oh, yeah.
I will, if you want me to read this one to
Mitch
you.
Hornferger.
No. Those are all people I texted.
Thank you. Yeah. I know.
If I read this one to you, you'll know what sport he played.
All right.
All right.
Talk to me.
Okay. It depends on how well he's been playing and how much we would miss him.
Okay.
By the way, let me back up. For those who I texted 14 ex-athletes, how would you feel as a teammate if this happened on your team? And so he goes, it depends on how well he's been playing and how much we would miss him. LOL emoji.
Okay.
I'm halfway joking, but in all seriousness, you're a tight group and you support your teammate no matter what. The reality is, if there's something distracting him off the field, then his mind won't be right on the field, so he would be a liability anyway. Ideally, you have a guy who can separate the two and use the clubhouse as a sanctuary and a means to escape what's happening off the field, but most guys have a tough time doing that. Somebody whose name rhymed with...
Munter Fence?
No. What would be... No.
I got a million of them in here.
How about Harry Mons? Harry Mons. No. That's not who I'm texting. This person's referencing that person.
Oh, gotcha.
This person says,
okay, yeah.
Yeah, Harry Mons may have been the one guy who was able to use off-the-field issues and distractions as fuel, and he became even more focused, which turned him into a beast. Short answer is supportive. The mentality is everyone else needs to step up, kind of when you lose a guy to injury. You wish they were all like Harry Mons.
Yeah.
But that's rarely the case.
Yeah.
Yeah. Harry Mons.
You were texting with Steph Ment, which would be Jeff Kent for those of you scoring at home.
If I texted with Jeff Kent, he would drive down here and punch me in the face. Are you kidding?
I know who you
This
got
is
that
not
from.
Madison
Yes,
Bumgarner.
yes.
Who the hell on my phone?
Dude, totally.
All right.
I know who that is, and that's a well-reasoned response.
No, you don't. You think you know who that is?
I do. Yeah.
I'll give you $20 if you nail it on the next guess.
I'm not going to say it on the air.
All right, you
I'll
say
take
it
my
off the
20
air,
during the
and then I'll
break.
tell you
All
if you
right.
won the $20
Cool.
or not.
Sounds good.
Did you see his name when I held the phone up?
I did not,
okay,
actually.
Good, because
my
that would
eyes
be cheating.
At 55, I barely even saw you were holding up a phone. Dude, you can show it. I mean, I'm at the point now with my texts, I can't make it any bigger. Like, I'm talking 48-point font on these things now.
Did you cut that, Grandy, when he said I can't make it any bigger?
You breathed over
I'm at
it.
the point in my life where I can't make it any bigger. All right.
We got that one.
I was too busy going through old Giants rosters trying to figure out who you were texting.
Yeah, you all get to guess.
Benito Santiago.
Your price will be different. Oh, that's so funny.
The catcher, not Eli. Whiteside. Yeah, thank you. You're blowing up Eli.
Yeah,
you got it.
Eli Whiteside wants to weigh in on Andrew Wiggins. Rich in Fremont. Hey, Rich, what are you doing?
I can't.
Woo. Go ahead, Rich.
I'm here listening to you guys have the time of your life. That's what I'm doing.
Well, come on. You got to smile and laugh, you know?
No, I get it. It's just funny to hear all of it. But thanks for taking my call, guys. Listen, I think what it really comes down to it is I like the way the Warriors front office and the team is handling this, because at the end of the day, Andrew is dealing with this the best possible way he knows how. And one of the ways that he knows how to deal with it is to deal with it in a private manner. Now, I don't know if it's mental. I don't know what it is. But even if it is mental, the one thing we have to respect is that everybody who plays this game is human. They're not robots. They're not machines. Yes, they make a lot of money because they play in an exceptional manner. And because of that, they're able to do that. But like the other guy stated, if his mental is not straight when he gets on that court, he's not going to play well. So, and to reference situation took place a couple of years ago with Paul George. He was in the middle and couldn't play. And they asked me, he said he was in a dark place. So, really at the end of the day, fans want to sit there and yell, "Oh, I deserve." No, you don't. No, you don't.
You know what,
Wiggins, that's his issue.
Rich, you're totally right. But do you hear a lot of people saying that? Like when we say got to respect Wiggins' privacy, I haven't really heard too many people, especially in the last 24 hours, kind of come with the, like, you got to tell us what's going on. I think it's more about Warrior basketball and what the expectation is going forward, not what's actually happening in Andrew's home, you know?
Okay, but you had that one caller that called in, and he said that.
Right.
He said that as a fan, he said that we do deserve some type of explanation.
Yep,
and I'm saying, no, you don't.
I agree with you.
Don't.
I agree with you, Rich. I agree with you completely. Thanks, Rich.
Yeah, thank you. And we don't know that this is a mental health issue or not. So I always hesitate when we talk about this being a mental health issue because we don't know what this is.
We don't, although people are making that leap because it's obviously not a physical injury because that you could just report.
We don't know that.
And so
it could be an undisclosed illness of some sort.
But again, I don't mean mental health or mental illness, but if you're dealing, let's say, with the death of a family member, that is a mental health issue. Like that's your emotions, and if you can't get them in a spot where you can work,
sure.
I just think that's why people are making the leap.
I get that.
I'm not disagreeing with you at all.
I'm very hesitant to categorize this as anything other than an undisclosed absence because we really don't know.
Anthony Slates.
Thank you.
Pregame with Steve Kerr in New York on the situation.
As an excused absence.
Oh, yeah. This is a personal issue that he's dealing with, and we expect him back. But, it'll remain private.
Are you the one kind of in contact with him? I remember you were last time.
Rick has been in touch with him. I have too. Like I said, we expect him back.
And sooner, is there any clarity? Okay.
Not sure.
Okay, not sure.
He's not on the trip.
No, but that to me sounded different. That's different than what Steve said to us. Do you notice the difference? Yesterday, we expect him back. We don't know when. But he twice with Anthony, we expect him back. And it was kind of like even the intonation goes down.
Right.
We expect him back.
Sooner
we
rather
expect
than
him
later.
back.
Yeah.
In other words, we're not waiting for the postseason.
Right.
That sounded different to me.
In terms of,
I don't know about y'all. I got something from that. I think. I
think
feel
so
like
too.
I got something from that.
Well, I also got that he's not on the trip because have you been in contact with him? Yes, myself and Rick. So you wouldn't be in contact with somebody if they were like in the hotel with you. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So he's not playing until they get home at the earliest.
Seems likely, but they have plane flights to Toronto and Boston.
Right,
they do.
right.
Warriors Live is around the corner, presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. However, those of you on hold, we are still going to take more calls on the Andrew Wiggins situation, particularly with those new comments from Steve. So stay right where you are. More of your phone calls next, and then we'll get to Warriors Live before the end of the hour on Willard and Dibbs.
Low 50s and cloudy in San Francisco tonight.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half.
9
categorize it as an excused absence?
Oh, yeah. This is a personal issue that he's dealing with, and we expect him back. But it'll remain private.
Are you the one kind of in contact with him? I remember you were last time.
Rick has been in touch with him. I have too. Like I said, we expect him back.
And sooner, is there any clarity? Okay.
Not sure.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Steve is just so good at this whole thing.
Not sure.
Yeah, but again, you can tell, to me, and maybe this is just a trained ear, you can tell when somebody has had the sit down with the great Raymond Ritter, they've had the PR conversation, and they're like, okay, here's what we said yesterday publicly. Let's just tighten that screw a little bit. And instead of saying it's a personal matter and we expect him back, we just don't know when, let's remove the we just don't know when. And Steve was very, very careful there to twice, in a very sincere kind of pointed way, look at Slates and say, we expect him back. Right. Yes, we expect him back. You're adjusting the expectation, didn't you?
Right.
I went from what I heard yesterday, that's in 30 seconds, and with no firm answer, I went from, I don't know if we're going to see him this year, to we'll see him in March. We'll see him in March.
Not in February.
Probably. Well, no, we're not going to see him in February.
Okay.
Good one.
Nice.
Yeah, we'll see him. I would probably see him in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, but he quickly was not sure.
Not sure, of course.
Which, not sure.
Yeah. So here's a little bit more from Kerr. And again, let's go to what he said yesterday and then what he said today. So this is when I said, could this be similar to last year? This is yesterday from Steve Kerr.
I just think that we're in a position where Wiggs is a private person, and so he's asked to keep it private, and we're going to honor that. So it doesn't help for me to sit here and try to explain any of that. The bottom line is we respect Wiggs. We need him, and we fully expect him back, but we just don't know what that will be.
Okay, so we just don't know when that will be. Today, Kerr with Anthony Slates.
You would categorize it as an excused absence?
Oh, yeah. This is a personal issue that he's dealing with, and we expect him back. But it'll remain private.
Are you the one kind of in contact with him? I remember you were last time.
Rick has been in touch with him. I have too. Like I said, we expect him back.
And sooner, is there any clarity? Okay.
Not sure.
Yep. I feel different. You can say I'm crazy for that. That's fine. I don't care.
Yeah, I feel no different.
I do.
I feel no different.
I thought that was an adjustment of managing expectations. We expect him back.
Right. We expect him back. And last year he came back in the playoffs, which was April. So he missed 2 months, and he came back and he played 28 minutes in the first playoff game, and he played every game in the playoffs, and he came back in the playoffs. And I don't know when he'll come back, if it's the same kind of an issue as it was last year, and we don't know that, he could come back and be ready to go at the drop of a hat, and he was playing better of late. So you feel a number of different ways. You feel frustrated because he was starting to play like you want him to play, and Kaminga and he were fitting in great, and Draymond's back, and here comes CP3, and it feels like for the first time since November, you had everybody back together, and you are a team that's kind of rolling a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
And now he's going to be out again, and you don't know when he's coming back.
Yeah, the one thing and I don't know if Anthony asked this anymore, sounds like not, because you can tell that whenever Steve's talking about this, he would like to move on.
Yeah, not sure.
Well, but like,
that was it.
I know he would have answered, we don't know, if you had said, is he playing tomorrow?
I would have asked if he's on the trip.
Well,
that would have been my question.
I would have just asked, has he been ruled out for tomorrow?
Right.
Has he been ruled out for tomorrow? That would have been an interesting answer.
Yeah, I just would have asked if he was on the trip.
Yeah.
Because if he's not on the trip, I can't imagine he suddenly feels well enough to fly in for a Sunday game at Boston and then fly all the way home.
I mean, that's not tough.
That's pretty rare, though.
I don't know. It's Thursday.
Pretty
he could
rare.
play in Boston on Sunday.
I know he could.
Yeah.
But if there was any possibility of him feeling okay to play these games, he would have come on the trip, I think.
Yeah, but again, maybe if you take care of whatever needs to be taken care of, then you go find a plane and yeah,
I get that. I just would have. I would have
asked that.
I would have been interested if he was on the trip. Did he fly with you on the trip? Do you expect him to play on this trip?
Right.
I mean, forget about how long he'll be out. Is he going to play? Is he on this trip? Steve, did we lose you?
Our mysterious ex-athlete who referenced Harry Mons has sent a follow-up text.
All right, and I'm still thinking about my guess. I guessed wrong during the break.
He says, I'm assuming that this is in regard to the Wiggins situation, and says, since I don't know the details, it's hard to judge. Ultimately, he's a liability, regardless. And finding a way to move him as soon as possible should be a top priority. That is the answer from the unnamed ex-Bay Area athlete.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I like that take. I like the take, but in all practicality, his market value now is lower than it was 48 hours ago.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Yes.
You know that they shopped him at the break, which was now 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago today was the All-Star break. And they shopped him. I don't know if they heavily shopped or lightly shopped, but they definitely were putting him out there.
Oh, in January, the beat reporters were like, he's as good as gone. They're going to give him away.
So you couldn't get whatever you wanted to get for him then. So what can you get for him now? Now that he's on his second sabbatical in as many years.
And if it feels like availability is going to be a continuous issue, you're right. No one's going to want to acquire him. Let's go to Tom in El Cerrito. Hey, Tom, what's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. It's a real joy to listen to you every day on my way home from work.
Thank you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, yeah. Oh, great. So a few things. The first is the question that just came up, which is he worth anything to anybody right now? And, you know, he's not this isn't James Harden or Ben Simmons or Kawhi Leonard who can basically sit on a bench and say, I'm not going to play. And, you know, I've got my reasons for not playing, and you can trade me or you're left with whatever you don't have. The second thing I wanted to say is, and I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but Wiggins took off this year right after the trade deadline. Last year, he took off on February 14th, right after the trade deadline, and was out for, 25, 27 games. So, you know, one of the things that comes up for me is, does the guy want to play basketball? You know, or is there something that I understand the party line coming out of the Warriors. I understand that they have to say that. But does he want to play basketball? And is that why he's going AWOL every year? So that's it.
Yeah, I mean, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
I think it's a somewhat fair question. I think it's a little bit too direct. Does he want to play basketball? Yeah, he wants to play basketball. Does he love it as much as Klay Thompson and Kevin Durant? Probably not. Probably not. But I also don't. Sometimes I look at that and I go, we can use that as a way to assess a guy and whether you'd want him on your team or not or whatnot. But I also don't think it's like, it's not a death blow. If Andrew Wiggins is not like all about ball, that's okay. That's okay. There's a lot of people who do things in life that they're not all about, but they're really good at it. So you do it. You know? Are you all about radio?
I am for 4 hours a day. No, to your point. And,
good answer.
You know, when it comes to, do I want to get up and do the show each and every day? Absolutely, I do.
Yeah.
And even on days where maybe I'm not feeling it, like other days, I show up and I do it because I'm not dealing with the same things that he's probably dealing with. But I don't know if it comes down to a love or a lack of love for ball. If you look at his career, he played 82, 81, 82, and 82. His first 4 years.
This is an available dude.
This is a dude who shows up and is healthy and plays. And then the last couple of years, the year before last, he played 73 games. And then last year, 37 because he had the personal difficulty. And here now, he's played in 51 games. And now you look at what's going to be remaining for him. We don't know how many of those he'll play. For me, if he fell out of love with the game, that would be a shock because the dude has shown up and he's been consistently available and he's played in his career.
I'm with you. I hate the whole Andrew doesn't care thing. I don't translate it that way. If you want to say Andrew doesn't have that dog in him, Andrew doesn't play, doesn't get the most out of his abilities, I can hear those takes, but I'm not going to put emotions in his head. Andrew doesn't care. Do you know how hard it is to do what he does? The guy's averaged in his career about 18, 19 points a game. I don't think you do that in the NBA for I don't really like it. Unless he's literally the most talented basketball player in the history of ever. You don't get to where, I know that he's not everything y'all wanted him to be, but you don't do what Andrew Wiggins has done if you just don't give a rip. That's not a thing.
But it is maddening when you see Andrew at his best and you see a guy who is 22-8 and 22-9 and a lockdown defender. You think, yes, that's the Andrew we love. That's the guy we need. And it's once a week, if that he gives you that. That's what's so frustrating.
Let's go to Candlestick Rick on Highway 24. What up, Rick? What are you doing?
Hey, what up? I actually just got past the bridge. I was on hold for a little bit, but it's all good. I appreciate you guys taking my call.
Yeah, man.
So if you'd let me articulate for just a second, or just a minute or so, I'd like to say I'm glad to be talking to Willie and Dibby, and Candlestick Ricky thinks the situation with Wiggy is getting a bit sticky icky.
I like it. You did that while you were driving? You scribbled that down?
No, I just off the dome, but
oh my gosh,
a bit, but you got
freestyle.
It. You know how we do it. But so to go into it a bit more, just a bit, me myself, I'm on a personal leave from my job right now because I'm going through some tough things actually.
Okay.
So I can feel for Wiggs in that way. But from a organizational or a team standpoint, at what point is it a bit much? And would you guys remind me what his contract looks like? Like, how far is that extended?
He has got the final year of the deal is a player option at 26-27, right? For $31 million?
30.1.
He's making 24 this year. What's he making next
26.3.
year? And then what's he making?
28.2.
And then a player option for 31.
Right. So it's basically $85 million that he is still owed if he opts in.
Okay. If he opts in, he's lined up with Draymond's contract.
Correct.
Yeah. For more money.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So there's your answer.
So that's the deal.
There's your answer.
Yeah. 84 and change. And all he has to do is show up when he wants.
We do have a basketball game tonight. The Knicks with Jalen Brunson in and the Warriors with Andrew Wiggins out are going to tangle at MSG, and it is time with Willard and Dibbs for Warriors Live.
Warriors basketball is back. Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and Chris Paul. 60 minutes before every game, we get you ready for tip. It's Warriors Live, and it starts now.
Yes, it does. Madison Square Garden calls. Steph Curry has had some nights. It might be good if he has another one tonight because the Warriors will be shorthanded without Andrew Wiggins. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity 10G, the network made for streaming. It's Willard and Dibbs with you, and let's jump right into it since it's largely what we've been talking about. Today's injury report is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. For the Warriors, Andrew Wiggins remains out for personal reasons. Steve Kerr just moments ago saying twice in a short bite that we expect him back, but still did not put a timetable on it. Guy Santos is out with right knee inflammation, which was suffered in Santa Cruz last week. For the Knicks, Jalen Brunson listed as questionable, but they have stated that he intends to play. He will be out there warming up, is so right now. Julius Randle, OG Anunoby, and Mitchell Robinson all out for the Knicks, so they're very shorthanded tonight.
Got to take advantage of that fact, and Jalen Brunson don't know yet, game time decision, and it's not game time yet, so they haven't made the decision, but with Randall out and Anunoby out and the Warriors playing as well as they have been of late, this is a prime spot where you can not necessarily steal one, but stack another one, put another log on the fire. We talked about all the cupcakes they still have remaining. This is not one of them. And you and I mentioned earlier in the week, if you can just go a little bit above 500 in the toss-up games or games against good teams, you can go a long way toward getting that 6th seed. And there's a golden opportunity tonight at the Garden.
Well, and the thing is this was one of the games on the list where you're like, well, maybe you could steal one against a good team. Like you looked at this road trip from afar and it went, well, you can beat Washington. You hope that they can beat Toronto. The other two are tough, but baseline par if you can go 2-2 and come back home and start winning games. Well, I would say that that's adjusted a little bit now for a couple of reasons in both directions. Like Toronto's won 3 in a row. They blew the Warriors out at Chase Center a couple of months ago. I don't know that tomorrow is actually in the cupcake category. This one, though, is much easier than it was expected to be. And because of now what is developing on this trip, it's 3 games in 4 nights. It's no Andrew Wiggins. Things suddenly got harder. I'm with you. I think that ups the importance of this basketball game because they're so banged up. This is an opportunity, and you need to pile a win on because it's only going to get more and more difficult as the week wears on.
And the spread actually has ballooned back to 4.5.
Back to 4.5.
I just noticed, over the past...
Maybe Brunson limped out there.
Maybe. Or, I saw it at 3.5 about an hour ago, and the money maybe has come in on the Warriors in a spot where, you've got the chef going back to the Garden, and it's a marquee game for everybody, certainly, but the Warriors get one trip to go to Madison Square, and you know that Steph is going to be up for it.
Absolutely. All right, Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. How about a little take it to the bank prediction brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. I know who I feel like I want to talk about in this situation, and it's none other than our man Moses Moody. I got a double-digit performance for Moody tonight as a starter. Let's see if he can continue to stack things and make people feel some sort of good about what's going on.
Yeah, definitely an opportunity for Moses while Andrew is out to start and get those minutes. And, Moses has been so professional about playing and not playing, starting and coming off the bench. No matter where he's been and what his role has been, he has delivered. My prediction, I mentioned it earlier in the show. It's the chef, dude. The chef at the Garden. I'm not predicting a 50 burger or a 40 piece, but he will get 30 tonight.
30 burger, yeah.
30's a bit of a modest prediction. I think his personal over-under, I saw it at 28.5.
Well, that's his average, yeah.
And I bet it up to 30, and I took plus money. The chef will get a 30 burger tonight at the Garden.
I would love to see Steph Curry have a really nice game. Obviously, we've been talking about his fatigue.
He's been slumping.
His shot has been a little bit off, but we also know enough about Steph Curry and Klay Thompson for that matter. These things come in bunches. Sometimes it's 3 or 4 bad games in a row. Then you get 3 or 4 good games in a row. It wasn't more than a week and a half ago that we were talking about how Steph Curry was playing about as well as he's ever played in his entire career. And now he's in a supposed slump. So we'll see if he can bounce out of that tonight. Let's get to what's on tap. It's brought to you by Farmers Brewing. Have you tried Farmers Brewing yet? If not, it's time to put your lips on a Farmer. Kind of an interesting note here as the Warriors enter a back-to-back against New York tonight and Toronto tomorrow. This is their 13th back-to-back of the year. They've got a league high of them this year in 17. What they've done really well with so far in these situations is the front end. So that's tonight. And so far in the 12 back-to-backs that they've already had this year, 8-4 in that first game of the back-to-back. So see if they can make it 9-4 tonight.
And I know they've been really good on the back end as well, but tonight we're worried more about the front end, taking on a New York team. And, you do feel a little bit better going into it, coming off of a win in the first game on this road trip. Granted, it was against Washington, but they all count the same. So you feel like you've got a little bit of momentum. And there is something special about going to Madison Square Garden. I was lucky to catch one game there.
Oh, you've been there.
Pacers at Knicks back in Reggie Miller's heyday.
Spike?
He might have been there. I was in the 700 level.
He's not missing Reggie.
I was pretty far up, and it was about $1.70 a ticket. And we're going back about 12 or 15 years, but the building is fantastic.
Cash me out one time.
Cash me out more than one time, Mark. But yes,
bro,
cash me out indeed. It was a virtual financial rain dance for your boy.
I've I've only been to New York for basketball one time, and somehow ended up only seeing Nets games. Not Knicks games.
Yeah, wow.
Traveling with the Lakers for the NBA Finals back in the
Kerry Kittles.
Kerry Kittle.
Look at you.
Yeah, Kenyon Martin, Jason Kidd.
Oh, man.
Mitch Richmond on the Lakers.
Wow.
Just sitting there watching himself get a ring. I mean, I'll forever remember the sheepish grin that Mitch gave me.
Such a great guy.
Such a great guy. And he won a ring. I'm like, you won your ring. He's like, yeah.
Let's keep this between us.
Yeah. It's like, I'm going to get out of here.
I forgot that he got a ring.
Mitch Richmond with the Lakers. Yeah, that's in
a safe deposit box somewhere
true story.
in Poughkeepsie.
Poughkeepsie Kid.
Yep.
Anyway.
He's starting, I assume.
I've noticed a little cadence here with the Warriors as we get to March. And it happens every year for very different reasons. But in recent years, last 3 in a row, the Warriors are in a spot where they really need to push to the finish line, yet unknown drama suddenly arrives. 2 years ago, it was an injury to Steph Curry. It wasn't quite this early. It was a little bit later than that, but it was an injury to Steph Curry and all the worry about could they be healthy in time for a playoff run. They end up with a parade. Last year was the same thing it is this year. You need to push for the 6th seed, and Andrew Wiggins is now suddenly mysteriously absent. They were able to push through last year. He shows up for the playoffs. They do make some noise. We'll see what happens this year, but at least it is something that the Warriors are familiar with, and as Steve Kerr said yesterday, a roster that probably can handle it a little bit better than last year's.
Yes, and it's good that you've been playing well, but you look at the situation just on the schedule. Tonight, first game, 5 games in 8 nights.
Let's
3
go.
on the road,
Yep.
2 at home. It's a gauntlet now.
It is. Although, one that's got some games tucked in there that you figure you can handle. I know Giannis is coming next Wednesday after a visit to Boston, so the top of the East in back-to-back games. But after Giannis leaves, you get a little 1-2 punch of the Bulls and the Spurs. So in that 5-game stretch, I mean, I don't know. I'd be surprised if the Warriors weren't at least 3-2 in that stretch.
Tonight's the pivotal one.
Yeah.
You feel good against San Antonio and Toronto. Likely a victory. You never know. Tonight, to me, Mark, is pivotal not only for the road trip, but for this upcoming gauntlet as well.
All right. Want to do it again tomorrow?
I do. This is fun.
Let's do it again tomorrow. In fact, the exact same timing of it, I think, should play pretty well as the Warriors have another back-to-back Warriors Live presented by Xfinity at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Kevin Dana is on the call again as we get ready for Warriors and Knicks. And it's Willard and Dibbs, and we send you the arena next.
Drop